Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight I want you to slow down. The day is over now, and for the next little while there is nowhere you need to be. So if you're already in bed, make yourself comfortable, lower the brightness of your screen, and simply let the sound of this story stay in the background. Tonight, we're going back more than 200 years, to a time when the American West looked very different from the world we know today. There were no highways stretching across the plains, no cities glowing in the distance, no electric lights along the rivers, and no comfortable room waiting at the end of a long journey. Instead, there were wide grasslands, quiet forests, winding rivers, distant mountains, and enormous skies filled with stars. And somewhere in that landscape, a small group of travelers was slowly making its way west. Among them were Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. They were traveling with the Corps of Discovery, an expedition that began in 1804 and would eventually cross much of the continent before returning home. Their journey has often been remembered through stories of adventure and exploration. But tonight, we're going to look at something much quieter. We're going to imagine what it was like to simply live through an ordinary evening on that journey. The work of the day has ended. The boats are resting beside the river. The horses are quiet. A small fire is burning near the camp. The men have eaten their simple meal, checked their equipment, and settled down after another long day of travel. And above them is the open sky. There is no roof overhead, nothing between them and the stars. The night air moves gently through the grass. The river makes a soft, continuous sound nearby. And for a few hours, the journey can wait. This is the kind of history we will explore tonight. Not a story filled with constant danger, not a dramatic retelling. Just a slow journey through the ordinary world of Lewis and Clark. We will follow the river. We will walk beside the expedition. We will spend quiet evenings around their camps. We will notice the small details of their daily lives. The food they prepared, the equipment they carried, the places where they rested, the weather they experienced, and the landscapes that slowly changed as they moved farther west. And as you listen, you don't need to remember every name or every date. You don't even need to stay awake until the end. This story is meant to be gentle. If you fall asleep while listening, then the story has done exactly what it was meant to do. So take a slow breath. Let your shoulders relax. Let the room around you become quiet. And imagine that it is sometime during the summer of 1804. The sun has been in the sky for most of the day. The Missouri River has carried the expedition forward for another stretch of its long course. The men have spent hours traveling. The boats have moved through calm water, then stronger currents, and sometimes through places where the river became shallow and difficult. Now the sun is beginning to lower. The light has become softer. The warm colors of evening are spreading across the grasslands. And the expedition is looking for a place to stop for the night. There is nothing unusual about this. After traveling all day, they need somewhere suitable to make camp, a place near water. Place where the ground is reasonably dry, a place where the boats can be secured. The men begin preparing, ropes are checked, equipment is moved, supplies are brought together. The work is familiar because they have done it many times before. One person handles one task, another prepares something else. There is no need for long explanations. After weeks and months together, the members of the expedition have learned the rhythm of traveling as a group. The camp slowly takes shape. It is not much. There are no buildings. No walls, no furniture, only the things they have carried with them and the natural landscape around them. A fire is started. The smoke rises slowly into the evening air. Someone prepares food, others inspect their clothing and equipment. The horses are taken care of. The boats remain close to the shore. And gradually, the busy sounds of the day begin to disappear. The river continues flowing. That sound never really stops. Even when the men are sleeping, the Missouri will continue moving beside them. It is a constant presence, sometimes peaceful, sometimes difficult, always there. As darkness approaches, the grasslands become quieter. The bright colors of the day fade away. The trees along the river become dark shapes against the sky. The fire becomes more noticeable. Its small flames move gently in the evening breeze. For a while, the men sit nearby. Some may talk about the day's journey. Some may think about the miles ahead. Others may simply sit and watch the fire. There is something very ordinary about this moment. Travelers have been doing the same thing for thousands of years, Walk during the day, rest when the sun goes down, prepare a simple meal, stay close to the warmth of the fire, look toward the darkness, and sleep. For Lewis and Clark, however, the landscape around them was still unfamiliar. Every day brought something they had not seen before: a different stretch of river, a new kind of plant, a distant hill, an unfamiliar animal, a different group of people. But they could not spend every evening thinking about the entire journey. The future was too large. The distances were too great. Instead, life had to be lived one small moment at a time. Tonight's camp was enough. Tomorrow would come tomorrow. The fire burned lower. The men began preparing their sleeping places. There were no beds waiting for them. A blanket on the ground would have to be enough. The earth beneath them was uneven. Small stones might press into the ground. The night could become cold. Insects could be bothersome. And yet, after a long day of traveling, exhaustion had a way of making even a simple place feel comfortable. One by one, the men settled down. The conversations became quieter. The fire became smaller. The sounds of movement around the camp almost disappeared. Above them, the sky was completely open. The stars were bright. There were no city lights nearby to hide them. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness in a way that would have been familiar to people of that time, but is difficult for many modern travelers to experience. Lewis and Clark and the men with them could simply look upward. They could see the night as it was: wide, dark, quiet, full of stars. The river reflected small pieces of that darkness as it moved past the camp. A gentle breeze crossed the water and reached the sleeping travelers. The grass moved softly. Somewhere in the distance, an animal made a brief sound. Then silence returned. The expedition had stopped for the night. There was nothing more to do. For a few hours, the enormous journey could disappear. The mountains were still far away. The next river bend could wait. The unknown country ahead could wait. The maps could wait. Everything could wait until morning. And beneath that enormous sky, surrounded by the quiet sounds of the Missouri River, the members of the expedition slowly fell asleep. Perhaps some slept deeply. Perhaps others woke from time to time. Perhaps someone turned over beneath a blanket and looked up at the stars. There was no clock to tell them exactly what hour it was. No glowing screen. No notification. Only the changing darkness of the night. Eventually, even the last glow of the campfire disappeared. The river continued moving. The stars remained overhead. And the wilderness stretched quietly in every direction. This was one ordinary night during a journey that would eventually become one of the best-known expeditions in American history. But to the men lying there, it was simply another night, another place to rest, another morning waiting somewhere beyond the darkness. And for now, that was enough. The first light of morning came slowly. There was no sharp line separating night from day. The darkness simply began to fade, almost unnoticed at first, until the trees along the river could be seen again and the grass took shape in the pale morning light. The Missouri River was still moving beside the camp. It had continued through the entire night, just as it had before the expedition arrived, and would continue long after the men had gone. A thin layer of mist rested in some places above the water. The air was cool. The ground was damp, and for a short while the camp remained quiet. Then someone woke. A blanket moved. A man sat up slowly and looked toward the river. There was work to be done, but there was no reason to hurry. The day would be long enough. The members of the expedition had become familiar with these mornings. After spending so much time traveling together, the beginning of one day often looked much like the beginning of another. The fire from the previous evening had nearly gone out. A few pieces of wood still held a faint warmth beneath the ashes. Someone added dry wood. A small flame appeared. Smoke rose into the cool morning air before drifting away across the riverbank. Soon, the smell of a simple breakfast began to spread through the camp. There was nothing elaborate about their meals. They were travelers carrying what they could. Food had to be stored carefully, divided sensibly, and used with the understanding that there was still a long way to go. The men had no idea exactly how every day ahead would unfold. They knew the general direction. They knew the river would guide them for much of the journey. But the country beyond the familiar sections of the river was still uncertain. That uncertainty was part of the reason the expedition existed. Yet mornings were rarely spent thinking about the entire continent. Most mornings were concerned with much smaller things: getting warm, eating, checking supplies, making sure equipment was ready, preparing the boats, and deciding when to begin moving again. As the sun rose higher, the mist above the river slowly disappeared. The landscape became clearer. The opposite bank could be seen through the trees. Birds moved through the branches. Small sounds came from the grass. The wilderness was waking in its own way. There was a calmness to it. The men could hear the natural sounds around them because there was so little else to hear. No wagon wheels passing along a distant road, no machinery, no engines, no voices from a nearby town. The sounds of the land were enough. For people living in the early 19th century, this was not unusual. But for someone standing there today, it would feel almost impossibly quiet. The expedition began packing the camp. Blankets were folded, cooking items were gathered, tools were checked, supplies were secured. The men had to carry or transport everything they needed. Nothing could simply be replaced by stopping at a store. If something broke, it might have to be repaired. If clothing became worn, it might need to be patched. If equipment was lost, there might be no easy way to replace it. So ordinary objects had value. A piece of rope mattered, a knife mattered, a blanket mattered, a cooking pot mattered. Every item had a purpose, and every item had to be looked after. The boats were perhaps the most important things they had. They were their means of moving along the river, carrying supplies and equipment that would have been difficult to transport overland. The men inspected them carefully. A loose rope was tightened. Something that had shifted during the night was put back in place. The work was practical and repetitive. But these repetitive tasks were what allowed the expedition to continue. History often remembers journeys through their major moments. The first sight of a mountain range, the meeting of important people, the discovery of a new place, the crossing of a difficult landscape. But between those moments were thousands of ordinary actions. People woke up, people ate, people walked, people repaired things, people waited, people rested, people went asleep. That was most of the journey. And there is something peaceful about imagining it that way, not as a series of dramatic events, but as a long collection of ordinary days. The sun had now risen above the horizon. The morning was becoming warmer. The men were ready. The boats began to move away from the shore. At first, they moved slowly. The paddles entered the water and lifted again. The rhythm was steady. The sound was soft. Water dripped from the paddles and returned to the river. The camp became smaller behind them. Soon it was hidden by the trees. Another campsite had become part of the journey. Ahead, the river curved gently. The men followed it. There were long stretches when the scenery changed very little. Grasslands extended toward the horizon. Trees followed the riverbanks. Occasionally, higher ground appeared in the distance. The landscape seemed enormous. The river itself could make a person feel small. It continued for hundreds and hundreds of miles, connecting places that the expedition had yet to see. Sometimes the men talked while traveling. Sometimes they remained quiet. There was no need for conversation every minute. The work of moving the boat required attention, but it also became rhythmic. Paddle, rest, paddle again. The river moved beneath them. The sun climbed higher, and the morning slowly became another ordinary day. Lewis and Clark spent much of their time observing the land. They recorded plants and animals. They noted the appearance of the country. They paid attention to the river and the terrain. They were trying to understand a landscape that was unfamiliar to many people in the United States at the time. But understanding a place did not always happen quickly. Sometimes it meant simply watching. A bird flying across the river, a herd of animals far away, a particular kind of tree growing near the water, the shape of a hill, the color of the soil, the direction of the current. These details could seem small, but together they created a picture of the country through which the expedition was traveling. And as the boat continued forward, the morning became brighter. The river reflected the sunlight. The grass moved gently in the breeze. The sky was wide and clear. For a while there was nothing remarkable happening, and that was perfectly all right. The expedition did not need something remarkable to happen every day. Some days were simply travel days. Some days were days for learning the river. Some days were days for resting. And some days were difficult. But even on an ordinary day, the men were moving farther west, slowly, 1 mile at a time, one bend in the river at a time. And somewhere ahead, beyond the next bend and the one after that, The landscape would continue to change. But for now, the Missouri carried them gently forward beneath the morning sky. The river continued to carry the expedition westward, and as the morning went on, the familiar rhythm of travel settled in again. There was something almost repetitive about moving along the Missouri. The river would open into a wider stretch, then narrow between trees and higher ground. A bend would appear ahead, and after passing it, another bend would take its place. Sometimes the banks were covered with grass. In other places, trees grew close to the water. The men learned to recognize these small changes. They learned where the current moved more quickly. They learned where the water became shallow. They learned which places along the bank offered a convenient place to stop. Traveling this way required attention, but it also required patience. There was no way to force the river to move faster. If the current was slow, they had to work harder. If the current was strong, they had to adjust. If the weather changed, they had to accept it. The river decided much of the pace. That morning, the weather remained pleasant. The sunlight was warm but not yet uncomfortable. A light breeze moved across the water. The men continued their work. Every so often, someone would look toward the shore. There might be tracks in the mud, a bird sitting in a tree, an animal moving through the grass, or simply an interesting change in the landscape. For Lewis and Clark, observation was part of the purpose of the journey. They were not traveling simply to reach one destination. They were trying to understand what they encountered along the way. The country was full of things that were unfamiliar to them. Some plants had never been described in the records they knew. Some animals looked different from those they had seen farther east. The landscape itself seemed to stretch beyond ordinary expectations. There were places where a person could stand and look toward the horizon without seeing a town, a road, or a building. The feeling of distance must have been difficult to describe. Even today, a large open landscape can make a person feel very small. For the men of the expedition, that feeling was probably even stronger. They had left behind the more settled parts of the country. Behind them were towns and familiar roads. Ahead was a world they knew mostly through maps, reports, and the knowledge shared by people who already lived there. That last point was important. The expedition did not travel through an empty country. Long before Lewis and Clark arrived, native nations had lived across these lands. They knew the rivers. They knew the trails. They knew where water could be found. They knew the seasons and the animals. They understood the landscape in ways that the expedition members had yet to learn. As the journey continued, the explorers would meet many native people and depend at different times on knowledge, assistance, trade, and communication. But on this particular morning, the expedition was simply moving along the river. The hours passed quietly. The sun rose higher. The shadows along the riverbank became shorter. The men began to feel the warmth of the day. They continued paddling. Sometimes the work was shared among the men, with one person resting while another took his place. This was necessary during a long journey. No one could work continuously without becoming exhausted. The expedition depended on cooperation. Each person had a role. Some were especially skilled with boats. Others were good hunters. Some were useful with tools and repairs. Others had knowledge of plants, animals, or navigation. A journey like this was never the work of just two people. Lewis and Clark may have been the names most often remembered, but the expedition depended on many men whose daily efforts made the journey possible, and every one of them needed rest. By late morning, the riverbank offered a suitable place to stop for a short while. The boats moved toward shore. The men stepped onto the ground. There was no elaborate rest area. They simply took advantage of the land that was available. Some sat in the shade, others drank water. A few checked equipment. The pause was brief, but even a short break could make the next part of the journey easier. The river continued flowing beside them. A bird moved along the edge of the water. The wind passed through the leaves. For a few minutes, nobody needed to do much. This kind of quiet pause would have happened many times during the expedition. Travel was not one continuous movement. It was made up of walking and stopping, working and resting, morning and evening. One day followed another, and slowly the miles added up. After resting, the men returned to the boats. The journey continued. As the afternoon approached, the light changed again. The morning brightness softened. The sky remained wide above the river. The landscape seemed to move slowly past them. Sometimes the expedition traveled for hours without seeing anything that would later become famous in history. That was normal. Most places were simply places they passed through. A riverbank, a patch of trees, a stretch of grass, a hill, a quiet place to rest. Then they moved on. There is something calming about imagining the journey in this way. The famous expedition was not happening all at once. It unfolded slowly, day after day, night after night. The men could not see the future. They did not know exactly which moments would eventually be remembered. They were simply living through each day as it came. The afternoon gradually became warmer. The paddles continued their steady movement. The river reflected the sky, and the expedition moved onward, following the great curve of the Missouri. There was still a long way to go, but there was no need to think about all of it at once. For now, there was only the river ahead, the quiet sound of water, the movement of the boat, the warm afternoon air, and another ordinary day beneath the enormous American sky. By the middle of the afternoon, the heat had settled over the river. The sunlight rested across the water, and the surface of the Missouri seemed brighter than it had been in the morning. Along the banks, the grass moved slowly whenever a breeze came through. The men continued their work. There was nothing particularly dramatic about the afternoon. It was simply another stretch of the journey, another group of miles slowly passing beneath the boats. After traveling together for so long, the men had become familiar with the sounds around them. The wooden parts of the boats creaked occasionally. Paddles entered the water. Water dripped back into the river. Someone might speak briefly to another person. Then the conversation would fade again. For long periods, the river provided most of the sound. It was easy to understand why a journey along such a river could become almost meditative. The landscape changed, but it changed slowly. A bend appeared. The boat turned. The previous stretch of river disappeared behind the trees. Then another long stretch opened ahead. Sometimes the men could see far across the plains. At other times, the trees along the bank blocked the view. The country did not reveal everything at once. It had to be observed gradually. Lewis was especially interested in recording what he saw. Plants, animals, geography, weather, and the appearance of the land all became part of the expedition's observations. Clark also kept records, and the journals created during the journey would eventually become an important historical record. But during an ordinary afternoon like this, recording history probably did not feel like an important moment. It was simply work. A note was written, an observation was made, a measurement was taken, then the journey continued. The sun slowly moved across the sky. Shadows began stretching farther from the trees. The hottest part of the day was beginning to pass. That was welcome news for anyone who had spent hours working under the open sky. The men had no modern protection from the weather. There were no air-conditioned shelters waiting nearby. If the day was hot, they experienced the heat. If the night was cold, they experienced the cold. If rain arrived, they got wet. Their clothing and equipment had to be cared for because the weather could affect nearly everything they did. Even something as simple as keeping a fire burning could become difficult after a period of heavy rain. But on this afternoon, the weather remained calm. The river continued its steady movement. A few clouds appeared in the distance. They changed shape slowly as they moved across the sky. The men probably had little reason to pay attention to them unless the weather appeared threatening. For now, there was no reason to worry. The expedition continued. At some point during the afternoon, they would begin thinking about where they might spend the coming night. This was part of the daily rhythm. They needed enough daylight to choose a suitable place. The campsite had to provide access to water and enough room for the men and their equipment. If possible, it needed protection from the wind. The boats had to be secured. The horses needed a place to rest. The choice of a campsite could make the evening easier or more difficult. As the afternoon moved toward evening, the men began watching the riverbanks more carefully. A suitable place appeared ahead. The bank was reasonably level. There was enough room for the boats. Trees provided some shelter. The expedition began moving toward shore. The boats approached slowly. Ropes were prepared. The men stepped onto the riverbank. Another day's movement was coming to an end. There was something familiar about this moment. Every evening meant returning to the same basic routine: secure the boats, unload what was necessary, prepare food, take care of equipment, look after the horses, make a fire, rest. The men began their work. Some carried supplies, others prepared the sleeping area. The camp was not large. It did not need to be. It only needed to provide enough space for everyone to settle down. The sun was now lower. The light had become softer. The warm afternoon colors were beginning to replace the brightness of midday. The river looked different again. The surface reflected the changing sky. The trees along the shore cast long shadows across the ground, and slowly the wilderness began preparing for another evening. A fire was started, smoke rose into the air, the smell of food followed. The men had traveled for many hours, and now they could finally sit down. Some may have talked about the day's journey, others may have been too tired to say much. There were always practical things to discuss: the condition of the boats, the weather, the route ahead, the amount of food remaining. But once those things were taken care of, the evening could become quiet. The fire provided warmth. The river provided a constant background sound. The trees moved gently in the breeze. The men were surrounded by the same wilderness that had surrounded them throughout the day. Only now, without the effort of travel, it felt different. During the day, the landscape was something they had to move through. At night, it became the place where they rested. There was a simple comfort in knowing that the day's work was finished. Nothing else needed to be done immediately. The next morning would bring another start, but that was still several hours away. For now, the men could eat, they could sit, they could repair a piece of clothing or equipment, they could check their belongings, and eventually they could lie down beneath their blankets. The sky continued to darken. One by one, the brighter colors disappeared from the horizon. The river became a dark ribbon beside the camp. The first stars began to appear, and once again, Lewis and Clark and the members of the expedition found themselves beneath the open sky. Another day had passed. Another stretch of the Missouri had been traveled. Nothing dramatic had happened. But that was the nature of much of the expedition. Progress did not always arrive with a great event. Sometimes progress was simply waking in the morning, traveling for several hours, finding a safe place to stop, and making it through another day. The men had done exactly that, and as the fire burned quietly beside the river, they could finally rest. The wilderness was dark again. The Missouri continued flowing, and above the sleeping camp, the stars slowly filled the sky. The evening became quieter as the last light disappeared from the horizon. For a while, the fire was the brightest thing in the camp. Its light fell across the faces of the men and the nearby equipment, while everything beyond that small circle of warmth slowly became part of the darkness. The river could still be heard. It moved steadily beside them, sometimes almost silent, and sometimes making a soft sound as the water passed around rocks or along the uneven shore. The men had become used to that sound. After many nights beside the Missouri, it was probably as familiar as the sound of the wind. Some of the men remained awake for a little longer. There were always things that could be done after sunset. A piece of clothing might need attention. A tool might need cleaning. Something might need to be moved closer to the sleeping area. But eventually, even these small tasks were finished. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The men began settling down. One person rolled himself into a blanket. Another found a comfortable place on the ground. Someone might move a little farther from the fire if the warmth became too strong. There was no perfect sleeping arrangement. The wilderness did not provide one. The ground was simply the ground. Yet tiredness made it easier to rest. After a full day of travel, the body wanted sleep. The sky above them was remarkably clear. Without the glow of towns and cities, the stars would have appeared much brighter than they do in most places today. The men could look upward and see an enormous darkness filled with points of light. They might recognize some of the stars. Others would simply be stars. There was no need to name them, they were simply there. And beneath that sky, the expedition rested. The journey had been going on for many months, and there was still a great deal ahead. The men would eventually reach the Rocky Mountains. They would encounter colder weather, difficult terrain, and unfamiliar rivers. They would meet native communities and learn from people who knew the country far better than they did. They would cross landscapes that were very different from the river country they knew at this stage. But none of that needed to happen tonight. Tonight was just another night, a quiet pause in the middle of a very long journey. The fire continued to shrink. The flames became smaller and smaller until only glowing pieces of wood remained. The light around the camp faded. The darkness returned. One by one, the sounds of movement stopped. The men were sleeping now. The river continued. The wind moved through the grass. A few insects made quiet sounds near the water. Somewhere farther away, an animal moved through the darkness. Then the wilderness became quiet again. Hours passed. The moon moved slowly across the sky. The temperature dropped. The air became cooler against the ground. A few men may have woken briefly during the night. Perhaps someone heard a sound. Perhaps someone simply turned beneath a blanket. But there was little reason to remain awake. The camp was still. The boats were secure. The horses were resting. The equipment was close by. Morning would come soon enough. This was one of the strange things about a long journey. The days could feel very long while they were happening, but the nights often seemed to disappear quickly. One moment a person was watching the fire. The next, the sky was becoming lighter, and another morning was beginning. Eventually, that began to happen again. The eastern horizon slowly changed. The deepest darkness became a softer shade of blue. The stars began disappearing. The river became visible again. The trees returned as shapes. And somewhere near the camp, the first bird called. The sound was small. Then another bird answered. The morning was beginning. The expedition would soon wake again. Another fire would be started. Another simple meal would be prepared. Another day's equipment would be gathered. And another stretch of the river would wait for them. There was no great announcement when the new day arrived. It simply came. The darkness faded. The light returned. And the men rose from their blankets. Some mornings probably began with energy. Others probably began with tiredness. After traveling for so long, the men must have experienced both. But regardless of how they felt, the routine remained. Wake, eat, prepare, travel, rest, repeat. It was a simple pattern, but it carried them across an enormous distance. The sun appeared above the horizon. Morning light spread across the river. The water reflected the pale gold of the new day. For a few moments, the camp looked peaceful and almost untouched. Then the work began. The men moved around quietly. The fire grew stronger. Supplies were gathered. The boats were checked again. The horses were prepared. And soon another day of travel would begin. Lewis and Clark could not have known where every day would lead. They could only continue. The river was still ahead. The land was still waiting. And the open sky above them remained the same quiet roof it had been the night before. They would travel beneath it again. They would sleep beneath it again. And slowly, mile after mile, their journey would continue through the vast American wilderness. The morning became warmer as the sun climbed higher, and the expedition slowly left the quiet of the campsite behind. There was always a small moment at the beginning of a travel day when the camp still felt like a place to stay. The fire was warm, the ground was familiar, and everyone knew where their belongings were. Then the boats were ready. The ropes were loosened. The last supplies were carried aboard, and the river once again became the road. The men pushed away from the shore, and the current carried them forward. Behind them, the campsite disappeared among the trees. There would be no sign left for most people to see. Perhaps a few ashes remained where the fire had burned. Perhaps footprints could still be found in the soft ground. But after a little rain and wind, even those would disappear. This was one of the ordinary realities of traveling through the wilderness. A place could be home for one night and completely forgotten a few days later. The expedition moved slowly along the Missouri. The river was wide in some places and narrower in others. Its surface changed constantly with the light. When the sun was hidden by clouds, the water looked dark and gray. When sunlight reached it, small bright reflections moved across the surface. The men watched the river carefully. They had to. A calm-looking section could still contain a difficult current. A bend could hide shallow water. Trees or fallen branches could make navigation more complicated. So even when the journey seemed peaceful, someone was always paying attention. The work continued, paddle after paddle, stroke after stroke. The sound became almost like a rhythm. There was something repetitive about it that could make the passing hours feel slower. The same motion was repeated many times. A paddle entered the water. The boat moved slightly forward. The paddle lifted, water fell from its surface. Then the movement began again. For someone who had spent many weeks traveling this way, such a rhythm must have become familiar. Perhaps the men talked, perhaps they told stories, perhaps they remained silent. There was no requirement to fill every quiet moment with conversation. The wilderness itself provided enough to listen to. The wind moved through the grass. Birds called from the trees. The river brushed against the sides of the boats. Occasionally, something moved along the shore. The men would notice it, watch for a moment, and then continue. A journey does not always feel like an adventure while you are living it. Sometimes it simply feels like work. The great significance of the expedition would only become clearer later. For the men themselves, there were meals to prepare and boats to move. There were clothes that became dirty. There were tired muscles. There were wet blankets. There were small repairs that could not wait. There were long stretches of ordinary landscape. And there were evenings when everyone simply wanted to lie down and sleep. That was the human side of the expedition. As the day continued, the landscape gradually changed. The riverbanks became more open. In places, the grass stretched far into the distance. The men could look across the plains and see the land rising gently toward the horizon. There were no large towns, no fences dividing fields into neat shapes, no lines of houses. The land seemed to continue without interruption. For the expedition members, such a view must have required some adjustment. People who lived in settled areas were accustomed to seeing evidence of other people everywhere: roads, buildings, fields, smoke from chimneys. Here, those signs could disappear completely. The silence of the landscape was not absolute. It was filled with natural sounds. But it was different from the silence of a settled place. There was a feeling of distance. The nearest person might be many miles away. The nearest familiar road might be far behind. The river was their guide. The river and the knowledge they gathered along the way. As the afternoon approached, the heat became more noticeable. The men had to protect themselves as best they could. Water was essential. Whenever there was an opportunity to stop, they could drink and rest. A short pause could make a long afternoon easier. At one point, the expedition moved toward a quiet section of the riverbank. The boats were brought close to shore. The men stepped out. For several minutes, there was very little movement. Someone sat beneath a tree. Another man checked a piece of equipment. Someone else drank water and looked across the river. No one needed to speak. The pause itself was enough. The river flowed past them. The breeze moved through the leaves above their heads. A bird crossed the open sky. The afternoon light rested gently over the landscape. It was a small moment, but moments like this were part of the journey too. After a while, the men returned to their work. The boats moved again. The river carried them farther west. And as the sun began to lower, the question of the night's campsite returned. The men watched the shore. They were looking for a place that would make the evening easier. A level piece of ground. A safe place for the boats, access to water, enough space for the camp. It did not need to be beautiful, it simply needed to work. Eventually, they found such a place. The boats moved toward the bank. The men stepped onto the ground. Another day's journey had ended. There was a quiet satisfaction in reaching the shore. The work was not finished, but the most demanding part of the day was behind them. The same familiar routine began again. Equipment was unloaded, the boats were secured, wood was gathered, a fire was prepared, the horses were taken care of, food was made, and slowly the camp became a place of rest. The evening light stretched across the river. The sky began to change. The warmth of the day softened. The grass moved gently in the evening breeze. And once again, the men found themselves surrounded by the enormous wilderness. It must have been strange to know that this place would be home for only one night. Tomorrow they would leave. The river would carry them farther away. The trees behind them would become distant. The campsite would disappear. But tonight, none of that mattered. The men had arrived. The boats were safe. There was food, there was warmth, and there was a quiet place to rest. As darkness slowly approached, the first stars began to appear above the river. The men finished their evening tasks. The conversations became softer. The fire burned steadily, and the open sky waited above them once again. Another night was beginning, another ordinary night on a journey that was still far from finished. The evening settled gently over the river. The last sunlight remained for a little while along the tops of the trees, turning them into dark shapes against a pale sky. Down near the water, the shadows were already beginning to grow. The men had finished most of their work. The boats were secure. The horses were settled. The evening meal had been prepared. Now there was less reason to move around. A few men remained near the fire, quietly talking. Others had already found their places to rest. The day had been long, and tiredness was beginning to make itself felt. This was another part of life on the expedition that rarely appears in the most dramatic accounts of exploration. People became tired. They became quiet. They wanted to sleep. After spending hours in the sun, working with boats and equipment, walking along the riverbank or carrying supplies, the body naturally asked for rest. There was no entertainment waiting for them at the end of the day. No book was necessary. No music played from a distant building. There was only the fire and the natural sounds of the land. The river continued beside the camp. The wind moved through the grass. Occasionally, the horses shifted where they were resting. A bird called once from the trees. Then the evening became quiet again. The fire gave off a pleasant warmth. Its flames moved whenever the breeze passed through. The men could sit close to it for a while, perhaps warming their hands and watching the wood slowly turn into glowing embers. The simple rhythm of the fire could have been comforting. There was no need to watch it carefully every second. It simply burned. The expedition members had seen countless fires by this point. Fires for cooking, fires for warmth, fires for light. And eventually, fires that were reduced to ashes when the camp was abandoned. The fire was one of the few things that could make the wilderness feel familiar. No matter where they stopped, they could create a small circle of warmth around themselves. Outside that circle was the darkness. Inside it was camp. As the sky became darker, the stars appeared more clearly, one star, then another, then many more. The darkness above the river seemed enormous. The men were surrounded by open country, and there was almost nothing to block their view. Someone might have looked upward for a while. Perhaps they thought about home. That would have been natural. The expedition had been away for a long time. Families and familiar places were far behind them. For some of the men, the journey must have seemed almost impossibly long. Yet the routine of travel could make time pass in its own way. A day became a week became a month. Then the landscape behind them was hundreds of miles away. Home became something remembered rather than something nearby. Still, there were familiar things. The same faces around the camp, the same river, the same simple routines. Those familiar details probably helped. When everything around you is changing, having a few things remain the same can be reassuring. Lewis and Clark had their journals, they had their maps, they had their companions, they had the river, and they had the nightly camp. Every evening brought that same small moment when travel stopped. For a while, they could simply be people resting beside a fire. The larger purpose of the expedition could wait until morning. The darkness grew deeper, the fire became smaller. One of the men added another piece of wood. The flames rose briefly. Then they settled again. The warmth spread across the nearby ground. A few sparks rose into the air and disappeared. The men gradually began preparing for sleep. Blankets were arranged. Personal belongings were kept nearby. The ground was checked as best it could be. There was no perfect place to sleep, but after a full day of travel, perfection was not necessary. Comfort could be very simple. A dry blanket, a warm fire, a safe campsite, a quiet river, and enough tiredness to fall asleep. The expedition was fortunate to have reached another calm place. Not every night would be so easy. There would be storms. There would be difficult terrain. There would be colder nights. There would be days when the river caused problems. But this evening was peaceful, and peaceful evenings were valuable. As the men settled down, the camp slowly became still. One voice stopped, then another. The movement around the fire became less frequent. Eventually, only the quiet sounds of the wilderness remained. The Missouri River flowed past. The wind moved gently through the trees. The horses rested. The stars filled the sky, and the men slept. Perhaps some slept deeply until morning. Perhaps others woke occasionally. The wilderness did not promise uninterrupted sleep. There were always sounds. A branch might move. An animal might pass nearby. The wind might change. But after a while, these sounds could become part of the background. The river itself was almost like a natural lullaby. Its steady movement continued without concern for the hour. It had been flowing long before the expedition arrived. It would continue flowing after they were gone. The men were only temporary travelers beside it. For one night they rested along its bank. Then they would move on. Hours passed. The moon traveled across the sky. The fire became only a faint glow. The darkness was deepest now. There was nothing to see beyond the small campsite, but the sky remained bright with stars, and beneath those stars the expedition slept. The journey had not ended. It had barely begun compared with all the distance still ahead. Yet tonight, there was no need to think about the miles waiting in the morning. Tonight, they were simply resting. The river was carrying no one. The boats were still. The camp was quiet, and the open sky stretched endlessly above them. Slowly, the night continued toward morning. The night gradually began to give way to morning. At first, the change was so small that it was almost impossible to notice. The stars remained visible, but the darkness along the eastern horizon had become slightly lighter. The river was still moving. The camp was still quiet. Most of the men remained asleep beneath their blankets. A little later, the first sounds of birds began to come from the trees. One call was followed by another. The wilderness was waking again. A man near the edge of the camp stirred and slowly sat up. The air was cool, and for a moment the warmth of the previous evening seemed very far away. He pulled his blanket closer and looked toward the river. The surface of the water was gray in the early light. A thin mist floated near parts of the shoreline. The trees were dark against the pale sky. It was another ordinary morning. The kind of morning that had already happened many times during the journey and would happen many more times before the expedition returned home. Soon, the camp began to wake. The quiet movements of people returning to their daily routines gradually replaced the stillness of the night. The fire was brought back to life. A few dry pieces of wood were placed over the old embers. Smoke rose. Then a small flame appeared. The men gathered around the warmth as they prepared for another day. There was no need for a complicated breakfast. The expedition had to be practical. Every meal had to fit into the realities of travel. Food had to be carried. Supplies had to be protected. Cooking had to be done with limited equipment. And after eating, everything had to be packed again. The men had become accustomed to this. A camp was never permanent. It was a place to stop for a few hours before moving again. As the sun rose, the surrounding landscape became clearer. The river reflected the morning light. The grass was still damp. The trees along the bank seemed almost golden where the sunlight touched them. The horses began moving around. The men checked their equipment. Another day was beginning. Lewis and Clark would continue to depend on the river, but they also needed to understand the country around them. The expedition's journals were filled with observations. Sometimes the entries were about plants, sometimes animals, sometimes the shape of the land, sometimes the weather. These details might seem ordinary today, but together they helped create a record of the country through which the expedition traveled. The men were learning continuously. They did not understand everything they saw. They could not. The continent was too large. The journey was too long, but each day added a little more knowledge, a little more experience, a little more confidence. The boats were prepared again. The ropes were loosened. Supplies were secured. The men moved toward the river. Before long, the campsite was almost empty. Another temporary home had been left behind. The boats pushed away from shore. The river caught them, and the expedition began moving once more. The morning was calm. The paddles moved steadily. The sound of water filled the spaces between conversations. The sun continued rising. For a while, the journey seemed almost effortless. The river was carrying them. The land was quiet. The weather was pleasant, but traveling for hours required patience. The same movements had to be repeated again and again. There was no shortcut, no faster route waiting around the next bend. The only way forward was to continue. This may be one of the simplest lessons of the expedition. A journey across a continent is not completed in one great effort. It is completed through thousands of small efforts, one paddle stroke, one step, one meal, one night of sleep, then another morning, and another. The men could only travel the distance that was possible each day. They could not see how many days remained. They simply kept going. As the morning continued, the landscape began to change slightly. The riverbank rose in places. The grass became taller in others. Trees gathered more closely around some bends. The men watched these changes. They were learning how the land was shaped by the river. The Missouri was not simply a line leading west. It was a living landscape. It flooded. It changed its banks. It carried fallen branches and soil. It created wetlands and open areas. Animals depended on it. Plants grew near it. People had lived beside it for generations. The expedition was only one group of travelers moving through a much older landscape. That thought might not have been expressed in those exact words at the time, but the reality was clear. They were not the first people to know these rivers and plains. They were traveling through places already understood by native communities who had lived there for generations. The knowledge of those communities would become important to the expedition as the journey continued. For now, however, the boats moved quietly through the morning. The men had many miles ahead. The sun was becoming warmer. The coolness of dawn had disappeared. The river stretched onward. And somewhere beyond the next bend, another ordinary part of the journey was waiting. Nothing needed to happen quickly. There was no reason to rush. The day had only just begun. So the expedition continued, slowly following the Missouri beneath the wide morning sky. The morning continued without much change. The boats moved steadily along the Missouri, following the natural bends of the river. The men had settled into the rhythm of the day, and there was something almost peaceful about the repetition. The same water passed beneath them. The same wide sky stretched overhead. The same grasslands and trees slowly moved behind them. From time to time, one of the men would look toward the shore and notice something worth remembering. A particular tree, a set of animal tracks, a change in the shape of the land. Then the journey would continue. There was no need to stop for every small observation. The expedition had to keep moving. Lewis spent much of his time paying attention to the natural world around him. He was interested in plants and animals, and he tried to record what he encountered. Clark was also carefully observing the land and keeping notes. Their journals would later become one of the most valuable records of the expedition. But on a day like this, writing about the landscape was simply another part of their work. The river occasionally became shallow. The men had to adjust their course. Sometimes the boats could move easily. At other times, the current demanded more effort. The work could be tiring, especially after many hours. Still, the men had learned how to cooperate. When one person became tired, another could take his place. When equipment needed attention, someone could repair it. When the boats needed to be moved closer to shore, several men could work together. The expedition depended on these small acts of cooperation. No single person could have carried the entire journey alone. The landscape continued to open around them. In the distance, the horizon seemed almost endless. There were no familiar signs of the settled world they had left behind. The farther west they traveled, the more aware they became of the scale of the country. A person could walk for hours and still remain within the same broad landscape. A river bend that looked close could take much longer to reach than expected. A hill in the distance could remain distant for most of the afternoon. Distances were difficult to judge in such open country. The men had maps and measurements, but the land itself was still the best guide. The river told them where they were. The sun helped them understand the direction of travel. The terrain told them what kind of country they were entering. And the people they met along the way could provide knowledge that no map could contain. As the expedition continued, they would increasingly depend on information from native people who already knew these lands. They could explain where rivers led. They knew established trails. They understood seasonal changes. They knew where certain animals could be found. They knew which areas were difficult to cross. This knowledge had been built over generations. For the expedition, listening and learning would be just as important as observing. But on this particular day, the river remained quiet. The men continued paddling. The sun moved higher, the temperature rose. A few clouds drifted across the sky. Then the sunlight returned. It was a simple day, and simple days were necessary. After a long journey, the body needed ordinary hours. There could not be excitement every morning. There could not be danger around every bend. Most of the time, the expedition was simply moving through the country. Perhaps this is one reason why imagining an ordinary day can be so relaxing. There is no need to wait for something dramatic to happen. The river keeps moving. The boat keeps moving. The sun slowly crosses the sky, and the hours pass. By early afternoon, the men were beginning to feel the warmth. They found a quiet place along the riverbank and stopped for a while. The boats rested in the shallow water near the shore. The men stepped onto the land. Some sat beneath the shade of trees, others remained close to the boats. A few drank water. For several minutes there was almost nothing to do. The river moved beside them. A gentle breeze passed through the branches overhead. The shade made the heat easier to bear. Someone might have closed his eyes for a moment. Someone else might have looked across the river. There was no hurry. The expedition would move again when everyone was ready. These small pauses were important. A journey could only continue if the travelers allowed themselves time to recover. Even strong men became tired. Even experienced travelers needed rest, so they sat quietly. The river flowed. The wind moved through the leaves, and the afternoon passed slowly. Eventually, the men began preparing to continue. The boats were checked again. Everyone returned to his place. The river accepted them once more. As they moved away from the shore, the quiet resting place disappeared behind them. Soon there was no sign that anyone had stopped there at all. The expedition continued west. The afternoon light became softer. The heat slowly began to ease. And once again the men found themselves thinking about the coming evening. They would need another campsite, another fire, another simple meal, another place to sleep. The journey was made of these repeating moments: morning, travel, rest, travel again, evening, sleep. Then morning once more. It might sound uneventful, but this was how the expedition crossed a continent. Not through one extraordinary day, but through hundreds of ordinary ones. And as the sun began its slow descent toward the western horizon, the Missouri River continued to guide them forward. The water reflected the warm afternoon light. The grass moved gently along the banks. The men kept traveling, and somewhere ahead, another quiet piece of ground was waiting to become their home for the night. The afternoon slowly began to turn toward evening. The sunlight was no longer as strong as it had been earlier in the day. The warmth remained, but the air had become more comfortable, and the long shadows of the trees stretched farther across the riverbank. The men continued watching the shore for a suitable place to stop. After spending so much time traveling by river, they had become familiar with what made a campsite useful. It did not need to be perfect. It only needed to provide a few simple things. There needed to be enough room for the men to rest. The boats needed to be secured safely. There needed to be access to water. And when possible, there should be enough wood nearby for a fire. Eventually, a quiet stretch of ground came into view. The bank was gentle enough for the boats, and there was a small open area beyond the trees. The men guided the boats toward shore. The movement slowed. The boats touched the bank. Ropes were pulled out and secured. Another day of travel was coming to an end. The men stepped onto the shore and began unloading only the things they needed for the evening. There was no reason to bring everything away from the boats. The less they had to carry, the easier the evening would be. A few men gathered wood, others prepared the cooking area, someone checked the boats again. The horses were given attention. Gradually, the familiar shape of a temporary camp appeared. It was simple, it was practical, and it would only be used for a short time. The sun continued to lower. The light passing through the trees became golden. The river reflected the sky, and small ripples moved across the surface whenever the breeze touched the water. The men were tired. After hours of travel, their movements were slower than they had been in the morning. But the routine was familiar enough that most tasks could be completed without much thought. Wood was placed near the fire. Food was prepared. Equipment was checked. Clothing was adjusted. Blankets were brought out. There was comfort in knowing what came next. For travelers living outdoors, routine could make an unfamiliar landscape feel a little more familiar. Every evening followed a similar pattern. The details changed, but the basic rhythm remained. Travel ended, camp began. And for a few hours the journey became quiet. The fire was burning now. Its light flickered across the nearby ground. Smoke rose into the evening air and slowly disappeared. The smell of the meal moved through the camp. The men gathered around when the food was ready. It was a simple meal, but after a long day, simple food could be satisfying. There was no need for a large table, no need for several courses. They simply ate what was available and rested. Some conversation probably took place. A few words about the river, a comment about the weather, a thought about tomorrow. Perhaps someone remembered something that had happened earlier in the day. Then the conversation would move on. There was no need to talk continuously. The quiet between words was just as natural. The Missouri River continued flowing nearby. The sound filled the spaces between conversations. The sun finally disappeared beyond the horizon. The sky became darker. The first stars began to appear, and the camp gradually became smaller in the darkness. The fire now provided most of the visible light. Outside its warm circle, the wilderness stretched away in every direction. There were no lights from nearby houses, no distant road, no glow from a town. The darkness was complete. Yet the men were not completely alone. The river was there. The horses were nearby. The trees and grass surrounded them. Animals were moving somewhere beyond the camp, even if they could not be seen. The wilderness continued its own life while the expedition rested. For the men, this was simply another evening. They had experienced many nights like it already. They would experience many more. And perhaps that repetition offered a kind of comfort. Even when the landscape was unfamiliar, the evening routine was familiar. The same kind of fire, the same kind of meal, the same kind of blankets, the same sound of the river, the same stars above. As the night became deeper, the men began preparing for sleep. The fire was allowed to burn more slowly. Some of the remaining wood was arranged so that the warmth would last as long as possible. Blankets were spread across the ground. Equipment was kept close. The men found their places. One person lay down, then another. The voices around the fire became quieter. Eventually, there were only a few people still awake. The night air had become cooler. A gentle breeze moved across the river. The grass shifted softly. The fire made a quiet crackling sound. Then another piece of wood settled into the embers. A few sparks rose upward. They disappeared almost immediately. Above them, the stars seemed to grow brighter as the darkness deepened. For a moment, it was easy to forget how far the expedition had already traveled. The men were simply lying beside a river beneath a night sky. Tomorrow would bring another day. But tonight, there was nothing left to accomplish. The river did not require their attention. The boats were secure. The camp was quiet. The fire was warm. And the long journey could wait until morning. Slowly, the last conversations faded. The men closed their eyes. The fire continued to glow. The Missouri moved steadily through the darkness. And once again, the expedition slept beneath the open sky, surrounded by the quiet landscape of the American wilderness. The night passed quietly, and once again the darkness slowly gave way to morning. The fire had nearly disappeared during the night. Only a few gray pieces of wood remained among the ashes, and the warmth they gave was faint. The men were still asleep. For a while, nothing moved around the camp except the grass. Then the first sounds of morning began. A bird called from somewhere along the river. Another answered. The horses shifted quietly. The river continued its steady movement, unchanged by the arrival of another day. The eastern sky became lighter, the stars faded, and the men began to wake. After so many mornings spent outdoors, waking beneath the open sky had become ordinary. There was no ceiling to look at, no walls around the sleeping area. The first thing a person might see was the sky itself. On a clear morning, the changing colors above the horizon could be beautiful. The darkness slowly became blue. The blue became pale. Then the first warm light of sunrise appeared. The trees along the riverbank caught the light. The grass began to shine with the last traces of morning moisture. The men started their usual tasks. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Food was prepared. Blankets were folded. Equipment was gathered. Everything had to be ready before the expedition could move again. It might have seemed like a lot of work, but repetition made it easier. The men knew what needed to be done. They did not have to discuss every small task. Everyone had responsibilities. Someone could be checking the boats while another person prepared breakfast. Someone else could be caring for the horses. Another might be organizing supplies. The camp became active little by little. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it would disappear again. That was the nature of their journey. They did not build permanent homes. They created temporary ones. A fire, a sleeping place, a few supplies, then they moved on. The riverbank would return to silence after they left. The trees would remain. The grass would grow. The river would continue flowing, and another group of travelers would eventually pass through. The sun rose higher. The morning became warmer. The men finished preparing the boats. The last pieces of equipment were secured. The horses were ready. The expedition was ready to leave. The ropes were loosened. The boats were pushed into the water, and once again the Missouri became their path. the rhythm returned, paddle, lift, water falling from the wooden paddles, the boat moving forward, the riverbank slowly passing. There was something almost hypnotic about this movement. For someone listening to the story late at night, it is easy to imagine the sound, the quiet splash of the paddle, the soft movement of water, the occasional creak of wood, the distant call of a bird, and the gentle wind moving through the grass. The expedition continued. As the morning progressed, the landscape began to reveal small details. A narrow trail leading toward the water, fresh tracks in the mud, a group of birds moving across the river, a tree leaning slightly over the bank. These were small things, but they were part of the country. Lewis and Clark were traveling through a world that was already full of life. The land was not empty. Animals moved through it. Plants grew in every direction. Rivers connected distant regions. Native communities lived throughout the country. There were established trails and routes that had existed long before the expedition arrived. The explorers were learning to see the landscape not as an empty wilderness, but as a place with its own history and patterns. As the boats continued, the river became wider again. The current was gentle. The men did not have to work as hard. For a while, they could simply let the water carry part of the burden. The sun was warm. The sky was mostly clear. It was another good traveling day, and good traveling days were valuable. They allowed the expedition to make steady progress without spending too much energy overcoming the environment. The men could focus on moving forward. The country ahead remained unknown to them in many ways, but they were gradually becoming more comfortable with the uncertainty. They had learned that not every unfamiliar place was dangerous. Sometimes it was simply unfamiliar. A new stretch of river was still a river. A new forest was still made of trees. A new grassland still moved beneath the wind. The expedition was slowly learning how to travel through a continent that could not be understood all at once. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. The morning became afternoon. And eventually the men began looking for another place to rest. They would stop for food and water. Perhaps they would find shade beneath the trees. Perhaps they would simply sit near the river for a while. The journey continued at its own pace. There was no need to rush. The river would still be there. The miles would still be there. And the expedition would continue one ordinary day at a time. For now, the boats moved quietly beneath the open sky. The Missouri flowed beside them. The land stretched away toward the horizon, and the long journey west continued. By afternoon, the sunlight had become warmer, and the men had been traveling for several hours. The river remained their constant guide. Every few minutes, the scenery changed just enough to remind them that they were moving, while still remaining familiar enough to feel almost repetitive. Trees appeared along the bank, then gave way to open grass. A small rise of land came into view, followed by another long stretch of level country. The men continued paddling. The sound of the water remained steady. There was no need to speak constantly. After traveling together for so long, silence had become a normal part of their days. A person could spend a long time simply watching the river. The sunlight moved across the surface. Small waves formed where the current changed. Branches occasionally floated past. A bird crossed overhead. Then the landscape became quiet again. For Lewis and Clark, these ordinary observations were useful. The expedition was recording what it could about the country. They wanted to understand the geography, the plants, the animals, and the routes that could be followed through the land. But there was no way to learn everything at once. The country was simply too large, so they learned gradually. One riverbank, one trail, one plant, one animal, one conversation, one day at a time. The farther they traveled, the more important local knowledge became. Native people who had lived along these rivers understood the country in ways the expedition members could not. They knew the seasonal movements of animals. They knew where certain plants could be found. They knew the trails that connected different areas. They knew the rivers and their changing conditions. The expedition could observe much of this, but observation alone could not replace generations of experience. As the journey continued, the explorers would have many opportunities to learn from people they met along the way. For now, however, the afternoon remained peaceful. The men eventually found a shaded area near the river. They guided the boats toward the bank and stopped. The break was welcome. Some men stepped into the shade, others sat close to the water. A few drank and rested quietly. There was no great conversation. Everyone had spent much of the day working, and sometimes quiet was more valuable than words. The river moved beside them. The shade protected them from the strongest sunlight. A light breeze passed through the trees. For several minutes there was nothing to accomplish. This was one of the simple pleasures of a long journey: a short pause, a little shade, a drink of water, a place to sit. Then eventually it would be time to continue. The men did not stay too long. There were still miles to cover, and the evening campsite would eventually need to be found. So the boats were prepared again. The men returned to the river. The current took them forward. As the afternoon moved toward evening, the sunlight became softer, the heat slowly decreased, the shadows grew longer, the landscape took on warmer colors. It was the time of day when the expedition could begin thinking about stopping. A suitable campsite would make the coming evening easier. The men watched the shoreline carefully. They passed one place, then another. Finally, they found a stretch of ground that seemed suitable. The boats moved toward the bank. The men secured them. Another day of travel had come to an end. There was something satisfying about reaching the shore after a long afternoon. The men could stretch their legs, they could step away from the boats, they could begin the familiar evening routine. Wood was gathered, the fire was prepared, supplies were brought together, the horses were taken care of, and the camp slowly became active. The sun was now low. Golden light moved through the trees. The river reflected the changing sky. The men prepared their evening meal. The food was simple, but after a long day, even simple food could feel welcome. They ate without ceremony. Some talked, some listened, others simply enjoyed the quiet. The fire burned beside them, the smoke drifted upward. The first stars appeared as the sky darkened. Once again, the expedition found itself beneath the open sky. It was remarkable how quickly a place could become familiar. Only a few hours earlier, the men had been moving along the river. Now they were sitting beside a fire. Soon they would be lying beneath blankets. Tomorrow they would leave. The campsite would disappear behind them. The journey would continue, but tonight they were here. The river was beside them, the fire was warm, the food was finished, the day's work was done. As darkness spread across the landscape, the men became quieter. One by one they prepared to sleep. The fire continued to burn softly, the horses rested. The wind moved through the grass. The Missouri River continued its slow journey through the darkness. And beneath a sky filled with stars, the travelers settled into another peaceful night. They had traveled another day. They had moved a little farther west, and for now that was enough. The night was calm again. The fire slowly became smaller, and the voices around it faded until there was little left but the sound of the river. The men had become accustomed to this transition. During the day there was movement. Boats had to be handled. Supplies had to be carried. The river had to be watched. At night, everything became still. It was almost as though the wilderness itself was reminding them that there was a time for traveling and a time for resting. The stars appeared above the camp. Without artificial lights anywhere nearby, the darkness was deep and clear. The men could see far more stars than most people today ever have the chance to see. The sky stretched from one horizon to the other. The river reflected almost none of it, because the water remained dark beneath the night. Only the occasional movement of the current caught a little light. A few men remained awake. Perhaps someone sat near the fire for a while. Perhaps another checked the boats one last time. There was always a practical reason to make sure everything was secure before sleep. Once the evening work was finished, there was nothing more to do. The expedition could wait until morning. The men settled down. Blankets were pulled close. The ground beneath them was uneven, but tiredness made it easier to accept. The night air was cooler now. The warmth of the fire reached only a small part of the camp. Beyond that, the wilderness remained dark. A soft breeze moved across the grass. The leaves of the trees made a faint rustling sound. The horses occasionally shifted in their resting places. And the river continued its endless movement. For a person living in the modern world, it can be difficult to imagine how completely different nighttime must have felt. There were no electric lights, no glowing windows in distant buildings, no traffic, no sound of machines. When the fire became low, darkness returned almost completely. The moon and stars were the only light above the landscape. The men could hear things they might not have noticed during the day, an insect moving through the grass, a bird calling from somewhere in the darkness, a distant animal, the sound of water against the riverbank. These sounds were not unusual, they were simply part of the night. Eventually, the camp became still. The men slept. And while they rested, the Missouri continued moving beside them. The river had no schedule. It did not stop when the expedition stopped. It continued through the darkness and into the morning. It passed the campsite and continued onward. The men were only temporary travelers beside it. Their lives were measured in days and miles. The river was measured in something much larger, time. Long before the expedition arrived, the Missouri had been moving through the landscape. Long after they left, it would continue. Perhaps that thought would have made the wilderness seem even larger. The men were traveling through something that existed beyond their own lives. For now, however, they were simply sleeping beside it. The night continued, hours passed. The fire became ash, the temperature dropped. The stars slowly changed position. Eventually, the eastern horizon began to lighten. Morning was approaching again. The first signs were almost invisible. The darkness became slightly less deep. The stars began fading. The trees along the river became visible once more. Then came the birds. A single call, another answer. The wilderness was waking. The camp slowly followed. One of the men stirred. Another sat up. Someone walked toward the river. The morning air was cool. The water looked almost silver beneath the early light. The men began rebuilding the fire. Smoke rose into the quiet air. The familiar smell of wood returned. Another day was beginning. There was something reassuring about this repetition. The expedition had no permanent home, but it had a routine. Every morning began in almost the same way. Wake, warm yourself, eat, prepare, travel. The exact details changed. The weather changed. The landscape changed. But the rhythm remained. As the sun rose, the camp became more active. The men gathered their belongings. The boats were checked. Supplies were secured. The horses were prepared. The sleeping area was cleared. Soon there would be little evidence that anyone had spent the night there. The expedition had to leave the riverbank clean enough to continue its journey. There was no reason to carry unnecessary weight. Every item had to earn its place: food, clothing, tools, weapons, cooking equipment, maps, writing materials, navigation equipment. The things they carried represented the practical needs of a long expedition, and all of it had to travel with them. The boats were finally ready. The ropes were loosened. The men pushed away from shore. The river accepted them again. The campsite disappeared behind the trees. Another night was over. Another morning had begun. The sun rose higher, the water brightened. The men settled into the familiar rhythm of paddling, and the Missouri carried them onward. The journey continued without hurry. One bend followed another. 1 mile followed another. And beneath the open morning sky, Lewis and Clark and the members of the expedition continued their long journey west. The day continued quietly, and the expedition moved farther along the river. By now, the men had become accustomed to the way the landscape changed with the light. In the morning, the river often appeared pale and cool. By afternoon, the sunlight made it brighter, and toward evening, the water reflected the softer colors of the setting sun. The land itself seemed to have its own rhythm. Grass moved when the wind passed. Trees along the riverbanks remained still until a breeze reached them. Birds appeared and disappeared. The river continued flowing. Nothing needed to happen quickly. For the men traveling west, patience was part of everyday life. There were times when they had to work hard, but there were also long periods when the best thing they could do was simply continue. The boats moved forward. The paddles rose and fell. The current carried part of the weight, and the hours passed. Lewis and Clark were not traveling through a completely unknown world. They were moving through a country already known intimately by the native peoples who lived there. The rivers had names. The trails had names. The mountains and valleys were familiar places to those who had lived in the region for generations. The expedition was entering a landscape with its own history. As they traveled, they would gradually learn more about that history through the people they encountered. Sometimes knowledge would come through conversation, sometimes through trade, sometimes through directions or descriptions of distant places. The explorers could not have understood everything immediately, but they were learning. That process of learning was one of the quieter parts of the expedition. It did not always make for dramatic stories. There was no sudden moment when everything became clear. Instead, understanding grew slowly. A little information today, another observation tomorrow, a new name for a river, a description of a trail, a warning about difficult terrain, a suggestion about where water could be found. Together, these small pieces of knowledge helped the expedition move forward. The men continued down the Missouri. At times, the river became narrow enough that the surrounding trees seemed close. At other times, the landscape opened again. The sky appeared enormous. The horizon seemed far away. The farther west they traveled, the more they became aware of how large the continent truly was. Yet the journey was still made of ordinary moments. A man drinking water, another checking a rope, someone repairing a shoe, someone writing in a journal, another person watching the river. These small actions filled the hours. Perhaps one of the men occasionally looked behind them. The landscape they had crossed was slowly disappearing. There was no road to mark the distance, only memory and the direction of the river. They could not simply look at a sign and know how many miles they had traveled. Distance had to be measured in more practical ways, by the movement of the boats, by the route of the river, by observations and calculations, by the number of days that had passed. The journey was slow, but it was steady, and steady progress was enough. As the afternoon continued, the men stopped again. The sun was warm. A little shade was welcome. They rested near the water. Some sat quietly. Others stretched their legs. A few checked equipment. The pause gave everyone a chance to recover. The river moved beside them. The breeze was soft for several minutes. Nobody needed to do anything. This was another ordinary part of traveling. The expedition was not constantly moving. Rest was necessary. Without rest, the journey would become much harder. Eventually, the men returned to the boats. The journey continued. The afternoon light slowly became softer. The shadows lengthened. The air became cooler. The men began looking ahead for another place to camp. They had learned not to wait until complete darkness. A campsite was easier to prepare while there was still daylight, so they watched the riverbank. A suitable place appeared. The boats approached. The men secured them. The evening routine began again. Wood was gathered. The fire was started. Food was prepared. The horses were cared for. The equipment was checked. It was almost like watching the same quiet scene repeat itself in different places. Only the landscape changed. The river was always different. The trees were different. The shape of the land was different, but the basic rhythm remained. And perhaps that rhythm made the long journey possible. Every day had a beginning. Every day had an end. Every night provided a few hours of rest. Then the cycle began again. As evening settled over the river, the camp became quiet. The men ate. Some talked. Others simply watched the fire. The sky darkened. The first stars appeared. And once again, the open sky became the roof above their temporary home. The journey was continuing, but there was no need to think about how much remained. For tonight, they had reached a safe place. The boats were secure. The fire was warm. The river was close. The land around them was quiet. And after another long day, the men could finally rest. The flames moved gently in the darkness. The river continued its slow journey. The wind passed through the grass. And beneath the stars, the expedition settled down for another peaceful night in the American wilderness. The night remained quiet for a long time. The fire burned slowly beside the river, and the men rested after another day of travel. Some had already fallen asleep, while others remained awake for a little longer. There was no particular reason to stay awake. Perhaps they were simply not tired enough yet. Perhaps they wanted to enjoy the warmth of the fire, or perhaps they were thinking about home. A long journey gives people time to think. During the day, there is work to do. At night, when everything becomes quiet, memories can return. A familiar house, a family member, a road from home, a place that had once seemed ordinary but now felt very far away. The expedition members had left behind people and places that they would not see again for a long time. Some may have wondered what was happening at home. Others may have thought only about sleeping. The journey was demanding enough that simple rest was often the most important thing. The fire slowly became smaller. A few glowing pieces of wood remained. The darkness beyond the camp seemed enormous, but there was something peaceful about the emptiness. The men had traveled far from the settled world, and now the wilderness surrounded them completely. There were no walls, no roof, only the open air. The stars seemed close enough to touch. Of course, they were impossibly far away. but from the ground beside the Missouri River they appeared bright and clear. A person could lie on a blanket and simply look upward. There was nothing else to see. And perhaps there was something calming about that simplicity. No information, no distractions, no messages, only the sky, the river, the fire, the darkness. Eventually, the last awake men also settled down. The camp became silent, the horses rested, the boats remained tied near the shore, the fire became ash, the river continued moving. Hours passed. The night became colder. The men pulled their blankets closer. Somewhere beyond the camp, animals moved through the darkness. A branch shifted, the wind changed, then everything became quiet again. The wilderness did not become completely silent at night. It simply became quieter. The sounds were spread farther apart. One sound might appear in the distance and then disappear. Another might come from the river. For someone unfamiliar with such a landscape, the sounds might have been difficult to identify. For the men who had spent many nights outdoors, they gradually became familiar. A river, a horse, a bird, the wind, the sounds of an ordinary wilderness night. And eventually, even those sounds faded into the background. Sleep took over, the men rested, the night continued, and slowly morning approached once again. The eastern sky became lighter, the stars disappeared, the river became visible, the first birds began calling. The men started waking. Another day, another morning, another stretch of the journey. The fire was rebuilt, water was collected, food was prepared, the horses were checked, the boats were inspected, everything followed the familiar routine. It might seem repetitive, but repetition was exactly what allowed the expedition to function. A complicated journey becomes manageable when it is broken into simple tasks, one task at a time, one day at a time, 1 mile at a time. The men could not control the entire journey. They could only control what they did that morning. They could prepare their equipment. They could watch the river, they could conserve their supplies, they could rest when necessary, and then they could move forward. The morning sun rose above the trees, light spread across the riverbank. The grass began to dry, the air became warmer. The camp was nearly ready to disappear. The last items were loaded. The fire was reduced to ashes. The boats were pushed toward the water. And once again the expedition moved away from the shore. The Missouri carried them onward. The rhythm of travel returned. Paddle, water, wind, river. The same simple sounds, the same slow movement. But the land ahead was always changing. The expedition continued toward the west, deeper into the continent. The farther they traveled, the more the landscape would eventually change. The wide plains would lead them toward rougher country. The river routes would become more difficult. The distant mountains would slowly become real rather than imagined. But those things were still ahead. For now, the morning was calm. The men were moving through another peaceful section of the river. The sun was shining. The water was steady. The land was quiet, and the expedition continued. There was no need to hurry. The journey would take as long as it took. The men could only travel at the speed of the river, the boats, and their own strength, so they moved forward slowly, one paddle stroke at a time, one quiet mile after another. And above them, the great American sky remained open and endless. The river carried the expedition onward through another long stretch of the day. The men had already grown accustomed to the feeling of time passing slowly on the water. There were no signs along the river telling them how far they had come. There were no towns appearing every few miles. Instead, they measured progress by the bends of the river, the changing landscape, and the position of the sun. For much of the afternoon, the country remained open. The grasslands extended away from the river, sometimes gently rising toward the horizon. In other places, trees gathered close to the water, forming narrow bands of shade. The men watched the landscape as they traveled. There were always small things to notice. A flock of birds lifting from the grass, an animal disappearing between trees, tracks near the water, a fallen branch carried downstream, the movement of clouds across the sky. Nothing was too small to be interesting when almost everything around you was unfamiliar. For Lewis, observation was especially important. He had a scientific interest in the natural world, and the expedition had been instructed to gather information about the country they were entering. He wrote about plants and animals. He described the landscape. He made notes about weather and geography. These observations required patience. A person could not understand a new environment simply by looking at it once. The expedition had to keep watching. The longer they traveled, the more familiar certain patterns became. They began to understand where animals might gather. They learned to recognize changes in the river. They became more comfortable reading the landscape. And still, there were always new things ahead. The river itself could change unexpectedly. A quiet stretch might be followed by stronger water. A wide section might narrow. The depth could vary. The men had to remain attentive even when the journey seemed peaceful. Their work was physical. Paddling for hours required strength. Walking along the riverbank could be tiring. Carrying equipment could become difficult. Yet there were also periods when the current helped them. At those times, the men could rest their arms for a while and allow the river to do some of the work. The boat would continue moving. The water would carry them, the landscape would pass, and the journey would feel almost effortless. These quieter moments were probably welcome. The men had already traveled a great distance, and there was still much more ahead. As the afternoon began to cool, the expedition approached another open section of river. The wind was gentle. The sky was clear. The sunlight reflected softly from the water. For a while, everything seemed almost perfectly still. It was easy to forget how demanding the journey could become. There was simply the river, the boat, the sky, and the land. Eventually, the men stopped for another short rest. They pulled the boats close to the bank. Some stepped into the water, others sat beneath the shade. The pause was quiet. No one needed to entertain anyone else. The simple act of resting was enough. After a little while, they continued. The sun was beginning to lower. The light changed from bright afternoon to softer evening. Long shadows appeared across the grass. The tops of the trees caught the last warm sunlight. The men began searching for another campsite. They had learned to choose carefully. A poor campsite could make the night uncomfortable. A good one could make the evening easier. The place they eventually selected was near the river with enough open ground for the camp. The boats were brought close to shore. Ropes were secured. The men stepped onto the bank. Another day was almost finished. The evening routine began again. There was something almost comforting in its familiarity. Wood was gathered. The fire was started. Food was prepared. The horses were cared for. Equipment was checked. Blankets were brought out. Each person knew what needed to happen. There was little wasted movement. The men had done this many times before. As the sun disappeared, the fire became brighter. The river turned dark. The grass became shadows. The sky deepened into blue and then black. The first stars appeared. The men ate their evening meal near the fire. The food was simple. The conversation was quiet. Some people talked about the next day's travel. Others were already thinking about sleep. After the meal, there was little reason to remain active. The day had been long. The men began settling down, one blanket at a time, one quiet movement after another. Soon the camp became still. The fire continued burning. The river continued flowing. The horses rested. The stars remained overhead. And once again, the men found themselves sleeping beneath the open sky. For them, this was another night in a long journey. For us, looking back more than 2 centuries later, it offers a quiet glimpse into a world that has almost completely disappeared. A world without electric light. A world where the night was truly dark. A world where a river could be both a road and a source of life. A world where a small fire beside the water could be enough to make a place feel like home. And as the men slept, the Missouri continued moving quietly beside them. The journey would continue in the morning. But for now, there was nothing left to do. The fire burned low. The wind moved softly through the grass. The stars filled the sky. And the night remained peaceful. The night continued quietly beside the river, and for several hours nothing changed. The men slept. The horses rested. The boats remained secured near the shore, and the Missouri continued moving through the darkness. There was something almost comforting in knowing that the river would keep flowing no matter what happened around it. The men could sleep because the important work of the evening had been completed. Their equipment was close. Their boats were safe. Their camp was settled. For a few hours, they could simply rest. The temperature slowly became cooler. A little breeze moved across the river and into the camp. The grass made a faint rustling sound. Somewhere beyond the trees, an animal moved through the darkness. Then everything became quiet again. The men were living in a world where the night was much darker than most people experience today. When the fire became small, there was very little light around them. The stars provided most of the brightness above, And because there were no modern lights nearby, the sky must have seemed enormous. The men could look upward and see countless stars. Perhaps they noticed familiar patterns. Perhaps they simply looked without thinking about names. The sky did not need to be explained. It was simply there. After a long day, perhaps the simplest thing was to lie down and look upward for a few moments before closing your eyes. Then sleep would come. The night moved slowly. Eventually, the moon changed its position. The stars moved across the sky. The river continued its quiet journey. And somewhere before dawn, the first hint of morning appeared. The eastern horizon became lighter. The darkness softened. A few stars remained visible, but many had already disappeared. The birds began calling. The horses shifted. Someone in the camp woke. Morning had arrived again. The first task was the fire. A little wood was placed over the remaining ashes. The embers began glowing, then a small flame appeared. Smoke rose into the cool air. The smell of wood smoke became part of the morning. The men slowly woke one another. Some remained under their blankets for another few moments. Others began preparing for the day. The morning was quiet. The river looked different under the pale light. It seemed almost silver. Trees were dark along the bank. Mist rested over the water in places. As the sun rose, the colors of the landscape returned. Green grass, brown earth, dark trees, blue sky. The world became visible again. The men prepared breakfast. There was no elaborate meal. Everything had to be practical. Food was limited. Cooking equipment was limited. Time was limited. The expedition needed to move again. But there was no reason to hurry while the morning was still cool. The men ate. They drank. They checked their belongings. Some clothing needed attention. Some equipment needed to be organized. These small tasks were part of the daily routine. Then the boats were prepared. Ropes were loosened. Supplies were secured. The horses were made ready. The camp began disappearing soon. The place where they had slept would look almost exactly as it had before they arrived. Only a few marks might remain. A little disturbed ground. A place where the fire had burned. Some footprints. Nothing permanent. The expedition moved away. The river carried them forward. Another day had begun. The men settled into their positions. The paddles entered the water. The boat moved. The sound repeated again and again. The morning passed. The sun rose higher. The riverbank slowly changed. Sometimes the men saw open grassland. Sometimes they passed close to trees. Occasionally they could see animals along the shore. The country was always alive, even when it appeared empty. The land belonged to many forms of life. Birds traveled above it. Animals moved through it. Plants grew beside the river. People lived throughout the region. The expedition was simply one small group passing through. That perspective can make the journey feel different. The landscape was not waiting for Lewis and Clark. It existed before them. It would continue after them. They were visitors, travelers, observers, and for a time, the river allowed them to move through it. As the day continued, the men began noticing the signs of another settlement or group of people somewhere ahead. They knew that meeting native communities was an important part of the journey. Communication would not always be easy. Different languages could make conversation difficult. But the expedition had methods of communicating, and over time they would learn how to exchange information. They would also encounter people who knew the land far better than they did. For the travelers, every meeting offered another opportunity to learn. But today, the river remained quiet. The boats continued forward. The men did not know exactly what the next bend would bring. They simply followed the current. One bend, then another, one quiet mile, then another. The sun moved across the sky. The journey continued. And beneath the enormous American sky, the expedition moved steadily westward, carrying with it supplies, journals, maps, and the hopes of the people who had sent them. For now, however, it was simply another day on the river. Another ordinary day, another opportunity to travel a little farther. And eventually, when evening came again, another place to sleep beneath the open sky. The afternoon passed slowly, and the river remained calm. The men continued their steady movement westward, allowing the rhythm of the boats to become almost automatic. Paddle, lift, water, forward. Again and again, the same quiet pattern. There was something peaceful about traveling this way. The river did not ask them to hurry. It simply carried them onward. The land along the banks changed gradually. A group of trees became a long line of trees. Open grassland appeared beyond them. Then another bend of the river hid the landscape they had just passed. The men could never see the whole journey at once. They could only see what was immediately ahead. That was true of the river and, in a way, of the entire expedition. They knew the general direction they needed to travel. They knew that somewhere far beyond the country around them were the Rocky Mountains and the western rivers. But they could not see those places yet. They had to move toward them one day at a time. Perhaps that made the journey easier to understand. There was no reason to think about every mile still remaining. The next bend was enough. The next campsite was enough. The next morning was enough. The men continued. As the afternoon became warmer, they found a place to rest near the shore. The boats were pulled close to the bank. The men stepped onto the grass. Some sat beneath a tree. Others walked a short distance to stretch their legs. The horses were given water. For a while, the camp was almost completely silent. The river moved beside them. A bird called from the trees. The wind passed gently through the grass. Someone might have closed his eyes for a few minutes. There was no reason not to. Rest was part of the journey. After a short time, the men began moving again. The boats returned to the water. The river carried them forward. The afternoon sun slowly began to soften. The light changed. The shadows became longer. And the men started watching the shoreline for a place to spend the night. Another campsite appeared. It was close to the water and offered enough open ground. The boats approached, ropes were secured. The men stepped onto shore. The day's traveling was finished. The familiar evening routine began. Wood was collected. A fire was built. The horses were settled. Food was prepared. Supplies were checked. The men began to relax. The fire crackled gently. Smoke drifted upward. The river reflected the fading sunlight. The evening was calm. After eating, some of the men remained near the fire. They might talk quietly about the day's events. Perhaps someone mentioned an animal they had seen. Perhaps another spoke about the river ahead. Maybe someone wondered how far they had traveled. The conversations were probably ordinary. There was no need to make every evening memorable. In fact, most evenings probably were not. They were simply part of the long routine. As the light disappeared, the stars appeared again. The darkness surrounded the camp. The fire became the center of everything. Its warmth reached the men sitting nearby. Its light illuminated the ground. Beyond it, the wilderness remained dark. The river was almost invisible now, but its sound remained. That sound would continue throughout the night. It was a constant presence. Even when the men slept, the river continued flowing. The men began preparing their sleeping places. Blankets were spread out. Equipment was kept nearby. The fire was allowed to burn lower. One by one, the men settled down. The night became quieter, the horses rested, the grass moved gently, the wind became softer, and above the camp the stars filled the sky. It was another night beneath the open sky. For the men, this was becoming normal. They had slept beside rivers, they had slept in forests, they had slept on open ground, they had slept under rain, they had slept beneath clear skies. Their temporary camps changed, but the basic experience remained. There was no permanent shelter, only the landscape around them. And perhaps after enough nights, the wilderness itself began to feel familiar. The sounds were familiar. The routines were familiar. The darkness was familiar. Even the uncertainty became familiar. The expedition had learned how to live with not knowing exactly what tomorrow would bring. They simply prepared as well as they could. Then they rested. The night continued. The fire became smaller. The stars remained bright. The Missouri moved quietly beside the camp, and the men slept. Another day had passed. Another small distance had been crossed. Another night had begun. Tomorrow they would wake again and continue west. For now there was nothing else to do. The journey could wait. The river could wait. The wilderness could wait. The men needed sleep. And beneath the endless night sky, they finally found it. The night passed gently beside the river. The fire eventually became little more than a bed of glowing embers, and the camp settled into stillness. The men slept beneath their blankets while the Missouri continued flowing beside them. Hours passed without hurry. The moon moved across the sky. The stars slowly changed position. A cool breeze traveled through the grass. Occasionally, a horse shifted in the darkness, then became still again. Nothing demanded attention. The expedition had learned that quiet nights were valuable. There would be difficult days ahead. There would be rough water, difficult trails, unfamiliar terrain, and colder weather. But tonight was not one of those nights. Tonight was simply a night of rest. Eventually, the eastern horizon began to brighten. The darkness became softer, the stars faded, the river appeared again. A few birds began calling from the trees. Morning had arrived. The men slowly woke. The familiar routine began once more. The fire was rebuilt, water was collected, food was prepared, blankets were folded, equipment was checked. The horses were cared for. The boats were inspected. There was nothing unusual about the morning. And perhaps that was exactly what made it peaceful. After so many days of travel, the men knew what to expect. They did not have to wonder how the morning would begin. They simply began. The sun rose higher. The mist lifted from the river, the grass became brighter. The trees along the bank caught the early light. The camp slowly became active. Then, as always, it began to disappear. The men loaded their supplies. The boats were moved toward the water. The ropes were loosened. The expedition pushed away from shore. Once again, the river became their road. The paddles entered the water. The boats moved forward. The sound of water filled the morning. For a while, the men could simply enjoy the cool air. The heat had not yet arrived. The river was calm. The sky was clear. Birds flew above the water. The landscape seemed almost untouched. As the morning continued, the sun became warmer. The men settled into the familiar rhythm. Some paddled. Others watched the river. Others checked supplies or equipment. Everyone had a role. The expedition worked because these roles fit together. No single person could do everything. The journey required cooperation. It required patience, and it required trust. The men depended on one another in small ways every day. A rope was passed, a boat was pushed, a load was carried, a fire was shared, a meal was prepared, a tired person was given a chance to rest. These simple actions were part of the expedition's survival. As the boats continued west, the landscape became increasingly interesting. The men could see distant rises in the country. The horizon seemed different from what it had been earlier in the journey. There were still broad plains and riverbanks, but the country was gradually changing. The expedition was moving toward regions where the terrain would become more difficult. The great mountains were still far away, but the journey was carrying them steadily in that direction. They could not yet see the full challenge that awaited them. For now, they simply continued. The river remained their guide. The men watched the current, they studied the banks, they kept their journals, and they moved forward. By midday, the sun was high. The men stopped for a short rest. They found shade near the water. Some sat quietly, others drank. A few looked across the river. The break was brief. Then they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The sun slowly moved toward the western horizon. The river reflected the warmer light. The grass moved in the breeze. The shadows became longer. The men began looking for another campsite. They found one near a quiet section of the river. The boats moved toward shore. The ropes were secured. The men stepped onto land. Another day's journey was finished. Once again, the same simple evening began. Wood, fire, food, water, horses, blankets, rest. The men were becoming tired. Their bodies had learned the rhythm of long travel, but tiredness never completely disappeared. They ate their evening meal. The fire burned steadily. The sky darkened. The first stars appeared. The river became a dark shape beside the camp. The sounds of the wilderness grew clearer. The wind, the water, the occasional movement of an animal, the soft sounds of the horses. Then the camp became quiet. The men settled down. The fire continued burning. Above them, the stars stretched across the sky. And once again, the travelers of the expedition slept beneath the open heavens. They had moved farther west. They had completed another ordinary day. Nothing spectacular had happened. Yet this was how the great journey was being accomplished. Not in one dramatic moment, but through countless quiet evenings, countless mornings, countless miles, one day after another. And while the men slept, the Missouri continued flowing toward the west, carrying them slowly toward a future they could not yet see. The following morning arrived quietly. There was no sudden change in the wilderness, only the gradual return of light. The darkness became gray, the gray became blue, then the first sunlight touched the tops of the trees. The men began waking one by one. For a moment the camp was still. Then came the familiar sounds of another morning, wood moving across the ground, a fire being rebuilt. Footsteps near the river, the quiet movement of horses. The men had spent so many mornings this way that the routine required little thought. They prepared food. They gathered their belongings. They checked the boats. They made sure nothing important had been left behind. Then they prepared to leave. The river was calm in the early light. A thin layer of mist hovered above parts of the water. As the sun rose, the mist slowly disappeared. The surface of the Missouri became brighter. The men pushed their boats into the current. Another day began. The first hours were cool and comfortable. The paddles moved steadily. The boats traveled through the calm water. The men did not need to speak much. The landscape provided its own quiet company. Trees stood along the banks. Grass moved in the breeze. Birds traveled from one part of the river to another. The sky stretched above everything. It was easy to feel small in such a place. The expedition members were surrounded by a landscape far larger than anything they could control. They could only move through it. They could not change the river. They could not move the mountains. They could not control the weather. They could only observe, adapt, and continue. That was enough. As the day progressed, the country became warmer. The men continued moving. Sometimes the river did part of the work. Sometimes the current made progress more difficult. There were stretches where the boats moved easily. Then came sections where the men had to work harder. The rhythm changed slightly, but the journey continued. At midday, the expedition stopped for a short break. The men came ashore. Some found shade, others sat near the water. There was little conversation. Everyone was simply resting. The river moved slowly beside them. The wind passed through the grass. A few clouds crossed the sky. For a little while, the world seemed completely still. After resting, the men returned to their work. They pushed away from the shore. The boats began moving again. The afternoon passed. The sun moved westward. The landscape slowly changed color. The bright greens and browns of midday became softer. The distant hills appeared hazy in the warm air. The men knew another night would soon arrive. They began looking for a place to stop. They found an area with enough open ground and access to water. The boats were secured. The evening began. The men gathered wood. The fire was built. The horses were cared for. Food was prepared. The familiar routine continued. There was comfort in repetition. No matter where they were, the same simple tasks gave shape to the evening. The fire became the center of the camp. The men ate near it. Some spoke quietly. Others looked toward the river. The sun disappeared. The sky darkened. The stars emerged. The men began to settle down. For a moment before sleep, someone might have looked across the river. The water was almost black. The trees were only silhouettes. The stars reflected faintly on the surface. The wilderness seemed endless. And perhaps that was the feeling that stayed with the men most strongly. Endlessness. There was always more land ahead. More river, more distance, more unknown country. But there was also something peaceful in that vastness. Nothing crowded them, nothing demanded their attention. They had only the open sky above and the ground beneath them. The fire slowly became smaller. The men wrapped themselves in their blankets. The sounds of conversation disappeared. One person slept, then another. Soon, almost everyone was resting. The river continued flowing. The wind moved softly through the grass. The horses remained quiet. The night settled over the camp. And once again, Lewis and Clark and the men traveling with them slept beneath the open sky. Tomorrow would bring another morning, another day of travel, another stretch of the Missouri. But tonight the journey could pause. The river could flow without them. The stars could move across the sky. The fire could become ash. And the men could rest. For a few peaceful hours, there was nowhere else they needed to be. Morning returned slowly to the river. The first light appeared beyond the trees, spreading gently across the eastern horizon. The camp was still quiet, and the men remained wrapped in their blankets for a little longer. The night had been cool. The grass was damp. The air felt fresh. Then a bird called from somewhere nearby. Another answered. The sound seemed to travel across the river. One of the men stirred. Then another. Soon the camp began waking. The fire was rebuilt from the remaining embers. A thin column of smoke rose into the morning air. The men gathered around it for warmth while preparing another simple meal. There was nothing luxurious about breakfast on the expedition. Food was something practical. It provided the energy needed for another day of travel. Once everyone had eaten, the camp began to disappear. Blankets were folded. Supplies were gathered. Tools were checked. The horses were prepared. The boats were inspected. The men had learned to do these things efficiently. They knew that every item had to be accounted for. A missing tool could become a serious problem later. A damaged rope could cause trouble on the river. Wet supplies could become useless. So the expedition members paid attention to small details. Then they pushed away from the shore. The river carried them forward. The morning sunlight spread across the water. The men settled into their familiar positions. The paddles moved. The boats glided. The riverbank slowly passed. Another day of the expedition had begun. The landscape ahead looked peaceful. There were long stretches of grass, clusters of trees, low hills in the distance. The Missouri curved through everything. The men followed it patiently. Every bend brought another view. Sometimes the river seemed to disappear into the trees. Then it opened again into a wide view of the plains. The country appeared enormous. There were no city streets, no buildings, no modern roads. The land seemed to belong entirely to the natural world. Yet it was important to remember that this was not an empty country. Native nations had lived throughout these regions for generations. They knew the rivers, trails, animals, plants, seasons, and weather. Their knowledge was part of the landscape itself. Lewis and Clark were entering a world that had already been explored by people whose histories went back long before the expedition. As the journey continued, meetings with native communities would become increasingly important. The explorers would exchange information, trade goods, ask questions, and learn about routes farther west. For now, the men simply continued down the river. The morning passed quietly. At times, the current carried the boat smoothly. At other times, the men had to work harder. The rhythm remained steady. There was something almost soothing about it. Paddle, water, wind, wood, river, the same sounds repeating. After several hours, the men stopped near the shore. The sun was higher now. They needed water and rest. The boats were brought close to the bank. The men stepped out. Some sat beneath the shade. Others walked a short distance. The horses drank. For a few minutes, nobody needed to think about the next mile. They could simply rest. The river moved beside them. The breeze cooled the air. The leaves above them moved gently. It was another quiet moment in the long expedition. Eventually, they returned to the boats. The journey continued. The afternoon arrived. The sun began moving toward the western side of the sky. The heat slowly became less intense. The landscape turned softer in the late light. The men began searching for another campsite. They had become skilled at recognizing useful places. A small clearing near the river, trees nearby for firewood, enough open ground for the horses, a safe place for the boats. They found such a place before darkness arrived. The boats were pulled toward shore. The men secured them. Another day's work was finished. The fire was built, food was prepared. The horses were cared for. The evening settled around them. The sky changed color. Gold became orange. Orange became pink. Then the horizon darkened. The first stars appeared. The men ate their evening meal. The fire crackled softly. The river continued flowing. The sounds of the wilderness became more noticeable as the daylight disappeared. The men spoke quietly. Eventually, even those conversations ended. Blankets were spread out. Equipment was placed nearby. The fire was allowed to burn low. The men settled down. The darkness became deeper. The stars grew brighter. And once again, the expedition slept beneath the enormous American sky. Another day was complete. Another campsite had been left behind. Another small distance had been crossed. The journey continued. And as the Missouri moved quietly beside the sleeping camp, the men rested, knowing that morning would eventually come. Then they would rise, they would rebuild the fire, they would prepare the boats, and they would continue west, one ordinary day at a time. The night passed quietly once again. The fire had burned down to a soft glow, and the camp had become almost completely still. The men slept close to the warmth, while the horses rested nearby. Above them, the sky was clear. Thousands of stars stretched across the darkness. There was no artificial light to compete with them, so the sky seemed much larger than it might have appeared in a settled place. The Missouri moved quietly beside the camp. Its sound was steady. It did not change much from hour to hour. Perhaps that was comforting. The men could fall asleep to the same sound they had heard throughout the day. The river was both their road and their companion. It had carried them this far, and it would continue carrying them farther west. During the deepest part of the night, the temperature dropped. The men pulled their blankets closer. A few woke briefly. Someone might have added another piece of wood to the fire. Then the camp became quiet again. There was nothing urgent. Nothing demanded attention. The boats were secure. The animals were resting. The supplies were nearby. The men could sleep. Eventually, the darkness began to fade. The eastern sky became pale. The stars slowly disappeared. The river became visible again. Morning had arrived. The first bird calls came from the trees. The horses began moving. The men woke. Another day was beginning. The morning routine started almost automatically. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. Blankets were folded. Supplies were checked. The boats were inspected. Everything had to be ready. The men had learned that a successful journey depended on many small preparations. A rope had to be strong. A boat had to be secure. Food had to be protected. Equipment had to remain usable. The expedition could not afford to ignore small problems for too long, so each morning began with careful preparation. The sun rose above the river. Light spread across the landscape. The damp grass began drying. The air warmed. The boats were pushed into the current. The journey continued. For the first part of the morning, the river was calm. The men moved steadily. The landscape passed slowly. There were long stretches where nothing seemed to change. But then another bend appeared, another group of trees, another open field of grass, another distant hill. The country was always changing, even if the changes were gradual. The expedition continued to record what it could. Lewis and Clark had brought writing materials specifically for this purpose. Their observations were not merely personal memories. They were intended to document the land and its natural features. For hours they could watch and record. Sometimes the subject was an animal, sometimes a plant, sometimes the shape of the river, sometimes the weather. The journals grew day after day. What seemed like a small observation at the time could later become valuable information. The men did not know exactly how important their records would become. They were simply doing their work. The morning continued. By midday, the sun was high. The men stopped for another short break. They came ashore. Some sat beneath the trees, others remained near the boats. The horses were watered. The men drank as well. For a few minutes, everyone rested. The breeze moved through the leaves. The river flowed. A few birds flew overhead. It was peaceful. Eventually, they returned to the water. The afternoon passed. The men continued west. The farther they traveled, the more the idea of the distant mountains must have occupied their thoughts. They knew that eventually the river would take them toward the Rocky Mountains. But the mountains were still beyond the horizon. There was no way to know exactly what awaited them. For now, the landscape remained mostly open. The river continued, providing a relatively easy route. The men could not know how much more difficult the journey would become later. They could only continue. By late afternoon, the sun began to soften. The men started searching for another place to stop. They found a quiet section of shore. Oats were brought in. The horses were settled. The camp was prepared. Another evening arrived. The same familiar routine returned. Fire, food, rest. The men sat near the flames. The sky slowly darkened. The river became almost invisible. The stars appeared, and once again the men were surrounded by the open wilderness. There was no hurry, no need to think about tomorrow yet. The day's work was finished. The boats were secure. The fire was warm. The food had been eaten. The blankets were ready. One by one, the men settled down. The voices became quieter. The fire burned lower. The river continued its endless movement, and the expedition rested beneath the night sky. Another day had passed. Another piece of the continent had been crossed. The men were still far from their final destination, but they were moving slowly, steadily, one river bend at a time. And for tonight, that was enough. The darkness remained over the camp for several hours. The men slept beneath their blankets while the river continued moving beside them. The night air was cool, and the grass made a soft sound whenever the breeze passed through. There was very little light. The fire had become a low bed of embers, giving only a faint glow. Beyond the camp, the wilderness disappeared into darkness. Yet the men had learned to become comfortable with this kind of night. They knew that darkness did not necessarily mean danger. It was simply the natural rhythm of the land. Day brought light and work, night brought darkness and rest. The river continued through both. As the hours passed, the stars slowly moved across the sky. The men who happened to wake might have seen a completely different arrangement of stars than they had seen earlier in the evening. A person lying beneath such a sky could easily lose track of time. There was no clock nearby, no bright screen, no sound telling them what hour it was. The night was measured by the movement of the sky and the gradual change in temperature. Eventually, the first light of dawn appeared. The darkness softened along the eastern horizon. The stars began fading. The river became visible, then the birds began calling. Morning had arrived. The men slowly woke. Some remained under their blankets for a little longer. Others rose immediately and began preparing the fire. Smoke rose above the camp. The cool morning air carried the smell of burning wood. The men prepared breakfast. They drank water, they checked their supplies, they gathered their blankets and equipment. The horses were given attention. The boats were checked again. Everything had to be ready for another day. The sun rose, the landscape became brighter. The river reflected the early morning light. The men pushed away from the shore. The journey continued. For a while the current was gentle. The boats moved easily. The men did not need to work as hard. They could watch the landscape and enjoy the cooler morning air. Birds flew above the river. The grass moved in the breeze. The sky was wide and clear. The land appeared peaceful. It was difficult to imagine how far the expedition still had to go. The men were traveling into a country where every mile could bring something new. But the future did not need to be solved that morning. They only needed to keep moving. The day progressed. The sunlight became stronger. The men continued paddling. The river curved through the landscape. Sometimes the boats passed close to the bank. Sometimes they moved through wider stretches of water. The men watched carefully. Their experience was growing. They were becoming better at reading the river. They could recognize where the current was likely to be stronger. They could see where the water became shallow. They knew when to move closer to shore. This knowledge came from repetition. Every day taught them something. Every mistake became a lesson. Every successful crossing gave them more confidence. The expedition was learning as it traveled. Around midday, they stopped again. The heat had increased. A shaded place near the river provided relief. The men stepped onto land. Some drank water, others rested quietly. The horses were checked. For a while, the only sound was the river. It was a peaceful pause. The men had no reason to hurry. After resting, they returned to the boats. The afternoon continued. The sun slowly moved west. The light became warmer. The shadows lengthened. The expedition continued along the river. Eventually, the men began looking for another campsite. They found a suitable place. The boats moved toward shore. The ropes were secured. The men stepped onto land. The evening routine began. Wood was gathered. A fire was built. Food was prepared. The horses were cared for. The men sat around the fire. The day was finished. The river reflected the final light of sunset. The sky turned golden, then orange, then darker. The stars appeared. The fire became the center of the camp. The men spoke quietly. Some may have thought about the journey ahead. Others may have been thinking only about sleep. After another long day, sleep was a welcome thought. The blankets were prepared. The equipment was placed nearby. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The men settled down. One by one, the camp became silent. The river continued. The wind moved through the grass. The horses rested. And the stars remained overhead. Another ordinary day was complete. Nothing dramatic had happened. But the expedition had moved farther west. That was the important thing. The journey was built from ordinary days like this. Quiet mornings, long afternoons, simple meals, short rests, peaceful evenings, and nights beneath the open sky. Tomorrow would bring another day, another stretch of river, another campsite, another opportunity to move forward. But tonight the men could rest. The Missouri flowed beside them. The fire slowly faded. The wilderness became quiet. And beneath the stars, the expedition slept once again. Morning came gently over the river. The camp slowly returned to life as the first light spread across the water. The men woke to the cool air and the familiar sounds of the wilderness. The fire was rebuilt. A little smoke drifted upward. The horses moved quietly nearby. The river continued flowing as though the camp had never existed. The men prepared their food and began gathering their belongings. There was something almost peaceful about how quickly a campsite could disappear. The blankets that had been spread across the ground were folded. The cooking things were packed. The tools were gathered. The supplies were checked. The boats were prepared. And soon the place where they had slept became empty again. The expedition pushed away from shore. The current caught the boats. Another morning of travel began. The sun was still low enough to make the air comfortable. The river reflected the pale morning light. The men paddled steadily. For a while, nobody spoke. The sound of the paddles was enough. Water entered. Water fell away. The boat moved forward again and again. The riverbank passed slowly. A few birds flew over the water. One disappeared into the trees. Another followed the current for a short distance before turning away. The men continued. There was a quiet patience to their movement. They knew the journey would take time. They could not make a continent smaller, they could only cross it. And crossing it meant accepting the slow pace of travel. Every mile had to be earned. Every day had to be completed. As the morning became warmer, the landscape opened. The trees became less dense along the bank. Wide grassland stretched toward the horizon. The men could see farther than before. In such open country, it was possible to understand just how large the land was. The horizon seemed impossibly distant. There were no buildings to interrupt the view, no towers, no roads, only land and sky. Yet even here, the expedition was not traveling through an empty place. Native communities had long traveled across these plains. They had followed the rivers. They had used established trails. They knew the seasonal patterns of the land. They knew where water could be found. They knew which areas were difficult to cross. The expedition's understanding of the country would grow through contact with these communities. For Lewis and Clark, learning from people who already understood the land was essential. Maps could show rivers, but people could explain what those rivers were like. A map could show a mountain, but someone who had crossed the region could describe the trails leading toward it. A written note could describe a place, but first-hand knowledge could explain how to survive there. The expedition would gradually gather this kind of knowledge. For now, the men continued along the river. The morning passed. The sun rose higher. The heat increased. They stopped for a short rest. The boats were brought close to shore. The men drank water. Some sat beneath trees. Others stretched their legs. The horses rested. The river flowed quietly. There was no rush. After a while, they continued. The afternoon began. The sunlight became stronger. The men worked steadily. The river sometimes moved easily. Sometimes the current required more effort. The expedition adjusted. They had learned to work with the river rather than against it whenever possible. That made the journey easier. As the afternoon passed, the sunlight became softer. The men began thinking about evening. Another campsite would soon be needed. They watched the shoreline. Eventually, a suitable place appeared. The boats moved toward land. The men secured them. The evening routine began. Wood, fire, food, water, horses, rest. The same simple pattern. The men ate their meal as the sun disappeared. The river became darker. The sky slowly filled with stars. The fire became the warm center of the camp. The men sat nearby. Some talked quietly. Others simply watched the flames. There was no need for anything more. After a long day, the quiet itself was enough. Eventually, the men began preparing for sleep. Blankets were spread out. Equipment was kept close. Fire was allowed to burn lower. The camp became still. The Missouri continued moving beside them. The wind passed gently through the grass. The horses rested. The stars remained above. And once again, the expedition slept beneath the open sky. Tomorrow would bring another morning, another riverbank, another long day, another small step west. But tonight, the journey could pause. The men had done enough. The fire could fade. The river could carry on. And beneath the endless night sky, there was nothing left to do except rest. The night passed quietly, and the camp remained still beside the Missouri. The fire had nearly disappeared, leaving only a faint red glow among the ashes. Every now and then, a small piece of wood collapsed inward, sending a few sparks into the darkness. Then the sparks were gone. The river continued flowing. It made a soft, steady sound against the shore. For the men sleeping nearby, that sound had become familiar. Perhaps some of them no longer noticed it. Perhaps they simply slept more deeply because of it. The horses shifted occasionally. The wind moved through the grass. Somewhere in the distance, an animal called once and then became silent. The stars remained bright above the camp. The men were surrounded by darkness, but the sky was filled with light. There was something peaceful about lying beneath such a sky after a long day. Nothing needed to be solved. Nothing needed to be explained. The expedition could simply rest. Eventually, the night became colder. The men pulled their blankets closer. Some turned in their sleep. Others woke briefly and then returned to rest. The hours continued passing slowly. The darkness began to fade. The eastern horizon became pale. The stars disappeared one by one. The first birds began calling. Another morning was approaching. The men started waking. The first movement around the camp was quiet. Someone added wood to the remains of the fire. Another person walked toward the river. The horses were checked. The air was cool and fresh. The surface of the Missouri reflected the early morning light. The men prepared their breakfast. Then they began gathering their things. The temporary campsite was disappearing again. Blankets were folded, cooking equipment was packed, supplies were secured, the boats were checked, the horses were prepared, nothing could be forgotten. A long expedition depended on preparation. A small mistake could become inconvenient later. A missing tool might be needed when there was no opportunity to replace it. A damaged piece of equipment could become a serious problem. So the men paid attention to the little things. When everything was ready, the boats were pushed away from shore. The current carried them forward. The morning sun climbed higher. The river opened ahead. The men returned to their familiar rhythm: paddle, lift, water, forward. The same simple movement continued. The landscape passed slowly: trees, grass, water, sky. Sometimes an animal appeared along the shore. Sometimes nothing moved at all. The journey was quiet, but quiet did not mean empty. The land was filled with life. Birds traveled overhead. Small animals moved through the grass. Larger animals could sometimes be seen in the distance. Plants grew along the riverbank. The Missouri itself supported countless forms of life. The expedition was traveling through a living landscape. As the morning continued, the sun became warmer. The men worked steadily. The current was helpful in some places. In others, they had to paddle harder. The river was never exactly the same. Its surface changed. Its speed changed. Its depth changed. The men had to remain alert. After many days, they had developed a better understanding of how to read the water. They could see certain changes before they reached them. Experience was becoming one of their most important tools. By midday, the heat had increased. The expedition stopped near a shaded section of riverbank. The men stepped onto land. Some drank water. Others sat beneath trees. The horses rested. For a short time, there was nothing to do. The river moved. The wind moved. The leaves moved. Everything seemed slow. One of the men might have looked toward the distant horizon. There was still so much country ahead. The mountains were not yet close. The journey was not finished. But there was no reason to think about the entire distance. They only needed to continue. After resting, the men returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The sunlight became softer. The shadows grew longer. The men continued west. Another campsite would eventually be needed. They watched the riverbank carefully. Finally, they found a suitable place. The boats were secured. The horses were settled. Wood was gathered. The fire was started. The evening meal was prepared. Another day was ending. The sun disappeared. The sky darkened. Stars appeared. The men sat quietly near the fire. Some talked. Some listened. Some simply looked at the flames. The day's work was finished. There was comfort in that. The fire crackled. The river flowed. The wind moved softly. The men prepared their blankets. One by one, they lay down. The camp became quiet. And beneath the wide American sky, the expedition rested again. Another ordinary day had passed. Another distance had been crossed. The journey continued slowly, quietly, one day at a time. The morning came without hurry. A pale light spread across the river, and the last traces of darkness slowly disappeared from the trees. The men woke gradually. There was no alarm to tell them it was time to rise. The changing sky was enough. The fire was rebuilt. Smoke drifted upward through the cool air. Horses stood quietly nearby. The men prepared their food and began another familiar morning. By now, the routine was almost effortless. Wake, warm yourself, eat, pack, check the boats, prepare the horses, then leave. The campsite slowly disappeared behind them. The boats moved away from the shore. The Missouri carried them forward. For a while, the river was almost perfectly calm. The sunlight reflected from the surface. The men paddled quietly. The surrounding country seemed peaceful. There were no large settlements nearby. No roads, no buildings, only the river and the land. The farther the expedition traveled, the more they understood that the journey was not simply about reaching a destination. It was also about learning how to travel through an unfamiliar environment. Every day taught them something. The weather taught them. The river taught them. The animals taught them. The landscape taught them. And the people they met taught them. Native communities possessed knowledge of these lands that could not be learned from a map. Their understanding came from generations of living with the rivers, plains, forests, and mountains. The expedition depended on such knowledge at many points during its journey. For now, however, the men were simply moving along the river. The morning passed quietly. The sun climbed higher. The water became brighter. A light wind moved across the surface. The men continued their steady work. After several hours, they stopped for a short rest. The boats were brought close to the shore. The men stepped onto land. Some sat beneath the shade, others drank water, the horses rested. A few men looked across the river. The landscape seemed almost motionless. The break lasted only a short time. Then the expedition continued. The afternoon arrived. The sun became warmer. The men settled into the familiar rhythm again. Paddle, lift, forward. The sound of water became almost like a quiet song. For someone listening to this story late at night, perhaps that is the easiest part to imagine. A small wooden boat moving slowly along a wide river. A few tired travelers sitting quietly inside. The soft sound of paddles entering the water, the breeze moving through the grass, birds calling from distant trees, nothing else. Just movement, slow movement, peaceful movement, the kind of movement that makes it easy to become sleepy. As the afternoon passed, the sunlight began to change. The land looked warmer. The river reflected golden light. The shadows stretched farther across the grass. The men began searching for another place to camp. They found a quiet section of shore. The boats moved toward it. The men secured them. Another evening began. Wood was collected. A fire was started. The horses were cared for. Food was prepared. The men sat near the flames. The day's work was over. They had traveled another stretch of the river. Nothing dramatic had happened. And that was perfectly fine. Most days of a long expedition were probably made of moments like this. Travel, work, rest, food, sleep. Then begin again. The sun disappeared beyond the horizon. The sky slowly darkened. The stars appeared. The fire became brighter against the darkness. The men spoke quietly. Some may have discussed what lay ahead. Others may have been thinking about home. Some were probably simply tired. Eventually, the conversations ended. The blankets were spread out. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The horses settled. The camp became still. The Missouri continued flowing. The wind moved gently through the grass. The stars remained above. And once again, the men rested beneath the open sky. They did not know exactly what tomorrow would bring. But they knew what they would do when morning came. They would wake. They would rebuild the fire. They would prepare their boats. They would gather their supplies. And they would continue west. One quiet morning, one long afternoon, one peaceful night, again and again, until the river eventually carried them toward the mountains they had been traveling toward for so long. But tonight, those mountains were still far away. The men did not need to see them yet, for now the river was enough, the fire was enough, the quiet night was enough. And beneath the endless sky, the expedition slowly drifted into sleep. The night remained peaceful, the fire had become small, and the camp was almost completely silent. Only the river continued making its quiet sound nearby. The men slept. Some lay close to the warmth of the embers. Others were farther away, wrapped tightly in their blankets. The horses stood quietly in the darkness. Above them, the stars stretched across the sky. There was no artificial light anywhere around the camp, so the darkness seemed complete. Yet the stars made the sky bright enough to feel alive. A gentle breeze moved across the river. The grass bent slightly, then rose again. The trees made a faint rustling sound, nothing more. The night passed slowly. Eventually, the eastern horizon began to brighten. The stars faded. The birds began calling. Morning returned. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt. Smoke rose into the cool air. The smell of wood filled the camp. The men prepared breakfast and began packing. The routine continued. It was simple, but it worked. After so many days, everyone knew what to do. The boats were checked. The ropes were secured. The supplies were gathered. The horses were prepared. The blankets were folded. The campsite became empty again. Then the men pushed away from shore. The Missouri accepted them once more. The boats began moving west. The morning was cool. The water was calm. The sunlight slowly spread across the river. For a while, the men did not need to work very hard. The current helped carry them forward. The paddles moved occasionally. The boats glided. The landscape passed slowly. The expedition continued. Lewis and Clark were gradually approaching country that would become more difficult. The plains would eventually give way to higher ground. The river would become more complicated. The distant mountains would become increasingly important. But those challenges were still ahead. For now, the journey remained peaceful. The men could enjoy the calm water. They could observe the birds. They could watch the changing landscape. They could write in their journals. The morning continued. The sun climbed higher, the river curved, the men followed. Another bend, another stretch of water, another open view. The journey was measured in these small changes. By midday, the heat had returned. The men stopped near the shore. They found shade beneath a group of trees. The horses drank. The men drank as well. Some rested with their backs against the trees. Others simply sat and watched the river. There was no need to speak. The breeze was enough. The sound of water was enough. After a short while, they continued. The afternoon became warmer. The men worked steadily. They were tired, but they were accustomed to the work. The expedition had developed a rhythm that allowed them to continue even when the days felt long. Eventually, the sun began to fall. The light became softer. The river turned golden. The grass appeared almost orange in the evening light. The men searched for a campsite. They found a quiet place near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were settled. The evening routine began. Firewood was collected. The fire was started. Food was prepared. The men ate. The sky darkened. Stars appeared. The fire became the brightest thing in the camp. The men sat quietly around it. The day's work was finished. There was something comforting about knowing that nothing more was required until morning. They could rest. They could listen to the river. They could watch the fire. They could look at the stars. Eventually, the fire began to burn lower. The men prepared their blankets. One by one, they settled down. The camp became silent. The river continued flowing. The horses rested. The wind moved softly. And above them, the open sky remained enormous and clear. The expedition had traveled another day. It had moved a little farther west. The distant mountains were still waiting. The future remained unknown. But tonight, none of that mattered. The men were tired. The fire was warm. The river was near. The night was quiet. And slowly, beneath the stars, they fell asleep. Tomorrow would come. The river would still be there. The journey would continue. But for now, there was only darkness, water, wind, and the peaceful rhythm of sleep. Morning arrived softly, almost unnoticed at first. A faint gray light appeared above the eastern horizon, and the darkness slowly lifted from the riverbank. The stars disappeared one by one, leaving only the pale morning sky. The men began waking. The fire had gone cold during the night, so someone gathered a few pieces of dry wood and placed them among the ashes. After a little effort, a small flame appeared. Smoke rose slowly. The horses moved quietly nearby. The river was calm. Another day was beginning. There was something remarkably consistent about these mornings. No matter where the expedition stopped, the same basic routine returned. Wake, make a fire, prepare food, gather equipment, check the boats, care for the horses. Then continue. The landscape changed, but the rhythm remained. After breakfast, the men began preparing to leave. The campsite gradually became empty. The last blanket was folded. The last cooking vessel was packed. The boats were checked one final time, then they pushed away from the shore. The Missouri carried them forward. The morning air was cool against their faces. The water reflected the pale sky. The paddles moved slowly at first. Nobody needed to hurry. The expedition had learned that conserving energy was important. There was still a great deal of country ahead, and strength would be needed later, so the men traveled at a steady pace. The river curved through the land. They followed every bend. Sometimes the shore came close. Sometimes it opened into wide views of grassland. The horizon seemed endless. The farther west they traveled, the more they could sense that the character of the country was changing. The landscape was becoming broader and more open in places. The familiar forests along the river appeared less frequently. Long stretches of grass moved beneath the wind. In the distance, low rises of land appeared. The men watched carefully. They knew that eventually they would reach much rougher country. But for now, the river remained their easiest path. Around midday, they stopped. The sun was high overhead. The men came ashore and rested beneath the shade. Someone filled a container with water. Another person checked some of the equipment. The horses stood quietly nearby. There was little conversation. The heat encouraged silence. For a while, the expedition simply rested. A breeze moved through the grass. The river flowed. A bird crossed the sky. The moment passed peacefully. Then it was time to continue. The men returned to the boats. The current carried them forward. The afternoon slowly passed. The sun moved across the sky. The men paddled. Sometimes they spoke quietly. Sometimes nobody spoke at all. There was no need. The sounds of the river filled the silence. The occasional splash of a paddle. The creak of wood. The movement of water against the boat. the wind, the distant calls of birds. For someone listening late at night, these sounds might almost become part of the story itself. The journey was not always dramatic. Often it was simply this: moving, watching, waiting, resting, continuing. As evening approached, the sunlight became softer. The grass turned golden. The river reflected the warm colors of the sky. The men began searching for a place to spend the night. They found a quiet stretch of shore with enough open ground for the camp. The boats were brought in, ropes were secured, the horses were settled, the men stepped onto land. Another day's journey was finished. The evening fire was built, food was prepared, the men ate slowly. There was no reason to hurry now, the work was over. The river continued beside them, the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. The sky changed from gold to orange, then from orange to deep blue. The first stars appeared, one by one. The men became quieter. Some sat beside the fire, others prepared their sleeping places, the horses rested. The flames moved gently in the darkness. Eventually, the fire became smaller. The men pulled their blankets around themselves. The camp grew still. For a moment, the only sounds were the river and the wind. Then even those sounds seemed softer. The wilderness had become their temporary home once again. They had no walls around them, no roof above them. Only the earth beneath their blankets and the enormous sky overhead. And perhaps after so many nights, that did not seem strange anymore. It was simply where they slept. The Missouri flowed beside them. The stars moved slowly above. The cool air settled over the grass. The horses remained quiet, and the men rested. Far away, beyond the darkness, the Rocky Mountains were waiting. The expedition did not know exactly how difficult the coming journey would become, but they would discover it slowly. There was no need to think about it tonight. Tonight was peaceful. Tonight was quiet. Tonight, the river was still carrying them forward even while they slept. And beneath the open American sky, another long night began. The night continued without interruption. The men slept beneath the stars, surrounded by the quiet sounds of the river and the grass. The fire had almost completely disappeared. Only a few embers remained. Every now and then, one would glow brighter before fading again. The Missouri moved steadily through the darkness. Its sound was soft enough to become part of the background. The men had heard it all day. They would hear it again in the morning. It was almost like a natural clock. The river did not stop. The men did. They needed sleep. They needed to recover their strength. And for several hours, the expedition was completely still. The darkness was deep. Without modern lights, the night sky was extraordinarily clear. Stars filled every part of it. There were no buildings on the horizon, no distant roads, no city glow, only the stars above and the dark land below. A person could lie on the ground and feel as though the entire sky belonged to the night. Eventually, the coldest part of the night passed. The darkness began to soften. Morning approached. A faint line of light appeared in the east. The stars slowly disappeared. Birds began calling. The horses moved. The camp began waking. Another morning, another day. The fire was rebuilt. The men warmed themselves. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The equipment was gathered. The campsite slowly disappeared. It was remarkable how temporary everything was. A fire had burned there. People had slept there. Food had been prepared there. But within a short time, the place would become quiet again. The expedition moved away. The boats returned to the river. The current carried them onward. The sun rose higher. The morning became warmer. The men paddled steadily. The landscape passed. The river remained their guide. There were times when the men could simply relax their arms and allow the current to help. The boat moved forward almost silently. These were some of the easiest moments of the journey. The men could watch the scenery. They could observe animals. They could think. They could write. They could simply sit. The land was vast. The sky was wide. And the river seemed to continue forever. As the morning continued, the men noticed distant hills. They were not yet mountains, but they were reminders that the country ahead was changing. The expedition was slowly leaving the broad river plains behind. The farther west they went, the more the terrain would rise. Eventually, the mountains would dominate the journey. For now, they were only distant shapes. The men continued. At midday, they stopped. The sun was high. The heat was strong. They rested beneath some trees near the water. The horses drank. The men drank. Some sat quietly. Others ate a little. The break was short. The expedition had to keep moving. The boats returned to the water. The afternoon began. The current became a little more difficult in places. The men worked harder, but they were experienced now. They understood how to cooperate. One person adjusted the boat, another watched the water, others paddled. The expedition moved together slowly. The afternoon passed. The sunlight softened. The shadows grew longer. The distant hills became darker against the sky. Another campsite was chosen. The men brought the boats toward shore. They secured them. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire appeared, food was prepared. The men ate, the day was ending. The sky became golden, then pink, then purple, then dark. Stars appeared. The men sat near the fire. Some talked quietly, others remained silent. The river flowed beside them. The wind moved gently across the grass. There was no need to do anything else. The journey had been long, rest was enough. The fire burned lower. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled down. The camp became quiet. And once again the expedition slept beneath the open sky. Another day was complete. Another night had begun. The mountains were still ahead. The river still had many miles to carry them. But tonight the men could forget about distance. They could forget about the future. They could simply listen to the water, feel the cool air, watch the last flames, and slowly drift into sleep. The morning came quietly once again. A thin layer of mist rested over parts of the river, and the first sunlight slowly appeared behind the distant hills. The camp was still. For a few moments it seemed as though nothing had changed since the night before. Then a horse moved. Someone stirred beneath a blanket. A small sound came from the ashes of the fire. The day was beginning. The men rose slowly. They were tired, but the routine gave them direction. A fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected, the supplies were gathered. By now these tasks had become almost automatic. Nobody needed to explain what came next. Everyone knew. When the camp was ready, the men pushed the boats toward the river. The water was cold in the morning. The current moved steadily. The boats began their slow journey west. The sun climbed higher. The mist disappeared. The landscape became clearer. The distant hills were now easier to see. They seemed larger than before. The men watched them quietly. They knew that the country ahead would eventually become much more difficult. But for the moment, the river still provided a relatively easy route. The expedition continued. The morning was peaceful. The paddles moved through the water. The boats creaked softly. The river made a gentle sound against the shore. A few birds flew overhead. The wind moved across the open land. It was another ordinary morning on the expedition. And ordinary mornings were what made the extraordinary journey possible. The men could not spend every day facing danger. Most of the time, they simply traveled. They rested, they ate, they observed, they wrote, they prepared, then they traveled again. By late morning, the sun was becoming warmer. The men stopped near the riverbank. They pulled the boats close to shore. The horses drank. The men rested. Some sat beneath a tree. Others remained near the water. The river flowed past them. For a while, there was almost complete silence. Then someone noticed movement on the distant bank. It was an animal. It watched the expedition for a moment, then disappeared into the grass. The men continued resting. Such moments were common. The wilderness did not perform for them. Animals appeared when they appeared. Sometimes the men saw them clearly. Sometimes they saw only tracks. Sometimes they heard movement without seeing anything at all. The expedition had to accept that uncertainty. After the short rest, the boats were pushed back into the river. The afternoon began. The sun moved across the sky. The hills in the distance seemed closer. The river continued winding through the country. The men followed. They did not yet know exactly what the next section would look like. But they had learned to trust the journey, not blindly. They prepared carefully. They watched the river. They observed the weather. They listened to people who knew the country. And then they moved forward. The afternoon slowly became evening. The sunlight softened. The land turned golden. The water reflected the sky. The men began looking for another campsite. They found one near a quiet bend in the river. The boats were secured. The horses were settled. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate. The day's work was finished. As darkness approached, the distant hills became silhouettes. The sky turned deep blue. Stars began appearing. The fire became the brightest point in the camp. The men sat quietly. There was something almost comforting about the repetition. Every night ended in the same basic way. The world became dark. The fire became warm. The river became a quiet voice beside them. The men became tired, and eventually they slept. Tonight was no different. The blankets were spread. The equipment was placed nearby. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The horses rested. The men settled down. Above them, the stars were bright. The river continued flowing. The wind moved gently through the grass, and the expedition entered another peaceful night. Tomorrow would bring another morning, another stretch of river, another day of travel. The distant mountains would continue waiting. But tonight, the men had reached another safe place. They had food. They had water. They had warmth. They had shelter beneath the sky. For a moment, that was enough. The fire became smaller. The camp became quieter. The river continued its endless movement. And beneath the stars, the travelers slowly drifted into sleep. Morning arrived beneath a pale, quiet sky. The river was the first thing the men noticed. It moved slowly through the early light, carrying thin pieces of mist along its surface. The trees on the opposite bank were still dark, while the grass around the camp was covered with dew. For a few moments, nobody moved. Then the familiar sounds began. A horse stepped across the grass. Someone stirred beneath a blanket. A piece of wood was placed onto the ashes. The fire slowly returned. Another day was beginning. The men gathered around the small flames while they prepared breakfast. The morning air was cool enough that the warmth was welcome. They ate simply. There was no reason to make the meal complicated. They had a long day ahead. After breakfast, the camp began disappearing. Blankets were folded. Cooking equipment was packed. Supplies were secured. The horses were prepared. The boats were checked. A few men walked along the shoreline before leaving, making sure nothing important had been forgot. Then the boats were pushed into the Missouri. The river accepted them quietly. The paddles entered the water. The expedition began moving again. For the first hour, the morning remained peaceful. The sun slowly rose behind them, spreading light across the river. The mist disappeared. The grass became bright. Birds moved between the trees. The men paddled without speaking much. There was no need. After spending so many months together, silence had become comfortable. They could sit beside one another for long periods without saying anything. The river provided enough sound. Paddle, splash, water, wind, wood. Those simple sounds filled the morning. The landscape was beginning to look different. The hills that had appeared in the distance now seemed closer. Some were covered with grass. Others had darker patches of trees. Farther beyond them, larger shapes could sometimes be seen through the haze. The men knew that the country ahead would eventually rise into mountains. They had heard descriptions. They had imagined them. But imagination was different from seeing the real land. For now, they were still far away. The river remained relatively gentle. The expedition continued. As the morning grew warmer, Lewis spent time observing the landscape. He had a habit of paying attention to details that others might overlook. A plant growing near the water, a strange bird, a particular type of tree, the shape of a hill, the color of the soil, the behavior of an animal. He recorded what he could. These notes were becoming a growing record of the journey. Clark also spent much of his time observing the country and thinking practically about the route ahead. The expedition required both curiosity and caution. Knowing what was beautiful was useful. Knowing what was dangerous was even more useful. The men had learned that the land could change quickly. A calm river could become difficult. A clear morning could become stormy. A comfortable trail could disappear. The wilderness did not make promises, so they remained attentive. Around midday, the heat became stronger. The men stopped near a broad stretch of riverbank. They pulled the boats onto the shore. Everyone appreciated the opportunity to rest. Some men sat beneath the shade. Others drank water. A few removed their shoes and allowed their feet to cool. The horses stood quietly nearby. The river moved past them. The break was peaceful. No one wanted to leave too quickly. For a few minutes, there was nothing to accomplish. The expedition members could simply sit and watch the water. Perhaps this was one of the rare moments when they could forget how far they were from home. The river did not care where they had come from. The grass did not care where they were going. The sky remained above them. And for a short time, there was only the present moment. Eventually, the men returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The sun moved slowly across the sky. The hills became more visible. The river turned through another wide bend. The expedition followed. At times, the men could see farther inland. Open country stretched toward the distant hills. There were signs of animals. Tracks appeared near the water. Birds gathered along shallow sections of the river. The land was alive. and yet it remained quiet. There were no sounds of machinery, no distant engines, no crowded roads. The men were traveling through a world where natural sounds dominated everything. As the afternoon continued, clouds began appearing in the distance. They were not yet threatening, just small patches of white moving slowly across the blue sky. The men watched them occasionally. Weather was always worth noticing. A change in the sky could become important later. But for now, the air remained pleasant. The expedition continued. The day slowly moved toward evening. The sunlight became softer. The hills turned golden. The river reflected the fading light. The men began searching for a place to stop. They found a quiet area near the shore. There was enough open ground for the camp. There were trees nearby for firewood. The river was close. It seemed suitable. The boats were brought toward land, ropes were secured, the horses were taken care of. The evening fire was built. Smoke rose gently into the cooling air. Food was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared. The conversation was quiet. Some talked about the day's travel. Others discussed what they had seen. A few simply sat near the fire and listened. The sky gradually changed. Gold became orange, orange became purple, then darkness spread across the landscape. The first stars appeared, the fire became brighter. The river became almost invisible, but its sound remained. The men began preparing their sleeping places. They had another night ahead of them, another night beneath the open sky. The blankets were spread across the ground. The equipment was placed nearby. The horses settled down. The fire burned steadily. One by one, the men became quiet. The expedition had traveled another day. They had moved closer to the distant mountains, but those mountains could wait. Tonight there was no need to think about them. There was only the fire, the river, the cool air, the stars, and the quiet feeling of having completed another day. The flames slowly became smaller. The men pulled their blankets closer. The night deepened. Above them, the sky remained enormous. And beside them, the Missouri continued flowing through the darkness. The men closed their eyes. The wilderness remained awake, but the travelers were finally asleep. The night continued quietly beside the river. The men slept beneath the open sky, while the fire slowly became smaller and smaller. The last flames disappeared. Only a few glowing embers remained. The river moved through the darkness with the same steady sound it had made during the day. It was almost like a lullaby. The men had traveled so many miles beside the Missouri that its sound had become familiar. Perhaps some of them could fall asleep more easily because of it. The night air became cooler. The grass was damp. The horses remained quiet. Occasionally, one shifted its weight or moved its head. Then everything became still again. Above the camp, the stars were bright. There were no city lights anywhere nearby. The sky seemed enormous. The men could see the Milky Way stretching across the darkness. For a moment, the expedition might have seemed very small. A few people, a few boats, some horses, a handful of supplies, and an enormous continent surrounding them. Yet this small group had already traveled a great distance. They had crossed many miles of river. They had faced storms and difficult conditions. They had met people whose languages and customs were different from their own. They had learned to live with uncertainty, and they were still moving forward. The night slowly passed. Eventually, the eastern sky began to brighten. The stars faded. The river became visible. The first birds began calling. Morning returned. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt. A little smoke rose through the cool air. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were watered. The boats were checked. The same routine began again. There was something reassuring about repetition. No matter how far from home they traveled, morning still arrived. The sun still rose. The river still flowed. The men still had work to do. Once the camp was packed, they pushed away from shore. The boats entered the current. The journey continued. The morning was calm. The air was cool. The river reflected the sky. The men paddled slowly. The hills ahead appeared clearer than they had the previous day. They were getting closer. The landscape was changing. The country was beginning to rise. The river passed between higher areas of land. The men watched carefully. They knew that the journey would eventually become much harder. The mountains they had heard about were no longer simply an idea. The land was beginning to show signs of them, but there was still plenty of open country ahead. The men continued. As the morning progressed, they encountered sections where the current moved more quickly. The boats had to be handled carefully. The men worked together. One person watched the water, Another guided the boat, others paddled. The movement required concentration, but the expedition members had become experienced. They knew how to cooperate. The boats moved safely through the faster water. Soon the river became calm again. The men relaxed. The morning continued. At midday they stopped for a short break. The sun was warm. The men found shade beneath the trees. They drank water. They ate. They rested. The horses stood quietly nearby. For a little while the distant mountains seemed less important. The men were simply enjoying a quiet break beside the river. The wind moved through the leaves. A bird called. The water passed. Then it was time to continue. The boats returned to the current. The afternoon stretched ahead. The landscape became increasingly interesting. The hills were closer now. Some areas were rocky, others remained covered with grass. The men watched everything. Lewis wrote observations. Clark considered the practical route. The expedition continued slowly, carefully, patiently. As evening approached, the sunlight became softer. The distant hills turned dark against the golden sky. The men began searching for another campsite. They found a sheltered area near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate. The day's work was finished. The sky darkened. The stars appeared. The fire became the center of the camp. The men sat quietly. There was little need for conversation. They had been together for a long time. Silence was comfortable. The river flowed beside them. The wind moved through the grass. The fire crackled. The night grew deeper. Eventually, the men prepared their sleeping places. The blankets were spread out. The equipment was placed nearby. The horses settled down. The fire was allowed to burn low. One by one, the men closed their eyes. Another day was finished. Another distance had been crossed. The mountains were getting closer. But tonight they were still far enough away to remain quiet shapes beyond the darkness. The men did not need to worry about tomorrow yet. Tonight they could simply rest. The river continued flowing. The stars remained overhead. The cool air settled across the camp. And beneath the open sky, the expedition slowly drifted into another peaceful night. The night passed gently. The river continued flowing beside the camp, and the sound of the water remained almost unchanged from 1 hour to the next. The men slept. The horses rested. The fire slowly became ash. Above them, the stars moved across the dark sky. For a long time, nothing disturbed the quiet. Then, little by little, the darkness began to fade. Morning arrived. The first light touched the distant hills. The river turned pale silver. The birds began calling from the trees. The men woke and started the familiar morning routine. A small fire was built. Water was collected. Food was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The campsite was packed. Soon, there was little sign that anyone had slept there. The men pushed the boats into the river. The current carried them onward. The morning was cooler than the afternoon before. A gentle breeze moved along the water. The men paddled steadily. The hills ahead were becoming more noticeable. Some appeared close, others remained far away. The country was beginning to feel different. The wide openness of the plains was slowly giving way to more uneven ground. The men watched the shoreline carefully. They knew that the river would eventually take them toward much rougher country. Still, the journey remained peaceful. There was no reason to hurry. The men had learned that rushing could waste energy. Steady progress was better. The boats continued forward. The river curved around another bend. Then another. The men followed. At one point they saw fresh tracks near the water. They stopped briefly to look. The tracks belonged to an animal that had recently come down to drink. The men observed them and continued. Such small discoveries were part of the expedition. The country constantly offered clues. The men were learning how to read them. By late morning, the sun was higher. The air became warmer. The men stopped for a short rest. They pulled the boats close to shore. The horses drank. The men drank. Some sat in the shade. Others looked across the river toward the hills. For a few minutes, nobody spoke. The river was enough. The wind was enough. The quiet was enough. Then they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The landscape continued changing. The hills became more pronounced. Rock appeared along some sections of the riverbank. Trees grew in narrower groups. The men had to pay more attention to the current. The river was still their road, but it was becoming less predictable. They adjusted their course. They worked together. And they moved onward. The farther west they went, the more important their cooperation became. A single person could not manage the entire expedition. Everyone had a responsibility. Some handled the boats, some cared for the horses, some prepared food, some recorded observations, some watched the surroundings. Together, these small responsibilities made the journey possible. As the afternoon passed, the men began noticing signs that the weather might change. Clouds were gathering in the distance. The wind became slightly stronger. The sky was still bright, but the light had changed. The men watched carefully. A storm could make the river difficult. For now, however, there was no immediate danger. They continued. The clouds moved slowly across the sky. The sunlight appeared and disappeared. The hills looked darker. Eventually, the men decided to stop before the weather became worse. They found a sheltered area near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were brought to a safer place. The men gathered wood. The fire was started. Food was prepared. A few drops of rain began falling. The men watched the sky. The rain remained light. Soon the clouds began moving away. The evening became calm again. The men ate their meal beside the fire. The wet ground reflected the firelight. The smell of rain filled the air. The river continued flowing. The clouds slowly opened. A few stars appeared. The men relaxed. Another day was finished. The weather had changed, but the expedition had continued. The men prepared their sleeping places. The fire was kept burning a little longer because of the damp air. The horses rested. The men wrapped themselves in their blankets. The sky above was partly cloudy. The river remained beside them. The night became quiet again. There was something peaceful about listening to water after rain. The drops that remained on the leaves fell occasionally. A soft breeze moved through the trees. The fire crackled. The river flowed. The men slowly became tired. One by one, they closed their eyes. Tomorrow would bring another day. Perhaps the weather would be clear. Perhaps it would rain again. Perhaps the river would become more difficult. They did not know. But they would deal with whatever came. For tonight they had warmth. They had shelter beneath the open sky. They had the quiet river beside them. And after another long day of travel, they could finally rest. The fire burned softly. The wet grass reflected the faint light. The stars appeared between the clouds, and the expedition slept peacefully beside the Missouri. Morning came after the rain. The air was cool and clean, and the landscape seemed freshly washed. Small drops of water still clung to the leaves, falling occasionally when the wind moved through the branches. The fire had survived the night. The men added dry wood and brought it back to life. Smoke rose slowly into the pale morning sky. The river looked darker than it had the day before, carrying a little more water from the rain. The men watched it carefully. Before beginning the day's journey, they checked the boats and equipment. Everything was still secure. The horses were calm. The weather appeared to be improving, so they prepared to leave. Breakfast was simple. There was little reason to delay. The boats were pushed into the river. The current caught them. The expedition began moving again. The morning sunlight gradually appeared through the clouds. The wet grass reflected the light. The hills looked clearer. The air was fresh. For several hours, the journey was comfortable. The men paddled steadily. The river moved beneath them. The landscape passed quietly. After the rain, everything seemed especially green. The trees along the shore looked darker. The grass looked brighter. The distant hills appeared sharper against the sky. The men noticed these changes as they traveled. The country was slowly becoming more rugged. They were getting closer to the regions where the river would no longer be as easy to follow. The expedition was approaching a new stage of its journey. But for now, the day remained peaceful. Around midday, the men stopped near the riverbank. They needed food and rest. The boats were pulled onto shore. The horses drank. The men sat beneath the shade. There was a gentle breeze. The river moved quietly beside them. One of the men may have looked toward the distant hills and wondered how much farther the expedition would have to travel, but nobody could know exactly. The maps they carried could only show what was already known. Beyond the mapped country, they depended on observation and information from people who knew the land. This was one of the reasons the expedition's encounters with native communities would be so important. The travelers were moving through regions where other people already possessed deep knowledge. They knew the routes. They knew the seasons. They knew the rivers. They knew the animals. The expedition could learn from them. After the short rest, the men continued. The afternoon was warmer. The clouds had mostly disappeared. The river reflected the blue sky. The men paddled steadily. The hills seemed closer now. Some sections of the river were narrow, others widened again. The men adjusted their movement as necessary. Their experience helped. They had spent so much time on the water that certain actions had become instinctive. When the boat needed to turn, they reacted quickly. When the current changed, they adjusted. When the water became shallow, they watched carefully. The journey continued. Slowly, steadily, without unnecessary hurry. As the sun began to lower, the men started thinking about the evening. They searched for a good campsite. They found a quiet place near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was collected. The fire was built. The evening meal was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared. The sky became orange, then purple, then dark. The hills became silhouettes. The river became almost invisible, but its sound remained. The men sat near the fire. The warmth felt good after the cool morning. They spoke quietly. Some may have talked about the changing landscape. Others may have thought about the next day. The journey was beginning to feel different. The country ahead was becoming more difficult, but there was still a peacefulness in the evenings. Once the day's work was finished, the men could rest. The fire crackled. The wind moved through the grass. The horses settled down. The stars appeared. The men prepared their sleeping places. Blankets were spread across the ground. Equipment was kept nearby. The fire was allowed to burn slowly. The camp became quiet. The river continued flowing, and once again the men slept beneath the open sky. They had traveled another day. They had moved closer to the mountains. The journey ahead would require more effort. But tonight they did not need to think about it. Tonight was simply another peaceful night beside the river. The fire glowed softly. The stars remained above. The wind moved gently. And the Missouri carried the darkness onward, just as it had carried their boats through the daylight. The men slept. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the mountains waited quietly for them. The night remained calm. The camp rested beside the river while the stars slowly crossed the sky. The fire had burned down again, leaving only a faint warmth in the ashes. The men slept beneath their blankets, tired from another day of travel. The horses stood quietly nearby. Every so often, one moved through the grass. Then everything became still again. The river was the loudest sound in the darkness. It flowed past the camp without stopping. The men had followed it for so long that it almost seemed like a companion. During the night, the moon appeared between scattered clouds. Its light touched the river and made a pale path across the water. The trees became dark shapes. The hills beyond them disappeared into shadow. For a while, the camp looked almost unreal. Then the moon moved behind the clouds again. Darkness returned. The men continued sleeping. Hours passed. Eventually, the eastern sky began to brighten. The birds started calling. The horses became more active. Morning was approaching. The men woke slowly. Someone rebuilt the fire. Another person went toward the river. Breakfast was prepared. The familiar routine began again. The men were becoming increasingly aware that the easy portion of the journey was changing. The river ahead would become more difficult. The land was rising. The distant mountains were no longer completely hidden. On clear mornings, their shapes could sometimes be seen beyond the hills. They were still far away, but they were beginning to feel real. The men knew that the journey ahead would require patience. They would have to leave the comfortable river route eventually. But that moment had not arrived yet. For now, they continued along the Missouri. The boats were pushed into the water. The current carried them forward. The morning sunlight spread across the river. The hills looked golden. The men paddled. The journey continued. The landscape around them was becoming increasingly beautiful. Open grassland stretched toward the hills. Trees grew along the river. Birds flew across the water. The air was cool. The sky was clear. It was a peaceful morning. The men could almost forget how far they were from home. They could simply watch the country pass. Around midday, they stopped again. The horses drank. The men rested. Some ate quietly. Others sat near the water. The river moved gently. The break was short, but it was enough. The men returned to their boats. The afternoon began. The current became stronger in several places. The men worked together. They paddled harder. The boats moved through the water. Then the river became calm again. The men relaxed. Another bend appeared. Beyond it, the hills seemed closer. The country was changing. The expedition was approaching the Great Plains farther west and eventually the Rocky Mountains beyond them. The men continued. As the afternoon passed, the sunlight became warmer. The sky remained clear. The river reflected the golden light. The men began looking for a campsite. They found a suitable place near the shore. The boats were brought in. The The horses were secured, firewood was collected, the evening fire was built. The men prepared their food, they ate while the sun slowly disappeared. The day's journey was complete. The sky became darker, the first stars appeared. The men sat quietly near the fire. The conversation was soft. Some spoke about the route, some discussed the river, some probably thought about home. The expedition had been away for a long time. Home was becoming a distant memory. But the men had also created a temporary life on the trail. Their world was now the river, the boats, the horses, the campfire, and the people around them. Every night ended the same way: the fire, the blankets, the river, the stars, the quiet. The men prepared for sleep. The fire burned lower, the horses settled. The wind became gentle, the river continued flowing. And once again the travelers lay beneath the open sky. Far away the mountains waited. They would eventually have to cross them. They would face colder air, rougher ground, and difficult trails. But tonight the mountains were only dark shapes beyond the horizon. There was no need to worry about them yet. Tonight was peaceful. The men were warm, the camp was secure, the river was close, the sky was clear. And after another long day, sleep came easily. The fire slowly became embers. The stars remained overhead. The Missouri continued its quiet journey westward. And beneath the enormous night sky, the expedition rested once again. Morning arrived with a little more warmth than the days before. The sky was clear, and the river reflected the soft light of the rising sun. A thin breeze moved across the water, carrying the fresh smell of the grass and trees. The camp slowly woke. The men had become accustomed to these mornings. There was no rush. Someone rebuilt the fire, someone prepared breakfast, others checked the horses and gathered the equipment. The boats were inspected carefully. Everything appeared ready. Soon the last traces of the campsite were packed away. The men pushed the boats into the river. The Missouri carried them onward. For several hours the journey was peaceful. The paddles moved in a steady rhythm. The water rose and fell against the wooden sides of the boats. The men watched the landscape pass. The hills were becoming more noticeable now. They no longer seemed like distant shadows. The country ahead was slowly rising. The men knew that eventually the river would no longer be their easiest path. But for the moment it remained their road. They followed it patiently. The morning passed. The sun climbed higher. Birds moved above the trees. A few animals appeared near the water and disappeared again into the grass. The expedition continued without hurry. Every mile brought them farther from the familiar country they had known at the beginning of the journey. And every mile brought them closer to something none of them had seen before. Around midday, they stopped to rest. The boats were brought close to shore. The men drank water and ate a simple meal. The horses rested nearby. Some of the men sat beneath the shade and looked across the river. The quiet was almost complete. Only the sound of water and wind filled the afternoon. For a little while there was no expedition, no destination, no difficult trail ahead. There was only a group of tired travelers resting beside a river. After some time they returned to the boats. The journey continued. The afternoon sunlight became warmer. The river curved through the hills. In some places the men could see rocky ground near the banks. In others, grass still covered everything. The landscape was slowly becoming more rugged. The men paid closer attention to the water. They had learned that the river could change quickly. A calm stretch might suddenly become difficult. A narrow section could hide rocks beneath the surface. They worked together carefully. The boats moved forward. The current carried them around another bend, then another. The hills seemed closer. The distant mountains were beginning to rise beyond them. They were still far away, but now they could be seen more clearly. Perhaps some of the men stopped for a moment to look. The mountains represented something important. They were the next great obstacle. The expedition had traveled a long distance along the river, but the hardest part of the journey was still ahead. Yet the men did not stop. They continued moving slowly, steadily, 1 mile at a time. As evening approached, the sunlight softened. The hills turned golden. The river became bright beneath the setting sun. The men searched for a campsite. They found a quiet place near the shore. The boats were pulled in. The horses were secured. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared. The sky became orange, then purple, then deep blue. The mountains became dark shapes against the horizon. The camp grew quiet. The men sat beside the fire. Some talked softly. Others watched the flames. There was a strange comfort in the familiar evening routine. No matter how far they traveled, the night always offered the same simple things. A little warmth, a little food, a place to rest, and the open sky. The fire crackled gently. The river moved beside them, the horses settled down, the stars appeared, the men prepared their blankets. One by one they lay down, the fire became smaller, the night became deeper. The river continued flowing. Far beyond the camp, the mountains waited silently. Tomorrow would bring another day closer to them. But tonight, the men did not need to think about crossing them. They could simply rest. They could listen to the water. They could feel the cool night air. They could look at the stars. And slowly, after another long day on the river, sleep came. The camp became completely quiet. Only the Missouri remained awake. It flowed past the sleeping travelers, carrying the darkness toward the west. And beneath the open sky, Lewis, Clark, and the men of the expedition rested peacefully, unaware of just how much the landscape ahead would soon begin to change. The night passed quietly beneath the stars. The men slept deeply after another long day on the river. The campfire had almost disappeared, leaving only a faint red glow beneath the ashes. The Missouri continued moving beside them. Its sound filled the darkness. The horses rested nearby, occasionally shifting their feet in the grass. Nothing else seemed to move. Then slowly the darkness began to fade. A pale light appeared beyond the eastern horizon. The stars disappeared. The first birds began calling. Morning had arrived. The men woke gradually. Someone walked toward the river to collect water. Someone else rebuilt the fire. Soon, a thin column of smoke rose above the camp. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The men gathered their belongings. Another campsite disappeared behind them. The expedition returned to the river. The morning was cool and peaceful. The current carried the boats forward. The men paddled steadily. The hills ahead were becoming larger. They were no longer distant shapes. They were becoming part of the immediate landscape. The men watched them carefully. The country was changing. The river was beginning to pass between higher ground. The open plains were slowly giving way to a more rugged environment. Yet the morning itself remained calm. Birds flew over the water. The wind moved through the grass. The sunlight touched the tops of the hills. The men continued. They had learned that the wilderness did not need to be conquered all at once. It only needed to be crossed one day at a time. One river bend, one campsite, one morning, one evening. That was how a journey of thousands of miles was made. As the morning continued, the men noticed more signs of the changing country. The riverbank became rockier. Some sections were lined with steep slopes. Other areas remained open and grassy. The current moved differently around the bends. The men had to pay attention. They adjusted the boats carefully. Sometimes they paddled harder. Sometimes they allowed the current to carry them. Their movements had become coordinated through months of travel. They no longer needed to speak for every small adjustment. A glance could be enough. A movement of the paddle could communicate what was needed. The expedition had become a small working community. Each man depended on the others. By midday, the sun was high. The men stopped along a quiet stretch of shore. They pulled the boats onto land. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat in the shade. Others walked along the riverbank. Lewis spent time observing the surrounding plants and animals. Clark examined the terrain and considered the route. There was always something to notice. Even when nothing dramatic happened, the land was providing information. A change in the soil, a different tree, a new animal track, a change in the river. Everything added to their growing understanding of the country. After resting, they continued. The afternoon was warmer. The river moved steadily. The hills were now impossible to ignore. Beyond them were larger mountains. The expedition was slowly approaching the country they had been traveling toward for so long. But the men still had many miles to go. The afternoon passed quietly. The sun began moving toward the western horizon. The shadows grew longer. The hills turned golden. The river reflected the changing light. The men searched for a place to spend the night. They found a sheltered section of land near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate slowly. There was no need to hurry anymore. The day's work was finished. The sky became darker. The first stars appeared above the hills. The firelight touched the faces of the tired travelers. Some men talked quietly. Others simply watched the flames. The mountains were visible in the fading light. They seemed enormous, still distant but increasingly real. Perhaps some of the men wondered what it would feel like to leave the river and begin traveling overland. Perhaps they wondered how cold the mountains would be, how difficult the trails would become, how long it would take. But those questions could wait. Tonight they were still beside the river. They still had a warm fire. They still had their blankets. They still had the familiar sound of water nearby. And that was enough. The fire slowly burned lower. The men prepared their sleeping places. The horses settled into the grass. The wind became softer. The river continued flowing. The stars grew brighter. One by one the men closed their eyes. The camp became quiet. Far beyond them the mountains remained beneath the night sky. The expedition was getting closer. But for this one night there was no need to move, no need to paddle, no need to climb, no need to plan, only rest. The Missouri whispered beside the sleeping camp. The grass moved gently in the breeze. The fire gave its final warmth. And beneath the vast American sky, the travelers slowly drifted into sleep, ready to wake again when the first light of another morning reached the river. The night remained peaceful beside the Missouri. The men slept beneath the stars while the river moved quietly through the darkness. The mountains in the distance were hidden again, but they were there, waiting beyond the horizon. The campfire had become little more than glowing ash. A soft breeze passed through the grass. The horses shifted occasionally. Then everything became still. For several hours the expedition rested. There was no conversation, no paddling, no preparation, just sleep. Eventually the eastern sky began to brighten. The darkness slowly lifted from the riverbank. The stars faded, birds began calling from the trees. Morning had arrived. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt, water was collected, breakfast was prepared, the horses were checked, the boats were inspected. The familiar routine continued, but there was a slight feeling that the journey was changing. The hills were now close. The river was narrower in places. The land was becoming more rugged. The men could see rocky slopes rising beside the water. They knew that the easy days of the lower river were gradually coming to an end. Still, the morning was calm. The boats were pushed into the current. The men began paddling. The river carried them forward. The sunlight touched the hills. The landscape looked peaceful. The men moved quietly through it. For a while, the journey was easy. The current helped. The water was calm. The men could simply follow the river. But as the morning continued, the river began changing. The current became stronger in certain places. The water moved around rocks. The banks became steeper. The men watched carefully. They had to guide the boats with greater attention. A mistake could damage the boat or force them toward shore, so they worked together. One man watched the front. Another guided the direction. The others paddled. The boat moved through the current. Then the water became calm again. The men relaxed. They continued. Around midday, they stopped for a short break. The men stepped onto the shore. The horses drank. Food was shared. The sun was warm. The hills provided some shade. For a little while, the men could rest their arms. The river continued flowing beside them. A bird flew across the water. The wind moved through the grass. The moment was peaceful. After the break, they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The landscape became increasingly dramatic. Rocky hills rose higher beside the river. Some sections were covered with trees. Others were bare. The river wound between them. The men looked ahead. The country seemed to be drawing them toward the mountains. They had been traveling for months. They had crossed a great distance. Yet the journey was still far from finished. The men continued. The afternoon slowly passed. The sunlight became softer. The river reflected the golden sky. The hills turned darker. The mountains beyond them began to appear again. This time they seemed larger. The men could see their distant shapes against the sky. The sight must have felt impressive. For many of the travelers, these mountains represented a completely different world. They had grown accustomed to the river. Now they would eventually have to leave it. The expedition continued toward them. As evening approached, the men searched for a campsite. They found a sheltered place beside the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Wood was gathered. The fire was built. The men prepared their evening meal. The sun disappeared behind the hills. The sky turned orange. Then purple, then dark. The mountains became silhouettes. The firelight warmed the camp. The men sat quietly. Some spoke about the route ahead. Others were simply tired. There was a certain calmness in knowing that the day's work was finished. The men had moved farther west. They had survived another day. They had reached another campsite. Now they could rest. The fire crackled. The river flowed. The horses settled. the stars appeared. The men prepared their blankets, the fire burned lower. The camp became quiet. And beneath the open sky, the expedition slept once again. The mountains stood silently in the distance. They would not move, they would wait. Tomorrow would bring the travelers a little closer. But tonight the river was still beside them, the fire was still warm, the night was still peaceful, and the men could close their eyes knowing that for a few hours they had nowhere else to go. They simply rested. The river continued flowing through the darkness. The wind moved gently across the grass. The stars remained above. And another quiet night settled over Lewis and Clark's journey. The night passed slowly beneath the quiet sky. The mountains remained dark silhouettes beyond the river, and the camp stayed still in their shadow. The men slept, the horses rested. The fire had almost completely disappeared. Only a few faint embers remained beneath the ash. The river continued moving. Its sound was steady and gentle, passing through the darkness without interruption. For the travelers, that sound had become familiar. They had heard it during mornings, they had heard it during long afternoons, and now they heard it during sleep. Eventually, the darkness began to soften. A pale line appeared beyond the eastern hills. The first birds called. The horses began moving through the grass. Morning was returning. The men slowly woke. Someone rebuilt the fire, someone collected water, others began preparing food. The camp became active again. There was no conversation at first. Everyone knew what needed to be done. The boats were checked. The ropes were examined, the supplies were secured, the horses were prepared, the blankets were folded. Soon the campsite was almost completely packed. The men pushed the boats toward the river. The water was cool beneath the morning light. They climbed in. The paddles entered the current. The journey continued. The morning air was fresh. The hills looked brighter now. The mountains beyond them were easier to see. They appeared blue and distant, rising above the lower landscape. The men watched them as they traveled. There was something strange about seeing a place that had existed only in imagination suddenly becoming visible. The mountains were no longer simply something they had heard about. They were becoming part of their daily view. Still, they were not yet close enough to touch. The river continued to carry the expedition toward them. The morning passed quietly. The men paddled through calm water. The current moved around the bends. The riverbank changed from open grass to scattered trees and rocky ground. Sometimes the men could see high slopes rising beside the water. Sometimes the landscape opened again. The journey remained slow, but every mile mattered. After a while, they stopped near the shore. The men stepped onto land. The horses drank, food was shared. Everyone rested. The men looked across the river. The mountains seemed larger from this point. Perhaps they were beginning to understand that the river would not carry them all the way to their final destination. At some point, the boats would have to be left behind. The thought may have seemed distant. There was still plenty of river ahead. But the mountains were making the future harder to ignore. After the rest, the expedition continued. The afternoon became warmer. The men paddled steadily. The river was increasingly difficult in certain sections. Rocks appeared beneath the water. The current moved faster around narrow bends. The men had to pay closer attention. They guided the boats carefully. When the current strengthened, everyone worked together. The paddles moved faster. The boats turned. Water splashed against the sides. Then, once the difficult section passed, the river became quiet again. The men relaxed. They continued west. The afternoon slowly faded. The sunlight became golden. The mountains caught the last light of the day. Their distant peaks appeared brighter for a few moments before darkness began spreading across the land. The men started looking for a place to camp. They found a quiet area near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Wood was gathered. A fire was built. The evening meal was prepared. The men ate quietly. There was a tiredness in the camp that had become familiar. After months of travel, everyone knew what a long day felt like. The body became heavy. The arms became tired. The mind became quiet. Sleep began to feel almost like another part of the journey. The sun disappeared. The mountains became dark. The stars appeared above them. The fire gave warmth. The river gave sound. The wind moved gently through the grass. The men sat around the flames for a while. Some spoke about what they had seen. Some thought about the mountains. Others simply watched the fire. There was no need for constant conversation. Sometimes silence was the best companion. Eventually, the men prepared their sleeping places. The blankets were spread. Equipment was kept nearby. The horses settled down. The fire was allowed to burn slowly. One by one, the men lay down. The night became quiet. The river continued flowing. The stars moved slowly overhead. The mountains waited in the darkness. Tomorrow would bring them closer. The men knew that eventually the peaceful rhythm of the river would change. They would face harder ground. They would travel through unfamiliar trails. They would have to depend on their strength and on the knowledge of the people who knew the country ahead. But none of that needed to happen tonight. Tonight they could rest. Tonight the river was calm. Tonight the fire was warm. Tonight the sky was clear. And beneath that enormous sky, the travelers slowly closed their eyes. The expedition moved no farther during the night. The boats remained beside the shore. The horses rested in the grass. The river carried its endless current westward, and the men slept peacefully, waiting for another morning to begin. Morning came quietly over the camp. The first light touched the river, and the distant mountains slowly appeared through the pale morning air. For a few moments, the landscape looked almost silver. Then the sun rose higher. The men began to wake. The fire was rebuilt, water was collected, breakfast was prepared, the horses were checked, the boats were inspected. Another day was beginning. The men had traveled so far that the routine felt almost natural. They no longer needed to think about every small task. Their hands knew what to do. Their minds could remain focused on the journey. When everything was ready, they pushed away from the shore. The river carried them forward. The mountains were becoming more visible. They seemed to rise behind the lower hills, their distant slopes covered in shades of blue and gray. The men watched them carefully. They were getting closer. The river itself was beginning to change. The current moved faster in some places. Rocks appeared near the surface. The banks became steeper. The men had to work more carefully. They guided the boats through narrow sections. Sometimes the paddles moved quickly. Sometimes the men allowed the current to carry them. The journey required patience. It was not a race. They were traveling through a landscape that demanded attention. As the morning continued, the men passed a quiet stretch of river. The water was calm again. The sunlight reflected from its surface. The mountains remained in the distance. For a while, everything seemed peaceful. The men could simply sit and watch. A bird flew over the boat. Its shadow briefly crossed the water. Then it disappeared toward the trees. The river continued. Around midday, the expedition stopped for rest. The men pulled the boats toward shore. They drank water, they ate. The horses were allowed to rest. Some of the men sat beneath trees, others walked a short distance along the bank. There was no urgency. They had learned to conserve their strength. The mountains would still be there. The river would still be there. The journey would still be there. After resting, they continued. The afternoon became warmer. The terrain became more rugged. The men could see rocky slopes rising above the river. The country no longer looked as open as it had earlier in the expedition. The mountains were beginning to dominate the horizon. The men knew that eventually they would have to leave the Missouri and continue overland. That moment was coming closer. But they still had miles of river ahead, so they kept moving. The boats traveled around another bend, then another. The current carried them deeper into the changing landscape. The men worked together. Their movements were practiced. Their experience helped them navigate the river. As the afternoon passed, the sunlight began to soften. The mountains turned golden. The river reflected the evening light. The men searched for a campsite. They found a quiet place near the water. The boats were brought in. The ropes were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was collected. The fire was built. The men prepared their evening meal. They ate while the sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky turned orange, then purple, then dark. The mountains became black silhouettes. The stars began appearing. The men sat near the fire. Some talked softly. Others remained silent. Perhaps they were thinking about how different this country was from the place where the expedition had begun. They had traveled through forests, across plains, along rivers, past countless miles of wilderness, and now mountains stood ahead. The journey was entering another stage. But tonight was still peaceful. The fire crackled. The river flowed. The horses rested. The cool air moved across the camp. The men prepared their blankets. The fire became smaller. The stars became brighter. One by one, the men lay down. The mountains remained beyond them. The river continued beside them, and the open sky stretched above. For a few hours there was nothing to do, nothing to carry, nothing to climb, nothing to decide, only sleep. The men closed their eyes. The camp became quiet. The fire faded into embers. The river continued its slow journey west, and beneath the stars the travelers rested peacefully, knowing that another morning would eventually bring them one step closer to the mountains. The night remained still for a long time. The mountains stood beyond the camp, dark and quiet beneath the stars. The river moved beside the sleeping men, carrying small reflections of moonlight through the darkness. The fire slowly faded. The horses rested in the grass. Nothing needed their attention. For several hours the expedition simply slept. Then the eastern sky began to change. The darkness became gray. The stars disappeared. The first birds called from the trees. Morning had arrived. One of the men rose and walked toward the river. The water was cold. Mist hovered above parts of the surface. He stood there for a moment, looking at the mountains in the distance. Then he returned to camp. The fire was rebuilt. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were watered. The boats were checked. The men packed their belongings. Another morning began exactly as the others had. But the country ahead was no longer the same. The mountains were becoming impossible to ignore. They were not yet directly in front of the expedition, but their presence could be felt in the changing land. The river was no longer passing through endless open country. The banks were becoming higher. The slopes were becoming steeper. The water was becoming more complicated. The men pushed away from shore. The boats moved into the current. The morning sunlight spread across the river. For a while the journey was easy. The men paddled slowly. The current carried them forward. The mountains appeared and disappeared behind lower hills. Every bend seemed to reveal another piece of the country. The men watched carefully. They knew they were approaching places that had not been described on the maps they carried in detail. Their maps could not tell them everything. They had to see the country for themselves. They had to listen. They had to observe. They had to learn. As the morning continued, the river became faster. The men adjusted the boats. The paddles moved more quickly. The current pulled them around a bend. Water splashed against the wooden sides. For a short time, everyone became quiet and focused. Then the river opened into calmer water. The men relaxed again. They continued west. By late morning, the sun was warm. The expedition stopped for a short break. The men stepped onto shore. The horses drank. The travelers ate. Some rested beneath the trees. Others looked toward the surrounding hills. The landscape was beginning to feel unfamiliar even to those who had already traveled so far. There were new plants, different terrain, different sounds. The farther they went, the more they understood that the continent contained many different worlds within it. They had already crossed several, and more were waiting. After resting, the men returned to the river. The afternoon began. The sunlight moved slowly across the hills. The river curved through the landscape. At times, the men could see long distances ahead. At other times, the hills blocked the view. The mountains seemed to move closer and farther away depending on the bend of the river. The men continued. They had no way of knowing exactly what the next few days would bring. They could only follow the river and make decisions as the country revealed itself. That was the nature of the expedition. There was planning, there were maps, there were instructions, but there was also uncertainty. The wilderness always had the final word. As the afternoon passed, the men noticed that the current was becoming increasingly difficult. They worked harder. The boats moved forward slowly. Everyone understood that progress was still progress, even when it was measured by only a few miles. The sun began descending. The light became golden. The men started searching for a campsite. They found a quiet place near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were brought onto land. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate quietly. The mountains were visible beyond the camp. Their peaks caught the final sunlight. For a few minutes they seemed almost bright against the darkening sky. Then the sunlight disappeared. The mountains became shadows. The first stars appeared. The men sat around the fire. There was little conversation. Everyone was tired. The river made its familiar sound beside them. The fire crackled. The horses moved occasionally through the grass. The air became cooler. It was another peaceful evening. The men prepared their blankets. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The camp became quieter, and for a while the expedition seemed to disappear into the landscape. There were no travelers, no boats, no plans, only sleeping men beneath the sky. The river moved beside them. The mountains waited in the distance. The stars crossed the darkness. And slowly, one by one, the men fell asleep. Tomorrow would bring them farther into the changing country. Eventually, the river would lead them toward places where its calm rhythm would be interrupted by powerful falls and difficult passages. But they had not reached them yet. Tonight, the water was peaceful. The fire was warm, the air was cool. The mountains were quiet. And beneath the open sky, the expedition rested for another night. The night remained peaceful. The men slept beneath their blankets while the river continued flowing beside them. The mountains stood quietly in the distance. The fire had almost completely disappeared. Only a faint glow remained beneath the ash. The horses rested nearby. Every so often, one moved through the grass, then became still again. The wind was gentle, the sky was clear. For several hours, nothing changed. Then the eastern horizon slowly became lighter, the stars faded. The first birds began calling. Morning had arrived. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were watered. The boats were checked. Supplies were gathered. The campsite disappeared once again. The men returned to the river. The morning was cool. The sunlight slowly reached the hills. The mountains appeared brighter. The expedition began moving west. The river was becoming more difficult. The current pushed against the boats in certain places. The men paddled harder. They worked together. The boat moved around one bend, then another. The river narrowed. Rocky sections appeared near the shore. The men watched carefully. They had learned that the river could change without warning. A peaceful stretch could be followed by difficult water, so they remained alert. After a while, the current became calmer. The men relaxed. They continued. The morning passed. The landscape was becoming increasingly rugged. The open plains were farther behind them now. The hills were larger. The riverbanks were steeper. The mountains seemed closer. The men knew that the journey was approaching one of its most important stages. Eventually, they would have to leave the familiar river route. They would need to find a way across the mountains. But they were not there yet. For now, they continued following the water. Around midday, they stopped to rest. The boats were pulled toward shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat beneath trees. Others watched the river. The water moved steadily. A cool breeze passed across the surface. The break was quiet. The men were tired, but there was a certain calmness in the routine. They knew what came next. They would return to the boats. They would paddle. They would stop again in the evening. Then they would sleep. The journey was made of these simple moments. After resting, they continued. The afternoon became warmer. The sunlight fell across the hills. The river moved between rocky banks. The men worked steadily. Sometimes they could see distant peaks. Sometimes the mountains disappeared behind the hills, but they were always somewhere ahead. As the afternoon passed, the current became stronger again. The men guided the boats carefully. They paddled together. Water splashed against the sides. The boats moved through the faster section. Then the river widened. The water became calmer. The men breathed more easily. Another difficult section had passed. The expedition continued. Toward evening, the sunlight became golden. The hills appeared warm and soft. The mountains turned dark blue. The men began looking for a place to camp. They found a suitable area near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared. The sky slowly darkened. The mountains became silhouettes. Stars appeared. The men sat quietly beside the fire. Some spoke about the day's journey. Others remained silent. There was something peaceful about watching the flames after hours on the river. The fire moved gently. The smoke disappeared into the darkness. The river flowed nearby. The horses rested. The men prepared their sleeping places. The fire burned lower. The blankets were pulled close. The camp became still. The mountains remained in the distance. They seemed enormous beneath the stars. Tomorrow would bring the expedition closer to them. Soon, the men would have to face the difficult transition from river travel to mountain travel. They would need new routes, new supplies, new knowledge, and new strength. But tonight, none of that needed to happen. Tonight, they could rest. The river was calm, the fire was warm, the sky was clear, the wilderness was quiet, and beneath the open American sky, the men slowly drifted into sleep. The Missouri continued flowing beside them. The mountains waited patiently ahead. And another peaceful night settled over the expedition. The night passed slowly, with nothing more than the quiet movement of the river and the occasional sound of the horses in the grass. The men slept. Above them, the stars remained bright. The mountains were dark shapes beyond the river, almost impossible to distinguish from the night. The fire had disappeared completely. Only a small circle of cold ash remained where the flames had been. The wilderness was quiet. Then, gradually, the eastern sky began to brighten. Morning returned. The first light touched the tops of the distant hills. The birds began calling. The men woke one by one. A fire was rebuilt. Smoke rose into the morning air. The horses were checked. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The boats were inspected. Another day of travel was about to begin. The men packed their equipment. The campsite became empty. They pushed the boats toward the river. The Missouri carried them forward. The morning was cool. The water reflected the pale sky. The men paddled steadily. The mountains were now clearly visible. They seemed much closer than before. Some of the men watched them for long periods. Perhaps they were wondering what lay beyond them. The expedition had traveled through an enormous distance of country, but the mountains represented a completely different kind of journey. The river had provided a road. The mountains would not. Eventually, the men would need to find a way through. They would need information from people who knew the country. They would need horses. They would need supplies. And they would need patience. For now, however, the river remained their path. They continued. The morning passed. The landscape grew more rugged. Rocky slopes appeared along the river. The water became faster. The men had to work harder. They guided the boats carefully through the current. The sound of splashing water became louder. Then the river opened again. The men relaxed. They continued forward. Around midday, they stopped for a short rest. The boats were brought to shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat beneath trees. Others walked near the river. The distant mountains remained visible. The air was warm. A gentle breeze moved across the grass. It was another peaceful pause. After some time, the expedition continued. The afternoon began. The river curved between higher hills. The men followed it. They watched the water carefully. Every bend seemed to reveal a slightly different landscape. Sometimes the river was wide, sometimes narrow, sometimes calm, sometimes fast. The men had to adapt constantly. Their experience was helping them. They had become skilled river travelers, but they knew that this skill would eventually have limits. The mountains were approaching. The afternoon slowly faded. The sunlight became golden. The distant peaks caught the final light. The men began searching for a campsite. They found a quiet place beside the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Wood was gathered. The fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared. The sky became darker. The mountains turned into silhouettes. The stars appeared. The men sat quietly near the fire. They had traveled another day. Another distance had been crossed. The journey was moving toward a new stage. Yet the evening itself was peaceful. The fire crackled. The river flowed. The wind moved gently. The horses rested. The men prepared their blankets. One by one, they lay down. The fire became smaller. The camp became silent. Above them, the stars stretched across the sky. The mountains waited beyond the darkness. The men were closer than ever to the difficult country ahead. But they did not need to think about it tonight. They could sleep. They could rest their bodies. They could let the river's quiet sound fill the darkness. Tomorrow would come soon enough. And when it did, they would rise again. They would build the fire. They would prepare the boats. They would continue west. But for now, the expedition was still. The Missouri flowed beside the camp. The wind moved through the grass. The stars remained above. And beneath the open sky, the travelers slowly drifted into sleep. The night passed quietly. The river continued flowing beside the camp, and the mountains remained hidden in the darkness beyond the hills. The men slept beneath the open sky. After so many nights outdoors, sleeping on the ground had become familiar. The cold earth beneath a blanket no longer seemed unusual. The sound of the river no longer kept them awake. Instead, it had become something comforting, a steady sound, a familiar sound. Something that reminded them that they were still moving toward the unknown. The fire slowly disappeared. The horses remained quiet. The stars moved across the sky. And eventually morning began to arrive. At first, there was only a faint change in the darkness. Then the eastern horizon became gray. The hills slowly appeared. The river caught the first light. Birds began calling from the trees. One of the horses lifted its head. Another moved through the grass. The camp began waking. The men rose slowly. The fire was rebuilt. A few pieces of wood were added to the cold ashes, and soon a small flame appeared. Smoke drifted upward. The morning air was cool. The men gathered around the fire for a little warmth while breakfast was prepared. There was not much conversation. Everyone was still waking. After eating, they began preparing for another day. The boats were checked, the ropes were secured, the supplies were counted, the horses were prepared, blankets were folded, cooking equipment was packed. The campsite gradually disappeared. Soon, the only signs that anyone had been there were a few footprints in the damp ground and the remains of the fire. Then the boats were pushed into the river. The men climbed aboard, the paddles entered the water, the journey continued. The morning sunlight slowly spread across the landscape. The hills were brighter now. The mountains appeared in the distance, blue beneath the clear sky. They looked peaceful, almost beautiful. But the men understood that beauty could be misleading. Those mountains would eventually demand more from them than the river had. They would need to climb, they would need to walk, they would need to carry their supplies, and they would have to find a route through country that was still largely unknown to the Americans who had sent them west. But for the moment they were still on the Missouri. The river carried them. The men paddled. The landscape passed. A cool breeze moved across the water. The morning was peaceful. After several hours, the men reached a wider section of river. The current became slower. They allowed the boats to drift for a while. The men rested their arms. Some looked toward the shore. Others looked at the mountains. One man may have noticed a bird circling high above the river. Another watched the movement of animals along the distant bank. Lewis continued making observations. Clark continued thinking about the route. Every day added something to their knowledge. The expedition was not simply traveling across the country. It was slowly building a picture of the land. They were learning where the rivers flowed, where the hills rose, where animals gathered, where water could be found, where camps could be made, and which routes might be possible. The knowledge would become increasingly important once the expedition left the Missouri. Around midday they stopped. The boats were pulled onto shore, the horses drank, the men ate their meal, some rested beneath the shade of trees. The sunlight filtered through the leaves. The river moved slowly nearby. For a short time, the expedition was almost completely silent. A few insects moved through the grass. The wind touched the leaves. The water made a gentle sound against the shore. It was one of those ordinary moments that could easily disappear from a historical record. Yet these were the moments that filled most of the journey. Not every day brought danger. Not every hour brought discovery. Much of exploration was simply patience, traveling, waiting, watching, resting, then traveling again. After the break, the men returned to the river. The afternoon sun was warmer. The boats moved steadily. The terrain became more rugged as they continued west. Rocky slopes appeared beside the river. Some sections of shoreline were narrow. The men watched the current closely. A few times they had to work harder to keep the boats in the safest water. Then the river became calm again. The men relaxed. The journey continued. By late afternoon, the sunlight had softened. The mountains seemed to glow faintly in the distance. The men could see more of them now. Their shapes stretched across the horizon. They seemed almost endless. The sight must have created a strange feeling. The men had been traveling toward these mountains for months. Now they were finally becoming real. But the mountains were not the only thing ahead. Beyond them lay country that none of the expedition's members could fully imagine. The men would eventually meet people whose knowledge of the land would become essential. They would discover new rivers, new trails, new plants and animals. They would experience colder weather. And they would discover that crossing a mountain range was very different from traveling along a river. But that future was still ahead. Tonight was still just another evening. The men searched for a campsite. They found a sheltered place near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were taken care of. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Smoke rose into the cooling air. Food was prepared. The men ate slowly. The sun sank behind the hills. The sky became golden, then orange, then purple. The mountains turned dark against the fading light. The river reflected the last colors of the sunset. For a while, the men simply watched. There was something peaceful about the end of the day. The work was finished. The boats were safe. The horses were settled. The food had been eaten. Nothing needed to be done immediately. The men sat beside the fire. The flames moved gently. The wind passed through the grass. The river continued its quiet journey. Eventually, the conversation faded. The men began preparing their sleeping places. Blankets were spread across the ground. Equipment was kept close. The horses settled into the grass. The fire was allowed to burn lower. One by one, the travelers lay down. The sky above them was clear, stars appeared between the mountains, the river continued flowing. And for another night the wilderness became their home. There were no walls, no doors, no roof, only the earth beneath them and the enormous sky above. The men closed their eyes. The sound of the river filled the darkness. The fire gave its last warmth. The horses remained quiet. Far away, the mountains waited. And beneath the open American sky, the travelers slowly drifted into sleep, leaving tomorrow's journey for tomorrow. The night passed without trouble. The river continued moving beside the camp, its surface almost invisible beneath the darkness. From time to time, the sound of water against the shore became a little louder, then softer again. The men slept. Their blankets moved slightly in the cool breeze. The horses rested nearby. Above them, the stars stretched across the enormous sky. There was no sound of distant towns, no roads, no lights, only the wilderness. For the travelers, this had become normal. They had spent so many nights outdoors that the open sky no longer felt strange. A quiet riverbank could feel as familiar as a room back home. Eventually, the eastern sky began to brighten. The first light appeared behind the hills. The stars faded. A few birds began calling. Morning was returning. The men slowly woke. The fire was rebuilt and smoke drifted upward through the cold air. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. Then the camp began disappearing. Everything had to be packed carefully. There was little room for unnecessary weight. Every item had a purpose: food, tools, weapons, clothing, navigation equipment, writing materials, medicine. Small personal belongings. The expedition carried its supplies with them because there was no store waiting somewhere ahead. Once the boats were ready, the men pushed them into the Missouri. The morning water was cold and calm. The expedition moved forward. For a while, the current did most of the work. The men rested their paddles and allowed the boats to drift. The hills moved slowly past. The morning sunlight touched the grass. A few birds flew above the river. Everything seemed peaceful. Lewis watched the landscape carefully. Clark did the same. They had become accustomed to looking beyond the obvious. A distant trail might tell them that people had traveled through the area. A group of animals might indicate nearby water. A particular formation of hills might reveal a possible route. The wilderness was constantly communicating with them. They only needed to pay attention. As the morning continued, the river became narrower. The current moved more quickly. The men returned to their paddles. They worked together. The boats turned through the moving water. For several minutes, the river demanded their full attention. Then the current became calm again. The men relaxed. The journey continued. Around midday, they stopped beside a quiet bank. The horses drank. The men ate a simple meal. Some rested beneath the shade, others walked along the shoreline. The sun was warm, but the breeze remained cool. Beyond the river, the land rose gently toward the hills. The mountains were still visible. They seemed to change color depending on the light. Sometimes blue, sometimes gray, sometimes almost purple. The men looked at them in silence. They had spent months imagining what the western country might be like. Now they were beginning to see it. After the short rest, they returned to the boats. The afternoon was peaceful. The river carried them through a landscape that seemed to stretch without end. There were long stretches when the men could hear almost nothing except the water. The paddles dipped in. The paddles came out. Water dripped from the wooden blades. The boat moved forward. The rhythm was slow and repetitive. For someone standing nearby, it might have seemed almost hypnotic. The expedition continued that way for hours. Then, as the afternoon began to fade, the men noticed a change in the wind. It was coming from farther west. The air felt cooler. Clouds appeared above the mountains. They were thin at first, then thicker. The men watched the sky. They had learned not to ignore changes in weather. A storm could make travel difficult. So they began searching for a campsite earlier than usual. They found a sheltered stretch of land near the river, protected partly by trees. It seemed suitable. The boats were brought to shore. The horses were secured. The men gathered wood soon. A small fire was burning. The clouds continued moving overhead. A few drops of rain touched the ground. The men waited. The rain remained light. Then the clouds began breaking apart. A cool evening breeze followed. The river reflected the changing sky. The men prepared their meal. They ate near the fire while the last light disappeared from the hills. The mountains became dark silhouettes. The first stars appeared through the gaps in the clouds. The camp grew quieter. One man adjusted the fire. Another checked the horses. Someone folded a blanket. Then there was nothing more to do. The men settled down. The fire burned steadily beside them. The river moved quietly beyond the trees. The night air was cool, but the fire provided enough warmth. The men looked toward the mountains one last time before sleeping. They knew those mountains were becoming closer. Soon, the expedition would face a decision that would change the rhythm of their journey. The river could take them only so far. Beyond its upper reaches lay the great divide of the continent. Somewhere beyond those mountains was the route toward the Pacific. But tonight, the men did not need to think about the destination. They had traveled enough. The blankets were warm. The fire was gentle. The river was peaceful. The horses were quiet. The sky was clearing. And beneath the open night, the travelers slowly closed their eyes. The last sounds around the camp became softer. The fire crackled. The river whispered. The wind moved through the trees. Then even the camp seemed to disappear into the darkness. Another day had ended. Another night had begun. And the long journey west continued quietly beneath the stars. The night remained peaceful. The clouds slowly moved away from the mountains, leaving more stars visible above the sleeping camp. The river continued its quiet journey. The horses stood close together in the darkness. The fire had become a small circle of glowing embers. The men slept. For a few hours, nothing disturbed them. Then the first light of morning appeared. The eastern sky became pale. The river reflected the changing color. The mountains emerged slowly from the darkness. They looked closer than they had the evening before. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. Another day began. The men packed the camp and returned to the water. The river was calm in the morning. A thin mist floated above parts of the surface. The boats moved slowly through it. For a short time, the world around them seemed almost silent. The men could hear only the paddles and the gentle movement of water. The mist gradually disappeared as the sun rose. The hills became brighter. The mountains appeared beyond them. The expedition continued west. The river was becoming increasingly difficult. The current moved faster around certain bends. The men had to guide the boats carefully. Sometimes they paddled hard. Sometimes they allowed the current to carry them. Their movements had become almost automatic after months on the river. Everyone understood his role. Everyone watched the water. The boats moved safely through another difficult section. Then the river became calm. The men relaxed. The morning continued. As they traveled, the men noticed that the shoreline was changing. The trees were different. The grass grew in different patterns. The rocks were becoming more common. The country was beginning to feel less familiar. They were moving toward the mountains. Around midday, the expedition stopped. The men brought the boats to shore. The horses drank. The men ate. The sun was warm. The breeze was gentle. Some of the travelers sat beneath the shade and closed their eyes for a few minutes. There was no hurry. The river would wait. The mountains would wait. The journey would continue. After resting, the men returned to the boats. The afternoon was long and quiet. The river carried them through another series of bends. The mountains grew larger. Their slopes appeared more clearly. The men could see that the country ahead would not be easy. The river itself was becoming more demanding. The water moved quickly through narrow channels. The men had to work together. They guided the boats carefully. A few times, water splashed over the sides, but the boats remained safe. The difficult stretches passed. The men continued. As evening approached, the sunlight became soft. The mountains turned golden. The river reflected the sunset. The men began searching for a campsite. They found a quiet area near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate slowly. They were tired, but the evening was beautiful. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky changed from gold to orange, then purple soon. Darkness settled over the land. Stars appeared above the hills. The men sat beside the fire. The flames moved gently. The river flowed. The horses rested. The air became cooler. Nobody needed to speak much. The day's journey had been long. The quiet was welcome. Eventually, the men prepared their blankets. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The camp became still. The river continued flowing. The mountains stood silently in the distance. The men closed their eyes. Tomorrow they would travel farther toward the mountains. Eventually, they would face a journey that could not be completed by boat. They would have to leave the Missouri behind. They would have to continue overland. But tonight, that future could remain far away. Tonight, they were still beside the river, still warm, still safe, still resting. The stars moved slowly overhead. The river whispered through the darkness. The last embers of the fire glowed softly. And beneath the open sky, the expedition slept once again. The morning arrived slowly. For a while, the camp remained quiet beneath the pale sky. The mountains stood beyond the river, their distant slopes becoming visible as the darkness faded. The men woke one by one. The fire was rebuilt. A little smoke drifted upward and disappeared into the cool air. The horses moved through the grass. Breakfast was prepared. Then came the familiar work of packing. Blankets were folded, cooking vessels were cleaned, supplies were secured, the boats were checked, nothing was left behind. Expedition had learned to travel lightly and carefully. Soon the campsite was empty again. The men pushed the boats into the river. The Missouri carried them forward. The morning sunlight slowly spread across the water. The mountains appeared clearer than before. They were no longer just distant shapes. Their slopes seemed to stretch across much of the horizon. The men watched them quietly. For months they had been moving toward this country. Now they were finally approaching it. The river became narrower. The current moved faster. The men paddled steadily. They had to watch the water more carefully than before. Rocks appeared near the surface. The river curved sharply in places. The boats moved around the bends. The men worked together without much conversation. Their movements had become familiar. A paddle shifted. Another followed. The boat turned. The current carried them onward. After a difficult stretch, the river became calmer. The men relaxed. The morning continued. The landscape around them was beautiful. Tall grass moved in the breeze. Trees grew along the water. The mountains rose beyond everything. The air felt clean and cool. It was easy to understand why travelers might stop simply to look. Yet the men could not stay. They had a destination. And the journey still had a long way to go. Around midday, they found a quiet place to rest. The boats were pulled toward shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat beneath the shade. Others stretched their tired legs. For a few minutes, nobody seemed concerned about the distance ahead. The river flowed. The wind moved through the grass. The mountains remained still. The men rested. Then they returned to their work. The boats went back into the water. The afternoon began. The river became increasingly difficult. In some places, the current pushed strongly against the boats. The men paddled harder. The water splashed against the sides. The boats moved slowly forward. Then the current eased. The men caught their breath. They continued. As the afternoon passed, the mountains seemed closer. The men could see more detail in the slopes. They began to understand that the next stage of the expedition would be very different. The river had given them a road. The mountains would give them trails. They would have to depend on horses and on the knowledge of people familiar with the country. They would have to carry equipment across difficult ground. They would need food. They would need water. And they would need to choose the right route. All of that was coming, but not tonight. For now, the river still carried them. The afternoon slowly faded. The sunlight became golden. The mountains caught the warm light. For a short time, their distant peaks seemed almost bright against the sky. The men searched for a place to spend the night. They found a sheltered area beside the river. The boats were secured. The horses were settled. Firewood was collected. The evening fire was built. The smell of cooking food spread through the camp. The men ate slowly. The day's work was finished. The sun disappeared. The sky became deep blue. Stars appeared. The mountains became dark silhouettes. The men sat beside the fire. Some spoke quietly. Others simply watched the flames. There was something comforting about the familiar evening routine. After traveling for so long, the men knew that every day ended in almost the same way. The world became dark. The fire became warm. The river became quiet. The body became tired, and sleep arrived. The men prepared their blankets. The horses rested nearby. The fire burned lower. The river continued flowing. The wind moved gently through the grass. The stars remained above. The men lay down. For a while, they listened to the water. The sound was steady, soft, almost rhythmic. It filled the darkness without demanding attention. One by one, the travelers drifted into sleep. The mountains remained beyond them. They were closer now than ever before. But they did not need to be crossed tonight. Tonight was only another peaceful night on the journey. The river carried the darkness westward. The fire became a few glowing embers. The horses stood quietly in the grass. And beneath the enormous American sky, The expedition rested, waiting for another morning. Morning came gently over the river. There was no sudden change. The darkness simply became lighter. The stars faded one by one and the eastern sky turned a soft gray. The mountains appeared again. For a few minutes their distant slopes seemed almost blue against the pale morning. Then sunlight reached the highest ridges. The camp began to wake. A horse moved through the grass. Someone stirred beneath a blanket. The remains of the fire were uncovered, and fresh wood was placed over the ashes. Soon a small flame appeared. The men gathered around it. The morning air was cool. Breakfast was prepared quietly. There was little conversation. Everyone was thinking about the work ahead. After eating, the men began packing. The routine was familiar now. Blankets were folded, cooking equipment was secured, supplies were checked, the horses were prepared, the boats were inspected. Nothing was left to chance. The farther west they traveled, the more important every supply became. A missing tool could become a serious problem. A damaged boat could delay the expedition. A shortage of food could become dangerous, so the men took their time. When everything was ready, they pushed the boats into the Missouri. The water was calm beneath the morning light. The men climbed aboard. The paddles entered the river. Slowly, the boats moved away from the shore. The campsite disappeared behind them. Another day of the expedition had begun. For several hours, the river remained peaceful. The men traveled at a steady pace. The mountains stayed on the horizon. Sometimes they appeared clearly. Sometimes the lower hills hid them. But they were always there. The men were getting closer. The river itself seemed to be guiding them toward the mountains. Around them, the landscape continued changing. The grasslands became less open. The hills grew higher. Rocky areas appeared along the shoreline. Trees gathered in small groups near the water. The country had a different feeling now. It seemed older, quieter, more enclosed. The men watched carefully. They had spent months learning the language of the river. Now they were beginning to learn the language of the mountains. The signs were subtle. A change in the plants, a different kind of rock, a colder breeze, a slope rising sharply from the river. Everything suggested that they were approaching a new world. By late morning, the current became stronger. The men adjusted their positions. The paddles moved faster. The boats were pushed toward the safer side of the channel. Water splashed against the wooden hulls. For a while, the journey demanded their full attention. Then the river widened. The current slowed. The men relaxed. One of them looked back toward the water they had traveled. The river stretched behind them, winding through the landscape. For a moment, it was possible to imagine the enormous distance between this place and the eastern United States. They had left civilization far behind. There were no familiar roads waiting nearby, no easy way home, only the route ahead. And yet the men continued. At midday, they stopped beside a quiet bank. The boats were pulled onto the shore. The horses drank deeply. The men ate their midday meal. Some sat in the shade, others rested against the boats. The warm sunlight touched the grass. The river moved slowly beside them. The mountains stood in the distance. For several minutes, nobody spoke. There was something almost peaceful about the silence. The expedition had become a rhythm of movement and rest. Travel, stop, eat, sleep, travel again. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. And slowly the country changed around them. After the short break, they returned to the river. The afternoon was warmer. The sunlight reflected brightly from the water. The men paddled. The boats moved through another long stretch of calm river. Then the current began to change again. The water became faster. The river narrowed between rocky banks. The men watched the surface carefully. The mountains were becoming larger. Their slopes now seemed to rise directly from the surrounding country. The expedition was approaching a place where patience would matter more than speed. The men continued. They had no reason to hurry. Every safe mile was valuable. Every observation could become useful later. As the afternoon slowly passed, the sky remained clear. The mountains caught the sunlight. Their distant peaks appeared almost white in the bright air. The sight held the men's attention. They had been traveling toward these mountains for so long. Now they were finally close enough to understand their scale. They were enormous. And the men would eventually have to cross them. Still, the river was carrying them forward. For now, that was enough. The afternoon became evening. The light softened. The grass turned golden. The river reflected the warm colors of the setting sun. The men began searching for a campsite. They found a sheltered place near the water. It was quiet. There was enough wood nearby. The ground was suitable for sleeping. They brought the boats in, ropes were secured, the horses were settled, firewood was gathered. Soon a small fire was burning. The men prepared their evening meal. The smell of warm food spread through the cool air. They ate slowly. Nobody needed to rush. The day's work was finished. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky turned orange, then pink, then deep blue. The mountains became dark shapes against the fading light. The first stars appeared. The men remained near the fire. Some spoke quietly. Others simply watched the flames. Perhaps they thought about the road ahead. Perhaps they thought about home. Perhaps they thought about nothing at all. After months of travel, there were probably moments when the mind became wonderfully empty. The river was moving. The fire was burning. The horses were resting. The sky was above. That was enough. Eventually, the men prepared for sleep. Blankets were spread across the ground. Equipment was placed nearby. The horses settled into the grass. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The night grew cooler. The men pulled their blankets closer. The river continued flowing. Its sound filled the darkness. The mountains remained silent. The stars slowly crossed the sky. And beneath that enormous sky, the expedition rested once again. Tomorrow they would continue toward the mountains. But tonight there was nowhere else to go. There was no need to think about the difficult trails waiting ahead. No need to imagine the cold passes. No need to worry about what might happen beyond the next bend. For tonight, the travelers were simply resting beside the river. The fire became smaller. Darkness became deeper. The horses grew still. The wind moved gently through the grass. And slowly, one by one, the men fell asleep. The Missouri continued flowing beside them, quietly, patiently, carrying the sound of the night toward the distant west. And beneath the stars, the long journey continued even while the travelers slept. The night passed quietly beside the river. The men slept beneath their blankets, while the mountains stood silently beyond the darkness. The fire had become ash. The horses rested in the grass. The river continued its slow movement. For several hours, nothing disturbed the camp. Then morning arrived. The eastern sky became pale. The stars disappeared. Birds began calling from the trees. The men woke slowly. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. Another day began. The men packed the camp and returned to the Missouri. The river was calm in the early light. A thin mist hovered above parts of the water. The boats moved quietly through it. The men paddled slowly. The mountains appeared through the morning haze. They seemed larger than before. The farther west the expedition traveled, the more the landscape changed. The river was becoming narrower. The hills were becoming steeper. Rocky slopes appeared along the shoreline. The men watched the water carefully. They knew that the river could become dangerous. But the morning remained peaceful. For a while, the current carried the boats without much effort. The men allowed their arms to rest. The landscape passed slowly. Grass moved in the breeze. Birds flew above the river. The mountains remained in the distance. It was easy to forget how difficult the journey would eventually become. Around midday, the expedition stopped. The men brought the boats to shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat beneath the shade. Others looked toward the mountains. The mountains seemed almost unreal. They were enormous compared with the hills around them. The men knew that somewhere beyond those peaks was another side of the continent. But they did not know exactly how to reach it. The maps could not provide every answer. They would need local knowledge. They would need to find trails. They would need to understand the country. The expedition was entering a place where observation and cooperation would matter more than ever. After the rest, they continued. The afternoon became warmer. The current became stronger. The men paddled harder. The boats moved around sharp bends. Water splashed against the sides. For a while, everyone concentrated on the river. Then the current eased. The men relaxed again. They continued west. The afternoon passed slowly. The sunlight touched the mountains. Their distant peaks became golden. The river reflected the changing light. The men began looking for a place to spend the night. They found a quiet stretch of shore. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. The men prepared their meal. They ate while the sun disappeared. The sky became orange, then purple, then dark. The mountains became silhouettes. Stars appeared above them. The men sat quietly beside the fire. There was little conversation. The day had been long. Everyone was tired. The fire gave warmth. The river gave sound. The horses were quiet. The night air was cool. The men prepared their sleeping places, the fire burned lower, the camp became still. The mountains remained in the distance. They seemed to watch over the sleeping travelers. The men closed their eyes. Tomorrow would bring them closer soon. The familiar river journey would end. The boats would no longer be enough. The expedition would have to continue overland. But that moment was still ahead. Tonight the river was peaceful, the fire was warm, the sky was clear, the men were safe. And beneath the open American sky, they slowly drifted into sleep. The Missouri continued flowing through the darkness. The wind moved softly across the grass. The stars remained above, and the wilderness stayed quiet around the resting expedition. For one more night, nothing needed to happen. The journey could wait until morning. Morning arrived with a cool breeze moving down from the hills. The river looked different in the early light. A thin mist rested above the water, and the mountains beyond it appeared faint and blue. For a few minutes the camp was completely still. Then the first sounds began. A horse moved through the grass. Someone stirred beneath a blanket. The ashes of the fire were uncovered. A small flame appeared. The men gathered around it. The morning was cold enough to make the warmth feel welcome. Breakfast was prepared. Water was collected. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The men packed their belongings. Another campsite disappeared. The expedition returned to the river. The boats moved slowly through the morning mist. The paddles touched the water with soft sounds. The current carried them forward. The men were quiet. There was something almost peaceful about the early hours. The mountains seemed closer than ever. Their slopes rose beyond the river, filling more of the horizon. The men watched them as they traveled. For months they had been moving west toward this country. Now the mountains were becoming impossible to ignore. The river began to change. The water moved faster. The banks became higher. Rocky areas appeared along the shore. The men had to work more carefully. They guided the boats through narrow sections. The current pushed against them. Paddles moved faster. Water splashed. Then the river opened again. The men relaxed. They continued. The morning passed. The sun rose above the hills. The mist disappeared. The landscape became clear. The mountains looked enormous beneath the bright sky. The men knew they would eventually have to leave the river, but they still had supplies to carry. They still needed information. They still needed to find a route. So they continued along the water. At midday, they stopped. The men pulled the boats onto shore. The horses drank. The travelers ate. Some rested in the shade. Others walked a little along the riverbank. The air was warm. The water was cool. The mountains remained still for a while. The expedition was simply a group of tired men enjoying a quiet break. After resting, they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The river became more difficult. There were stronger currents, more rocks, sharper bends. The men worked together. They had become skilled at handling the boats. They knew when to paddle. They knew when to slow down. They knew when to watch the water. The boats moved forward slowly, carefully. The mountains grew larger. The river seemed to lead directly toward them. But as the afternoon continued, the men noticed that the water was not always the best path. The terrain ahead was becoming too rugged. They began thinking about what would come after the river. The expedition was approaching the point where they would need to change their method of travel. The idea must have been both exciting and worrying. The boats had been their road for months. They had depended on them. They had carried food, equipment, supplies, weapons, everything. Leaving them behind would mean carrying much of that weight over land. Still, there was no need to make the decision tonight. The river continued to carry them. The afternoon slowly faded. The sunlight became golden. The mountains caught the last light. The men searched for a campsite. They found a quiet area near the shore. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate slowly. The sun disappeared. The sky turned deep blue. The mountains became dark. Stars appeared. The men sat beside the fire. The evening was peaceful. The fire crackled. The river moved. The horses rested. The wind passed through the grass. The men talked quietly about the country ahead. Soon they would have to leave the familiar river. Soon the journey would become more difficult. But tonight they could rest. The blankets were spread. The equipment was placed nearby. The fire burned lower. The men lay down. The river continued flowing. The mountains remained beyond the darkness. The stars crossed the sky, and slowly the travelers fell asleep. The wilderness was quiet around them. The fire became embers. The horses stood peacefully. The river whispered beside the camp. And another night passed beneath the open sky. Morning came softly, almost without announcing itself. A pale light spread across the eastern sky, and the mountains slowly emerged from the darkness. The river looked silver beneath the early light. The camp was quiet. The men woke gradually. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. Everything was becoming routine. Yet the landscape ahead was beginning to remind them that routine would soon change. The mountains were closer. The river was narrower. The hills rose higher. The men could see that the country ahead would demand more from them. Still, they pushed away from shore. The Missouri carried them onward. The morning was cool. The current was gentle. The men paddled steadily. For several hours, the journey was peaceful. The mountains remained on the horizon. The sunlight moved across their slopes. The river wound through the landscape. The men watched the country carefully. There was a quiet feeling of anticipation in the camp. They were approaching the point where the river would no longer be enough. Eventually, they would have to travel overland. But before that happened, there was still more river to follow. Around midday, the men stopped. They pulled the boats onto shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some rested beneath trees. Others looked toward the mountains. The mountains seemed enormous. Their slopes disappeared into the distance. The men had heard stories about the western ranges. Now they were beginning to understand their scale. After the break, they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The river became increasingly difficult. The current moved faster. The water passed around rocks. The men guided the boats carefully. Sometimes they had to paddle hard. Sometimes they allowed the current to carry them. The river curved through narrow passages. The mountains rose on both sides. The landscape felt more enclosed. The men continued slowly, carefully, patiently. As the afternoon passed, the river opened again. The men relaxed. They had managed another difficult section. The sunlight became softer. The distant mountains turned golden. The men began searching for a place to camp. They found a quiet area beside the water. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Men prepared their meal. They ate as the sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky became orange, then purple, then dark. Stars appeared. The men sat around the fire. There was something peaceful about the evening. The day's work was finished. The boats were safe. The horses were resting. The food had been eaten. The river was close. For a little while there was nothing else to do. The men could simply sit and watch the fire. Some spoke quietly. Others looked toward the mountains. Perhaps they were thinking about what tomorrow might bring. Soon they would need to make difficult decisions. The river would eventually become too rough. The mountains would block their path. They would need to find another route. But the night was not asking them to solve those problems. The night was simply asking them to rest. The fire burned lower. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled into the grass. The river moved quietly beside them. The mountains stood beneath the stars. One by one, the men closed their eyes. The camp became silent. The last flames turned into glowing embers. The river continued flowing. The wind moved gently across the land. And beneath the enormous western sky, the expedition slept. Tomorrow would come. The river would still be there. The mountains would still be waiting. But for tonight, the travelers could rest peacefully beside the water. The darkness deepened. The stars remained above. And the quiet wilderness held the sleeping camp until morning. The morning came quietly once again. A soft wind moved across the river before the first light reached the camp. The men were still sleeping when the sky began to brighten. For a while, the mountains remained dark against the horizon. Then their outlines became visible. The river caught the pale morning light and carried it slowly downstream. A horse lifted its head. Another moved through the grass. Soon the camp began to wake. The fire was rebuilt from the remaining embers. A small flame appeared, followed by a thin column of smoke. The men gathered around it for warmth. The morning air was cooler than it had been in previous days. Breakfast was prepared. Water was collected. The horses were fed and checked. The boats were inspected one more time. Then the familiar work of packing began. Everything was secured carefully. The expedition had learned that small mistakes could become large problems far from home. A loose rope could mean lost equipment. A damaged paddle could mean difficult travel. A wet supply could become useless, so the men checked everything. When they were ready, the boats were pushed back into the river. The men climbed aboard. The paddles entered the water. The Missouri carried them west. For a while the morning was calm. The mountains were visible ahead. Their slopes appeared larger than before. The men watched them quietly as they traveled. The river seemed to be leading them toward a place they had imagined for a very long time. Yet the closer they came, the more uncertain the journey became. They could see the mountains, but seeing them was not the same as knowing how to cross them. The men continued. The current carried them around another bend. The river narrowed, the banks rose higher. The men paddled more carefully. There were rocks beneath the water. The current moved around them. The boats passed through safely. Then the river widened again. The men relaxed. The morning continued. They traveled for several hours. The rhythm was familiar. Paddle, drift, paddle again, watch the shore, watch the water, look ahead, rest, then continue. It was a simple rhythm, but it had carried them across an enormous distance. Around midday, they stopped beside a quiet bank. The boats were pulled onto shore. The horses drank deeply. The men ate their meal. The sun was warm now. Some of the travelers sat beneath the trees. Others remained near the boats. Lewis spent some time examining the surrounding country. Clark looked toward the mountains. There was more and more to consider. The river could no longer be treated simply as a road. Soon they would need to understand where it was taking them. They would need to find its upper reaches. They would need to know where the water came from. And eventually they would need to find a route beyond it. The men rested for a while longer. Then they returned to the boats. The afternoon was bright and clear. The mountains filled more of the horizon. Their slopes seemed to rise behind the lower hills. The river moved between them. The landscape had become quieter. There were fewer open spaces. The men traveled slowly. Every bend revealed something new: a rocky wall, a narrow valley, a group of trees, a distant peak, a stretch of grass beside the water. The men watched everything. The expedition was not simply moving west. It was learning the country mile by mile. As the afternoon continued, the current became stronger. The men paddled together. Their movements were steady. The boats moved through the faster water. For a while the river seemed restless. Then the current eased. The men allowed themselves a moment to breathe. They continued. The sun began to descend. The mountains changed color. The highest ridges caught the evening light. They appeared warm and golden for a few minutes. Then the light faded. The men began searching for a campsite. They found a sheltered place near the river. The boats were brought in. The horses were secured. Wood was collected. The fire was built. The evening meal was prepared. The men ate quietly. The river reflected the last light of the sky. The mountains slowly disappeared into darkness. The first stars appeared. The fire became the brightest thing in the camp. The men sat around it. Some spoke softly. Others watched the flames. There was a calmness in the evening that made the difficult journey seem far away. Tomorrow would bring another day of travel. Eventually they would face the mountains. Eventually the boats would no longer be enough. Eventually they would have to walk. But tonight they were still beside the river. They could hear the water. They could feel the warmth of the fire. They could rest their tired bodies. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled into the grass. The fire burned lower. The night became deeper. The river continued its endless movement. A gentle wind passed through the trees. The men closed their eyes. The mountains stood silently above them. And once again the wilderness became their bedroom. There were no walls around them, no ceiling above them. Only the cool earth beneath their blankets and the endless sky overhead. The sound of the river remained steady, soft, patient, almost like a lullaby. The men slowly drifted into sleep. Far away, the mountains waited for them. But they did not need to reach them tonight. Tonight, they could simply rest. And while the expedition slept, the Missouri continued its quiet journey through the darkness, carrying the sound of the western wilderness past the sleeping camp and toward the unknown country beyond. The night remained calm until the first light of morning touched the river. The men slept quietly beneath their blankets. The horses stood in the grass, their shapes barely visible in the darkness. The fire had disappeared. Only a little warmth remained beneath the ashes. Above the camp, the stars slowly faded. Then the eastern sky became pale. A cool breeze moved across the river. Morning had arrived. The men began waking. The familiar sounds of a new day returned. A fire was built. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The men packed their belongings and prepared to leave. The campsite that had been their home for one night slowly became empty. Soon there was almost no sign that anyone had been there. The boats entered the river. The men climbed aboard. The paddles moved through the quiet water. The expedition continued west. The morning was peaceful. The mountains appeared ahead, larger and clearer than before. Their distant slopes seemed to fill the horizon. The men watched them in silence. They had spent months traveling toward this country. Now they were close enough to understand that the journey ahead would be very different. The river had been their companion. It had carried them across enormous distances. It had provided water. It had guided their route. It had allowed the boats to carry supplies that would have been difficult to move by land. But the river could not carry them over the mountains. That reality was becoming impossible to ignore. Still, the men continued. For the moment, the river was calm. They allowed the current to help them. The boats drifted around a wide bend. The sunlight moved across the water, birds flew between the trees, the mountains remained ahead. For a while the men simply watched the country pass. There was no need for hurried conversation. The sound of the paddles was enough. The water moved, the boats moved. The landscape moved slowly behind them. It was a peaceful rhythm. After some time they reached a quieter stretch of shore. The men stopped for a short rest. The horses drank. The travelers ate. Some sat beneath the shade, others walked along the bank. The mountains looked enormous from there. Their lower slopes were covered in trees and grass. Higher up, the terrain became rougher. Beyond those mountains was the country they had hoped to reach, the Pacific. That distant ocean was still far away, but the thought of it gave meaning to every mile. After resting, the men returned to the river. The afternoon was warmer. The current became stronger. They paddled steadily. The river moved between rocky banks. At several points, the men had to guide the boats carefully. The water rushed around rocks. The boats shifted. The men corrected their course. Then the difficult section passed. The river became calm again. The men continued. The afternoon slowly became evening. The mountains changed color in the fading sunlight. First they were green and gray, then gold, then dark blue. The men began looking for a place to camp. They found a quiet area beside the water. The boats were secured. The horses were brought onto shore. Firewood was collected. The evening fire was built. The men prepared their meal. The smell of warm food spread through the cool air. They ate slowly. Nobody seemed in a hurry to finish. The day was ending. The work was finished. The river was calm. The mountains were quiet. The evening felt almost peaceful enough to forget how far from home they were. After the meal, the men remained beside the fire. The flames moved gently. Small sparks rose into the darkness. The river reflected the firelight near the shore. The horses rested nearby. Above them, the first stars appeared. The men talked quietly for a while. Perhaps they wondered how much farther they would have to travel. Perhaps they wondered what waited beyond the mountains. Perhaps they thought about home. After so many months away, memories of home must sometimes have seemed strangely distant. The sounds of familiar places, the smell of familiar food, the voices of people they knew, the simple comfort of a building with a roof. Here there was only wilderness. Yet the men had adapted. The wilderness had become part of their daily life. They had learned its rhythms. They had learned to listen to rivers. They had learned to watch the sky. They had learned to recognize animal tracks. They had learned to sleep beneath trees and stars. And now they were preparing to learn another landscape, the mountains. Eventually, the fire began to fade. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled into the grass. The camp became quiet. The river continued flowing beside them. The mountains remained dark beneath the stars. One by one, the men closed their eyes. The night deepened. The sound of water became the loudest thing around them. A gentle breeze moved through the grass. The horses breathed quietly. The travelers slept. For a few hours there was no expedition, no destination, no uncertainty, only sleep. The river moved beside them, carrying its endless current toward the west. The mountains waited, and beneath the open sky, the tired travelers rested peacefully, knowing that when morning came, they would rise once more and continue the long journey across the American wilderness. The darkness slowly gave way to another morning. The river was still moving when the first light appeared. The mountains stood quietly beyond the water, their upper slopes catching the earliest sunlight. The camp remained still for a few moments. Then the horses began to move. A man stirred beneath his blanket. Another rose and walked toward the fire. The ashes were opened. Dry wood was placed over them. Soon a small flame appeared. The morning routine began again. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were fed, the boats were checked, supplies were secured. The men packed their blankets and equipment. The campsite disappeared. The boats were pushed into the river. The men climbed aboard. The paddles touched the water. The journey continued. The morning was cool and clear. The river reflected the sky. The mountains were much closer now. They no longer looked like distant clouds. Their slopes had shape and detail. The men could see valleys between them. They could see rocky ridges. They could see forests covering parts of the lower ground. The country ahead was becoming real. The men continued quietly. For several miles, the current was gentle. They allowed the river to carry them. Sometimes they paddled. Sometimes they simply drifted. The sound of the water was soft. Birds moved through the trees. The wind passed across the surface. The morning felt peaceful. But eventually the river changed. The current became stronger. The banks narrowed. Rocks appeared beneath the water. The men became more attentive. They moved the boats carefully. A paddle entered the water. Another followed. The boats turned. The current pushed. The men corrected their direction. For several minutes the work was difficult. Then the river opened. The water became calm again. The men rested their arms. The journey continued. By midday the sun was high. The expedition stopped beside a quiet bank. The boats were secured. The horses drank. The men ate. Some rested beneath the trees. The mountains were visible beyond the river. Their size made the men pause. The journey ahead was beginning to feel different. The river had been a dependable path. The mountains would not be so simple. The men would have to leave the water eventually. They would have to carry supplies across steep ground. They would need horses. They would need guidance. And they would need to find a route through the mountains. The expedition had not yet reached that point, but it was coming. After resting, the men returned to the boats. The afternoon passed slowly. The river carried them deeper into the western country. The landscape became quieter. The hills were closer together. The mountains filled more of the sky. And traveled steadily. They did not know exactly what tomorrow would look like, but they had learned that the best way to face the unknown was simply to keep moving, 1 mile at a time, one bend at a time, one day at a time. The afternoon sunlight softened. The mountains began turning golden. The river reflected the warm colors. The men searched for a place to camp. They found a sheltered stretch of land near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were settled. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate while the sun disappeared. The sky became orange, then pink, then deep blue. The mountains turned dark. The stars appeared. The men sat quietly around the fire. The flames moved gently. The river flowed beside them. The horses rested nearby. The air was cool. There was something deeply peaceful about the scene. The men had traveled through thousands of miles of wilderness, yet each evening seemed to return them to the same simple routine: fire, food, water, blankets, sleep. The journey was made from these ordinary moments. After dinner, the men remained near the fire for a while. Some talked softly. Others looked toward the mountains. The future seemed close now. The mountains were no longer just something beyond the horizon. They were part of the landscape around them. Soon the expedition would have to confront them. But tonight the men could rest. The fire burned lower. The horses settled. The river whispered. The wind moved through the grass. The men spread their blankets. They lay down. Above them the stars stretched across the sky. The mountains stood silently beyond the river. The last flames became embers. The camp grew darker. The sound of the river became softer. The men slowly fell asleep. The night passed. The river continued flowing. The mountains remained still. And beneath the open sky, the travelers rested peacefully, waiting for another morning to carry them farther west. The next morning arrived quietly. A faint mist rested above the river, and the first sunlight touched the distant mountains. For a few moments the camp was almost completely silent. Then came the soft sounds of waking. The horses moved through the grass. A few birds called from the trees. Someone stirred the ashes of the fire. A small flame appeared. The men gathered close for warmth. The morning air was cool, and the mountains seemed to hold the cold around them. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were watered. The boats were checked. The men packed their belongings. As they worked, the familiar routine continued without much conversation. After so many months together, they understood one another's movements. One man gathered the cooking equipment. Another secured the supplies. Someone checked the ropes. Someone watched the horses. Soon, the camp was ready to disappear. The men pushed the boats toward the river. The water moved slowly beneath the morning light. They climbed aboard. The paddles entered the water. The expedition began another day. The mountains were now much closer. Their lower slopes rose above the riverbanks. The men could see more detail in the landscape. Trees covered some areas, rock covered others. Long stretches of grass followed the river. The country seemed to rise gradually toward the mountains. The men continued. For a while the river was calm. The boats moved smoothly. The men paddled at an easy rhythm. The sound of wood entering the water repeated again and again. Splash, pull, splash, pull. The river carried the boats forward. It was almost peaceful enough to forget how far they had traveled. But the men knew they were approaching a difficult part of the journey. The river was changing. The current became faster. The water moved around rocks. The banks became narrower. The men watched carefully. They guided the boats through the current. Sometimes they paddled hard. Sometimes they used the current to turn. The boats moved safely through the difficult sections. Then the water became calm again. The men relaxed. The morning continued. Around midday, they stopped. The boats were brought onto shore. The horses drank, the men ate. The sun was warm. The mountains stood above them. For a while, the men rested quietly. One of the travelers looked toward the distant peaks. Another examined the shoreline. The expedition was entering a place where every detail mattered. The men knew that they would soon need information about trails and passes. They would need to know where water could be found. They would need to understand the terrain. The river could tell them only so much. Beyond it lay country that other people knew far better than they did. The expedition would eventually depend on that knowledge. After the break, the men returned to the boats. The afternoon was bright. The river moved through a narrow valley. The mountains rose on both sides. Their size made the men feel small, but they continued. There was no reason to turn back. The journey was still moving forward. The afternoon passed slowly. The men paddled. The river carried them. The mountains came closer. The sunlight moved across the slopes. Eventually, the men began searching for a campsite. They found a quiet area near the water. The boats were secured. The horses were brought ashore. Firewood was gathered. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate as the sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky turned golden, then orange, then purple. The river reflected the last light. The mountains became dark silhouettes. Stars appeared above them. The men sat beside the fire. The evening was peaceful. No urgent task remained. The day's travel was finished. The horses were safe. The boats were secured. Food had been eaten. The fire was warm. The river was close. For a little while the men could forget about the difficult country ahead. They could simply sit, listen, rest. The fire crackled softly. The wind moved through the grass. The river whispered beside them. Eventually the men prepared their sleeping places. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The horses settled. The camp became quiet. The men lay beneath their blankets. Above them the stars stretched across the sky. The mountains remained silent. The river continued moving. Slowly the travelers drifted into sleep. Tomorrow would bring them closer to the end of the river journey. Soon, the mountains would demand more than paddles and boats. But tonight, there was nothing to solve, nothing to fear, nothing to hurry toward, only rest. The fire became embers. The wind became softer. The river continued its endless movement. And beneath the vast western sky, Lewis and Clark's expedition slept peacefully beside the water, waiting for another quiet morning. The night passed gently beside the river. The men slept beneath the open sky, wrapped in their blankets while the mountains stood quietly beyond the darkness. The fire had faded to ash. The horses rested in the grass. The river continued moving, steady and unhurried. For several hours the wilderness remained completely still. Then morning slowly appeared. A faint gray light spread across the eastern sky. The stars disappeared one by one. The mountains emerged from the darkness. Their upper slopes caught the first sunlight. The camp began to wake. The horses moved, birds called from the trees. A small fire was built. The men gathered around it for warmth. Breakfast was prepared, water was collected, the boats were checked, the horses were watered, the men packed their belongings. The routine had become almost effortless after so many months on the trail. Soon the campsite was empty. The boats were pushed into the Missouri. The men climbed aboard, the paddles touched the water. Another day began. The river was calm. The morning light reflected across its surface. The mountains were closer now. They filled much of the horizon. The men watched them quietly. There was no need to speak. The mountains themselves seemed to tell them that the journey was changing. For so long the river had been their road. Now that road was beginning to narrow. The current became faster, the banks grew steeper. The men guided the boats carefully. Water moved around rocks. The paddles worked steadily. The boats turned through the current. For several minutes the river demanded their full attention. Then the water became calmer, the men relaxed. The journey continued, the morning passed. The country around them became increasingly rugged, there were fewer open stretches. The mountains seemed to rise directly from the landscape. The men could see forests covering some slopes, other slopes were bare and rocky, the air was cooler. The river continued west. At midday they stopped beside a quiet bank. The horses drank. The men ate. Some rested beneath trees. Others looked toward the mountains. The thought of leaving the river must have been difficult. The boats carried so much, they had become essential. But eventually they would have to be abandoned or left behind. The men would need to continue with horses and packs. The route ahead would be slower, harder, less certain. Still, they were not there yet. After resting, they returned to the river. The afternoon was warm. The current became stronger. The men paddled together. Their movements were smooth. The boats passed through the faster water. Then the river widened. The men allowed the current to carry them. The mountains appeared closer with every bend. The afternoon slowly faded. The sunlight became golden. The peaks caught the final light. The men searched for a campsite. They found a quiet place near the river. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was gathered. The fire was built. The men prepared their evening meal. They ate slowly while the sun disappeared. The sky became dark. Stars appeared. The mountains turned into silhouettes. The men sat around the fire. The conversation was quiet. The day's journey had been long. Everyone was tired. The fire provided warmth. The river provided a familiar sound. The horses were peaceful. The night air was cool. Eventually, the men prepared their blankets. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The horses settled into the grass. The camp became still. The men lay down. The river moved beside them. The mountains waited ahead. The stars crossed the sky. The men closed their eyes. There was no need to think about tomorrow. Tomorrow would arrive on its own. Tonight, the river was peaceful. The fire was warm. The earth beneath them was quiet. The sky above them was enormous. Slowly, the travelers drifted into sleep. The Missouri continued flowing through the darkness. The wind moved softly through the grass. The mountains remained silent. And beneath the open American sky, the expedition rested once more, one quiet night closer to the mountains and to the unknown country beyond them. The night continued quietly. The men slept beside the river while the mountains stood dark beneath the stars. The last embers of the fire gave a faint warmth before disappearing completely. The horses rested nearby. The river moved steadily through the darkness. Nothing disturbed the camp. Then, slowly, morning returned. A pale glow appeared behind the mountains. The stars faded. Birds began calling. The horses lifted their heads. The men woke. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were inspected. The men packed their belongings. Another campsite disappeared into the wilderness. Soon the boats were back on the river. The men climbed aboard. The paddles touched the water. The expedition continued west. The morning was cool and clear. The mountains were now close enough to dominate the view. Their slopes rose above the river. Some were covered with trees, others were rocky. The men watched them carefully. The river continued between the hills. For a while the water was calm. The men paddled slowly. The current helped them. They could hear birds in the trees. The wind moved gently across the water. The journey felt almost peaceful. But as the morning continued, the river became faster. The men adjusted their course. The current pushed the boats toward rocks. They worked together. Paddles moved quickly. The boats turned. Water splashed against the sides. Then the river opened again. The men relaxed. They continued. Around midday, they stopped to rest. The boats were pulled onto shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some sat beneath trees. Others looked toward the mountains. The peaks seemed enormous. The men knew they were approaching a point where the river would no longer be enough. Soon they would have to find a way through the mountains. That thought was always somewhere in the background. But the men did not allow it to interrupt the present moment. They rested. They drank water. They watched the river. After a while, they returned to the boats. The afternoon began. The landscape became more rugged. The river passed through narrower spaces. Rocky walls appeared along parts of the shore. The men paddled carefully. The mountains rose above them. The sunlight moved across the slopes. The country seemed to become quieter the farther they traveled. The men continued. The afternoon passed. The river curved again and again. Each bend revealed another view of the mountains. The men could see distant ridges layered one behind another. Beyond them lay even higher country. It was difficult to imagine how far the expedition still had to travel. But they had already come so far. They continued. As evening approached, the sunlight softened. The mountains became golden. The river reflected the evening sky. The men began looking for a campsite. They found a sheltered place beside the water. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Wood was gathered. A fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate quietly. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky turned purple, then dark. Stars appeared. The men sat beside the fire. The flames moved gently. The river flowed nearby. The horses rested. The air became colder. The men pulled their blankets closer. There was a peaceful feeling in the camp. The day's work was finished. The journey could wait. The men prepared their sleeping places. The fire burned lower. The mountains became invisible in the darkness. Only the stars remained. The men lay down. The river continued its quiet sound. A gentle breeze moved through the grass. The horses breathed softly. The fire became embers. One by one, the travelers fell asleep. They were now very close to the country that would force them away from the river. Soon, they would have to leave their boats. Soon, the familiar rhythm of paddling would be replaced by walking. But tonight, they were still beside the Missouri, still surrounded by the familiar sound of water, still beneath the open sky. And for another night, the wilderness allowed them to rest. The stars remained above the sleeping camp. The river continued westward. The mountains waited patiently. And the long expedition moved quietly toward its next great change. The night passed quietly beside the river. The men slept beneath the stars, their blankets pulled close against the cool air. The horses rested in the grass. The fire had faded completely. Only the sound of the Missouri remained. Water moved over stones. A gentle breeze passed through the trees. Far above, the stars slowly crossed the sky. Then, after many quiet hours, morning began to appear. The eastern horizon became pale. The mountains slowly emerged from the darkness. Their distant peaks caught the first light. The camp began to wake. The men rose from their blankets. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were fed and checked. The boats were inspected. The familiar routine continued. But there was something different about the morning. The mountains were very close now. They no longer seemed like distant shapes. They stood ahead of the expedition like a great wall. The men could see that the river was beginning to change. Its water moved faster. The banks were steeper. The country around it was more rugged. The river still carried them forward, but it was becoming clear that this easy road would not continue forever. The men pushed their boats into the water. They climbed aboard. The paddles entered the current. The expedition moved west. The morning was cool. The sunlight spread slowly across the river. For a while, everything was calm. The men paddled at an easy pace. The boats moved around wide bends. Birds flew above the water. The mountains watched from beyond the trees. The men had become accustomed to the rhythm. Paddle, rest, drift, paddle again. It was almost like a long meditation. But the river soon demanded more attention. The current became stronger. The water moved between rocks. The men guided the boats carefully. They worked together. One man watched ahead. Another watched the shoreline. The others paddled. The boats moved through the narrow section. Then the river opened. The current slowed. The men relaxed. They continued. Around midday, they stopped. The boats were pulled onto the shore. The horses drank. The men ate. Some rested beneath the trees. Others walked near the water. The mountains stood above them. The men looked at the landscape. Soon, the river would no longer be enough. They would need to find a route into the mountains. They would need to leave behind some of the equipment that had carried them this far. They would need to travel differently. The thought must have felt strange. For months, the river had been their road. It had carried them safely through thousands of miles. Now the country ahead was asking them to leave it. After the rest, they returned to the boats. The afternoon was bright. The mountains seemed closer with every mile. The river curved through increasingly narrow valleys. The men paddled steadily. They could see rocky slopes rising above the water. The landscape felt quieter. The trees moved gently in the wind. The mountains seemed to absorb the sounds around them. The expedition continued. As the afternoon faded, the sunlight became golden. The peaks caught the final light. The river reflected the sky. The men searched for a place to camp. They found a sheltered section of land beside the water. The boats were secured. The horses were cared for. Firewood was collected. The evening fire was built. Food was prepared. The men ate slowly. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky darkened. Stars appeared. The men sat beside the fire. There was little conversation. Everyone was tired. The day's journey had been long. The fire was warm. The river was close. The mountains were quiet for a while. The men simply watched the flames. The future could wait. Tonight they could rest. The fire slowly burned lower. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled into the grass. The river continued flowing. The wind moved gently through the trees. The mountains disappeared into the darkness. The men lay down. One by one they closed their eyes. The sound of the river became softer. The fire became a few glowing embers. The stars remained above. And beneath the open sky the expedition slept. Tomorrow would bring them even closer to the mountains. Soon the river would end as their road. Soon they would begin another part of their journey. But tonight they were still here, still beside the water, still surrounded by the familiar sounds of the wilderness. And for one more peaceful night they could simply sleep. The morning came quietly, but this time the sound of the river was different. It seemed stronger. The water moved with greater purpose between the rocky banks, and the hills around the expedition had become higher. The men woke beneath a pale morning sky. For a moment nobody moved. The mountains stood ahead, gray and blue in the early light. Then the familiar routine began. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were examined. The men packed their belongings. There was something comforting about doing these simple things in the same order each morning. Even in an unfamiliar country, routine gave the travelers a sense of stability. Soon the boats were pushed away from shore. The Missouri carried them onward. The men paddled steadily. The morning air was cool. The sunlight slowly warmed the river. Ahead, the country appeared increasingly rugged. The men began noticing changes in the sound of the water. In some places the current moved quickly. In others it became strangely restless. They listened, they watched, they followed the river carefully. Lewis and Clark knew that they were approaching a major obstacle. They did not yet know exactly what it would look like. The river continued forward. Then, as the morning progressed, a distant sound began to reach them. At first it was faint, almost like wind. Then it became louder, a deep, continuous rumble. The men looked toward one another. They had heard descriptions of great falls somewhere ahead, but hearing the water before seeing it made the moment feel different. They continued cautiously. The sound grew stronger. The river seemed to move faster. The air itself appeared to carry the vibration. Eventually, they reached a point where the land opened before them. And there, beyond the river, they began to understand what was ahead. The Missouri was no longer simply flowing quietly through the landscape. It was rushing toward a vast series of falls. Water poured over rocks with tremendous force. Mist rose into the air. The sound filled the valley. The men stood watching. For a long time there was little to say. They had traveled for months. They had followed the river west. And now the river itself was telling them that their journey had to change. The boats could go no farther. The falls were beautiful, but they were also an enormous obstacle. The men would have to carry their equipment around them. The work would be difficult. There would be no easy way around. The afternoon became busy. The men examined the surrounding land. They looked for a route. They considered how far the portage would be. The boats would need to remain safe. The supplies would need to be carried. The horses would need to help. Every object would have to be moved carefully. The great river that had carried them so far had finally reached a place where walking was necessary. But the men did not begin the full portage immediately. They needed to prepare. They needed to understand the terrain. They needed to decide where the safest route might be. So they spent the remainder of the day making plans. The sound of the falls remained constant. Even from a distance, the roar never completely disappeared. By evening, the men established a temporary campsite near the river. The horses were cared for. Food was prepared. The fire was built. The men sat near the flames while the distant water continued its enormous rumble. The sound was unlike the quiet river they had become accustomed to. It was deeper, louder, more powerful. Yet after a while, even that sound became part of the evening. The men ate slowly. The sky darkened. The mountains became silhouettes. Mist from the falls drifted through the air. The fire gave warmth. The men talked quietly about the work that would begin in the morning. They knew the next days would be tiring. The boats had to be moved. Supplies had to be carried. The route had to be crossed on foot. The expedition had entered another difficult stage. But there was also a feeling of achievement. They had reached the Great Falls. They had followed the Missouri farther than many people from their homeland had ever traveled. The river had brought them here. And now they would continue beyond it. The fire burned lower. The men prepared their blankets. The horses settled nearby. The roar of the falls continued through the darkness. It was almost like distant thunder. The men lay down. Above them, the stars appeared between the clouds. The sound of rushing water filled the night. Slowly, the travelers closed their eyes. Tomorrow would bring hard work. But tonight they could rest. The fire became smaller. The night became deeper. The falls continued their endless movement. Water rushed over rock. Mist rose into the darkness. And beneath the vast western sky, the tired members of the expedition slept beside the Missouri, while the great falls thundered quietly through their dreams. Morning arrived beneath the steady sound of rushing water. The Great Falls had never truly become quiet during the night. Even while the men slept, the deep roar continued through the darkness, rising and falling like distant thunder. When the first light appeared, mist could be seen floating above the river. The horses were already awake. They moved slowly through the grass, occasionally lowering their heads to feed. The men began stirring beneath their blankets. Some remained still for a few moments, listening to the water. Then the familiar morning routine began. The fire was rebuilt. Water was collected. Breakfast was prepared. The men ate quietly. There was a great deal of work ahead. The boats could not continue through the falls. Everything they needed had to be carried around them. The men began examining the route. They walked along the riverbank looking for the safest path. The land was uneven. There were rocky sections. There were patches of grass. There were slopes that would make carrying heavy equipment difficult. The distance around the falls was considerable. The men understood that this would not be a simple walk. It would take time. They returned to camp. The boats were unloaded carefully. Supplies were separated into manageable loads: food, equipment, clothing, tools, weapons, navigation instruments. Everything had to be moved. The men began carrying the first loads. The work was slow. They walked through the grass with heavy packs. The morning sun became warmer. The sound of the falls followed them everywhere. Even when the water itself disappeared behind the landscape, its roar remained. The men carried one load, then returned, then carried another. It was repetitive work. There was nothing glamorous about it, but exploration was often like this. Long hours of ordinary labor, walking, carrying, resting, returning, beginning again. By midday, the men were tired. They stopped beneath the shade. The horses were allowed to rest. The men drank water and ate. The falls continued roaring nearby. Mist drifted across parts of the landscape. The river moved beyond them. The mountains remained in the distance. For a while, nobody spoke. They simply rested. Then the work began again. The afternoon was warmer. The men carried more supplies. The horses helped wherever the ground allowed. The boats remained behind, waiting near the river. Every trip made the load smaller. Every trip brought them closer to the end of the portage. But the work remained exhausting. The men had already traveled a tremendous distance. Their bodies were accustomed to long days, but carrying heavy equipment across uneven ground was different from sitting in a boat and following the current. Their shoulders became tired. Their legs became heavy. Their hands became sore. Still, they continued. The falls never stopped. Their constant roar filled the air. By late afternoon, the light began to soften. The men returned with another load. They placed it carefully near the temporary campsite. There was still more to move, but the day's work was ending. The men began preparing the evening meal. A fire was built. Food was cooked. The horses were watered. The men sat near the flames. The sound of the falls remained in the background. After so many hours of hard work, the warm food was welcome. The men ate slowly. Some looked toward the river. Others simply stared into the fire. The evening sky began changing color. The setting sun touched the distant hills. The mist above the falls caught the last light. For a few moments, the rushing water looked almost golden. Then the sunlight disappeared. Darkness returned. The fire became brighter. The men continued sitting quietly. There was no need for conversation. Their bodies were tired. Their minds were quiet. The sound of the falls filled every pause. It was loud but strangely steady. After a while, the men began preparing for sleep. Blankets were spread across the ground. Equipment was kept nearby. The horses settled into the grass. The fire was allowed to burn lower. The men lay down. The roar of the falls remained. At first it seemed enormous, but after listening for some time, the sound became familiar. It was like a continuous background noise, water moving over stone, water falling into the river, water continuing its endless journey west. The men closed their eyes, the stars appeared above. The mountains disappeared into darkness. The fire became a soft glow, the horses rested, and the expedition slept. Tomorrow the work would continue. More supplies would need to be carried. More ground would need to be crossed. Eventually the boats would be moved beyond the falls. Then the men would return to the river. But tonight none of that mattered. The day's work was finished. The ground beneath them was still. The night air was cool, the fire was warm, and the constant sound of falling water filled the darkness. Slowly the tired travelers drifted deeper into sleep. The falls continued their endless roar. The Missouri continued flowing. The mountains remained silent.